We're gonna need it. Might be switching to student here in a little bit.
It's going to go away soon. It's too big, too big.
I didn't know it did.
Yeah. You got it.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming to our Board of Supervisors meeting. Sorry, I'll start over. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Richland County for May 7th, 2019, our 3 p.m. session. As always, we will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, with the invocation by Pastor John Hall, United Methodist Church, and then we'll follow by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand as you may.
God of us all, we thank you for the gift of this day. As we gather, we pray for this meeting of the Board of Supervisors and for each supervisor. We ask for your discernment and guidance. May they and all of us feel a renewal of strength and wisdom that flows from your grace. We also pray for our county employees, wherever they may serve. May your presence and your protection be with each one. Help us to be better and informed citizens for our community, this locality we love, in which to work and to enjoy, to live, and to be effective stewards of the resources you have blessed and entrusted to us. Let us work together as servant leaders for the betterment of our community for all people. And may we be good neighbors to each other. We pray in the name of the one who came not to be served, but to serve. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on our agenda today is the chairman's comments, but I'm going to ask agreement from my peers to make a couple of changes to our agenda,
Okay.
including with changing item number 9, which is request to postpone agenda items and change agenda items, to move them next. And then I would also like to move up the recognition of Older Americans Month next on the list, and then followed by my comments, and then the county administrator comments. We all in agreement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so I think I've already said what I wanted to change on the agenda, but what I would like to do is move the proclamation recognizing older Americans next, and then we will have the chair's comments after that. Okay? Is Tony Beecham here? Ms. Beecham? Ms. Beecham is here in place of Thelma Watson. Lisa, would you please read the proclamation?
Yes, sir. Whereas Goochland County, Virginia includes more than 6,000 residents aged 60 and over who enrich our communities through their diverse life experiences that have enabled them to connect, create, and contribute. And whereas May is recognized as Older Americans Month by the U.S. Administration for Community Living and the Virginia Department for Aging and Rehabilitative Services as a time to celebrate the contributions of older residents and the many ways they connect, create, and contribute in our communities. And whereas the 2019 theme for Older Americans Month is Connect, Create, Contribute, which emphasizes the important roles that older residents serve in their homes and communities. And whereas Goochland County's senior connections and local agencies are committed to strengthening our communities by connecting with and supporting older residents, caregivers, and families by acknowledging their many valuable contributions. And whereas Goochland County's senior connections and local agencies recognize the importance of bringing together all generations and promoting activities that enhance physical, mental, and emotional well-being for the benefit of all. And whereas Senior Connections joins with the Goochland Department of Social Services, ensure that residents have supportive and protective services at every age to allow them to enjoy the best possible quality of life. And whereas Goochland County Senior Connections and local agencies can enhance the lives of older residents in our communities by promoting home and community-based services that support independent living, involving older residents in community events and other activities, and providing opportunities for older residents to work, volunteer, learn, lead, and mentor. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim May 2019 to be Older Americans Month. We urge every resident to take time during this month to recognize older adults and the people who serve them as essential and valuable members of our community.
Do we have a motion to approve the proclamation?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I almost felt like I needed to abstain because I'm a senior. So it's a bad thing. Thank you very much. Thank you for what Senior Connections does.
Yeah, he's the
For
only
everyone
one.
that-
Right.
that supports us. Thank you. Do we- All you want. Okay, the next item on the agenda then is my comments. And I've got a couple of things today. I'd like to start with some good news. I would like to congratulate our Commissioner of the Revenue, the office, as well as Commissioner Jennifer Brown and Sandra Ray for achieving Master Commissioner and Master Deputy Commissioner certification. That certification is granted by the Weldon Cooper Center at UVA. And in addition to that, they've been working really, really hard in the office, and they are, actually all their employees are also seeking certification. So I think that's a great effort, and we really appreciate it. Next, I know there might be some here who want to speak on the relocation of some citizens' voting precinct from Goochland to Louisa and vice versa. We have Mr. Robin Lind and the Electoral Board, and Mr. Ryan Mulligan, our registrar, here to explain the process prior to, so what I'm going to do is ask him to come up prior to the citizens' comment period. In the meantime, Mr. Budesky, through his comments, is going to explain some of the details of what's happening. Mr. Budesky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Just wanted to while we are in here, they are cutting a ribbon on the farmers market across the street. County, in partnership with the farmers market, promotes the activities and the quality of life that our farmers bring to our community, as well as the products that they produce. And so we encourage folks we have 2 farmers markets here in Goochland County, both the one here in the courthouse area as well as Saturday mornings in Centerville. Today they're cutting a ribbon on that particular one. We would have been there if this meeting wasn't going on right now. However, if we have time, we have quite a full agenda here today. I would encourage the board to try to at least walk across and thank them for their service. But if we can't, they're there every Tuesday. We want to make sure that we provide support to our local growers here in our community. And the benefits they provide to Goochland County. Also this afternoon, for those that won't be here at the 7 o'clock, we're going to be recognizing through the Recreational Advisory Committee and with this board's assistance, some individuals that have made major contributions to the Parks and Recreation system here in Goochland County. If you have an opportunity to join us and celebrate those individuals later, we'd welcome you to those events. A lot of meetings coming up that I did want to just take a few minutes to share some of them. This Thursday evening at 6 o'clock in room 270, we begin our zoning ordinance rewrite process with our first citizen meeting. For the next several months, there will be 2 public meetings per month scheduled to review potential zoning ordinance rewrite changes that we're looking to do before the end of this calendar year. And so encourage citizen engagement in that process. If you can't make Thursday, there's a lot of opportunity. The documents that we will be reviewing are posted on the county website. And so there's opportunity for engagement. That document will not be adopted for at least 4 to 5 months. So there's plenty of opportunity for citizen engagement in that process, and encourage individuals to participate. Next Monday, we have a meeting scheduled with some of our citizens in the Bridgewater community to address outstanding road concerns. On May 22nd, we are going to be hosting at Central High at 6:30 p.m. what we are calling a noise regulation listening session. We hear at the county from both sides of the issue of noise in our community. We hear those individuals that have concerns that there is not a current noise ordinance that can regulate noises generated on adjoining properties or in surrounding areas of all sorts of different types. We also have individuals that come to us and say, I really enjoy living in a county that doesn't have noise regulated, and the flexibility that provides to my lifestyle. But it is an issue of importance to both perspectives there, and the board has asked us to host a listening session, and that is on May 22nd. The intent of that meeting is to learn from our residents on both sides of that issue and look at potential options once we learn from our residents after that meeting. And so that meeting again is on May 22nd at 6:30 p.m. at Central High in the auditorium. The last thing that I wanted to hit on is an issue that's not new to Goochland County. For approximately 250 years, we've had an outstanding border resolution issue with Louisa County. And there has been efforts that have sort of started and stopped over the years, and it's not an easy issue to resolve. There's been legislation adopted to try to assist with this issue. Just in my tenure, just shy of 3 years here, I've been working with Louisa County to get the collective border issue resolved. And it's not me alone. It's our county attorney's office, representatives from our IT department and our GIS departments, meeting with our counterparts in Louisa County. We've even engaged registrars in this process and members of the electoral boards in this process. We have identified a way forward to address these issues. In fact, by May 24th of this month, both Goochland County and Louisa County are submitting to census the exact same parcel boundaries that exist today for all of our residents. Right now, there is actually a different census line for Goochland County that does not follow our parcel boundaries. To our knowledge, this has been a decades-old problem. This is not something that is recent. And every 10 years, counties are required to certify their census line, and those, by law, drive where voting occurs and doesn't occur. Goochland County's, logically, you would think it would follow our parcel boundary. It has not, and has not for decades. Both Louisa County and Goochland County have agreed to submit our existing parcel boundaries by May 24th of this month. That will correct any issues as it relates to census boundary once certified. That process will take several years to get certified. The last time it was certified was in 2011, and they recertified a boundary that's been on the books for years, to our knowledge. We believe this will fix the problem and correct that all Goochland County parcels that are taxpayers of Goochland County will be voters of Goochland County. The way the census line works, that is not the case. We do have a fix in the works to solve that problem, but it would not be formally certified probably until 2021. That has created an interim concern and problem that electoral boards have had to address. I do want to state that that is phase one of our border fix with Louisa County. We have a parcel boundary and we have a census boundary. We are going to align both of them. The parcel boundary in graphic information systems, so if you get on the county website and pull up the maps that we provide to you through our graphic information systems pages, have boundaries that are outlined there. If you would go there today and you were on that border with Louisa County, you would be able to see where my parcel is. There is actually a red line also on that map that shows the census boundary. And they do not align, and we are going to fix that and have a plan to do that. There are a number of other parcels we're going to have to work with our adjoining county to do some cleanup on, but we do have a plan forward, the first phase of that being the census boundary issue that we have identified and have been working on. I share that with you because based on this census boundary and recent elections and some advisory from the state, the electoral boards in both counties have taken some actions that impact our residents, and it also impacts Louisa residents. And there's approximately a combined 300, give or take, individuals that have been impacted by this. I want to be very clear. I don't minimize at all the impact to an individual's ability to vote where they reside. I do want to be clear that regardless of the changes that may be implemented by the electoral boards, if you are a Goochland County taxpayer, other than voting that may be impacted by this, all services, including fire rescue, schools, transfer stations, any other service you would gain by being a Goochland County property owner will remain the same. And so the service levels will not be impacted. However, there is an impact to the vote. There was some legislation last year that would have addressed this particular situation that failed. And so the electoral boards were put in a position to make a decision on how to address these particular voters. Mr. Lind, on behalf of the electoral board, along with the remainder of the electoral board, is here, and our registrar, Ryan Mulligan's here, to further address this particular item. I will tell you, we do have a plan to address a 250-year issue in the works. It's going to take several years to work through all of the remaining issues. But from an election standpoint, it is something that we all value as our personal right and take it serious. But I'd asked Mr. Lind and the electoral board, and thank you for coming today to further explain this.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Mulligan to put up a slide.
Hold on just a minute, let me switch this one.
So that everybody here can see the problem that we have to deal with.
stand on the other side so you can hear.
Yeah, could you stand on this side so we could hear? There you go.
So if I can ask Mr. Mulligan first to explain what we're looking at here.
Well, let me make it bigger first, if I can. Okay, so this map, blue is Louisa County, and the tannish color is Goochland County. I don't know if you can see, but there is this black line kind of zigzagging right above 64.
Mr. Mulligan, can I
yeah,
just pause you for
sure.
1 second? I have a better visual map. It's the same map with a
Okay.
red line that will stick out better to those watching this.
Sure.
Can we pull up that? It's the exact same map, but that zigzag line is much more predominant in the next visual.
Just really can't see that very well.
It's difficult to see, and I'm 4 inches away from it, so I want to.
I have a pointer, yeah, but.
We appreciate everything the seniors do for us, but it's nice to have a youngster in here who knows how to. Younger Americans.
Next month, we'll do Younger American Month next month.
That's right. We'll put you up there. Brian, you have a pointer you can use? Brian has a pointer. Oh, yeah.
Is that it right there?
Since I BOS PowerPoints.
Date's first one, Lisa.
Okay, thanks. It's hard to see from here. Can you see?
You're going to have to reduce it just slightly so that the entire border can fit
Your
on.
eyes are younger than mine. Can you do
Sure.
this a little bit?
See here. So,
Bottom right hand of the screen, Ryan.
yeah.
There you go.
Down there. Oh, no, we want to go bigger, or?
You can move it as needed, but the red line should help give a little better perspective.
Here we go. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So, yes, over here is Louisa County. This is Goochland County. This red line is the census line. And these properties here, though they pay taxes, this is the parcel line that I'm kind of outlining right here. Though they pay taxes in Goochland County, they are outside that census line. And then we have the same situation down here, but going the other way. These voters here are technically, they're paying taxes in Louisa County, but they are south of that census line. So these are the voters being affected. So these voters here are paying taxes in Goochland County, but according to code should be voting in Louisa County. And these voters are paying taxes in Goochland, but should be voting in Louisa. If that makes sense.
As Ryan just said, if that makes sense. None of it makes sense, I'm sorry to say. But this is the section of the code that affects us. It says, all references in this section to boundaries of counties and cities shall be interpreted to refer to those in existence on April 1st, 2011, and as reported to the United States Bureau of the Census in the 2000 census reports provided pursuant to the United States Public Law 94. That is the code section that affects everything we do in terms of assigning voters. And this became more important recently because of the elections in 2017. We knew about the inaccuracy of the census line in 2012 and tried to get changes made, but the code section still says that but boundary changes theretofore made final have to be disregarded. So we didn't make any changes back then, even though we knew that the census line was wrong. But in the November 2017 election, discrepancies in voter assignment were identified in 2 House of Delegates contests. In Fredericksburg, 668 voters in the 28th district were found to be assigned incorrectly to the adjacent 88th district. And the race in the 28th district was won by Bob Thomas by only 82 votes. And that alarmed a lot of people. It was worse in the 94th district in Newport News, where the election was won by 10 votes, then went to a recount which showed it was a tie, which then went to the State Board of Elections for the drawing of a name from a bowl, proving that every vote counts and drawing a bright line about the issue of having voters assigned to the correct precinct. The Department of Elections then began a concerted effort to identify particularly what they called edge cases, and in some counties where the boundary was described as to the ridge, the ridge, nobody could identify where the ridge was. And that didn't matter 200 years ago because there weren't anybody living on the ridge. And now there are. But the Electoral Board in Goochland notified the Department of Elections that it wasn't just a handful of people. They thought maybe less than 900 people statewide. And we said we could have 300 to 400, 500 in between Goochland and Louisette. Turns out we have over 300. They weren't aware of that. However, in June 2018, the Commissioner of Elections emphasized that the department has no oversight in ensuring voters are placed in the correct precinct. They have no statutory authority to check on that or to change it. At that time, our board adopted a policy saying that we would accept any voter who was transferred into Goochland so they wouldn't be disenfranchised, but we would not release anybody to an adjacent county without our own specific opinion. We'd review them case by case, not knowing what might happen as a result of the state issue. In August 2018, Goochland and Louisa counties both began this coordinated effort that Mr. Badesky has just described, and we met in both counties at different times with everybody who might be involved to try to come up with a mutual agreement on this. We also worked with Senator Mark Peake on language for legislation that he introduced in January 2019 as Senate Bill 1102 to provide for corrections. And I can refer you to a handout that I have that gave the specific language in his proposal that would have allowed counties to mutually agree on where they should be put if a voter challenged the location. Senate Bill 1102 passed unanimously in the Senate, 38 to nothing. There were 2 people who were away, but it was 38 to nothing. It went to the House, and in the Privileges and Elections Committee, unaccountably, all of a sudden, there was an objection to it, and it was passed by indefinitely, which means it was killed by a vote of 17 to 5. Those of us in the room who had been working on the bill were stunned, including Senator Peake. We don't know what the issue was that alarmed Delegate Chris Jones and Delegate Margaret Ransone, but they convinced everybody that it should be defeated. As a result of that failure, the registrar in Louisa County then felt compelled by the existing law to go ahead and make these changes because of the elections that were coming up, because it could be down to 1 vote, and that could be a misassigned voter. So she prepared her records in Louisa County and then came to us and said she had 97 voters that she thought ought to come to Goochland. We went back and forth with the state board on what our responsibilities were, and the Commissioner of Elections told me that they cannot provide legal advice. And they said you could get sued either way, but we can't help you on that. You have to make your own decision. So our board subsequently met about 2 weeks ago, and the the Louisa Electoral Board, 2 members came and their registrar, and we went over the entire issue. And we subsequently decided or voted to accept the voters from Louisa County who have been identified as being in Goochland, and to transfer voters to Louisa who could be identified as being in Louisa, according to the U.S. Census. 100 voters have now been transferred from Louisa to Goochland, and 227 have been transferred from Goochland to Louisa, and 4 are pending. So we can just get the work done. We greatly regret having to do this, but this is the code, and as best as we've been able to understand it, and so we will follow the law as it has been shown to us. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board might have or any member of the public.
Questions for Mr. Lind or the board? Mr.
Mr.
Peterson?
Chair. Mr. Lynn, thank you for that. You mentioned the code several times. You're referring to the Virginia code,
Yes, sir.
not the county code.
Correct, no, not ordinances, but code sections.
And the local county board of supervisors, what role do we have in this decision to move the voters? Do we have no role at all in this, or?
I regret to say you have no statutory authority over it. It's up to us.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to clarify that. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Questions? Ms. Leslie?
And my colleagues are also available to
would-
answer questions.
Yeah, I have one question. I know we recently adjusted the precincts in District 4, and I understood that there was a time period that, because of the election coming up, that we had to freeze that. Why not this?
Well, I think it was Dickens who said, the law is an ass. We have no choice. The precincts are frozen, but not the voters. It's as if a voter dies and is moved out of the precinct, or a voter turns 21 or 18 and becomes a voter in the precinct. So voters can be moved back and forth, but the precinct lines can't be.
So in this case, we're moving the
We're moving the voters
The
rather than the
voters.
precincts. And we are extremely optimistic, as Mr. Badesky said, about the meeting the deadline for May 24th for the submission to the census, so that the 2020 census will be based on lines that are actually accurate, and that then when we redistrict according to the population of the two counties, we'll be able to adjust our precinct lines based on having equal population in each precinct or district.
So when do you estimate these voters will come back to vote for the folks that impact them more closely?
I think Mr. Mulligan can correct me if I'm wrong, but it'll be the 2021. So that's when you start your new redistricting process.
Right. So for the next couple of years, some folks that used to vote in Goochland will be voting in Louisa until they're brought back whenever the boundaries are established and the census agrees, I guess, with those boundaries.
Yes, sir.
Now, does the census always follow boundary lines?
Does the census always follow boundary lines? That's one of those difficult questions. What is a boundary line? Our precincts are described in our county ordinance as, for instance, going northerly on the Fluvanna County border to a point with the Louisa County border and then turning easterly. But we haven't said where those borders are. And I have got a map there that shows 3 separate surveys for Fluvanna County, all of which were certified at the time, between 1890, 1920, 1960. But they're all different.
Can I add, Mr. Evers, I believe there is a certification process every 10 years of these boundaries. And I believe historically Goochland and Louisa have maintained this incorrect census boundary because the issue of the boundary parcel boundary had not been resolved. And so they were recertified. Even if this issue was resolved in 2012, it would not have impacted until 2021, regardless, based on the way the law is being interpreted now, because it's only reset every decade, consistent with the census. So that doesn't make this change any more palatable. That's how the census line gets readopted every 10 years, and both jurisdictions theoretically have to submit the same. If there was anomalies in that submission, theoretically, the census should come back and say, we have a discrepancy between borders, but it was recertified at some point in 2011 and probably was incorrect for decades before. And so Louisa has agreed with us to submit that same parcel boundary. There is state code language as it relates to parcel boundaries and GIS and all those kind of things that we still have to work through all of that. But once we submit the same parcel boundary, it should be much more consistent with very few anomalies compared to what we have today.
Any other questions? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a situation that's arisen between Goochland County and Louisa County, but we border many other counties. Do we think anything's going to be happening with those other locations in Goochland County between now and the census? Hanover, Cumberland, Powhatan, Savannah.
I believe all the issues with Hanover have already been taken care of. I don't know of any with Powhatan, because I believe the river is
The river,
yeah,
yeah.
so I don't think there's any issue there. But Fluvanna County, there might be a handful, but that's a whole other issue because there's a court order that
Right.
kind of confuses where the boundary is. So we're not touching those because there's an act of law saying that the boundary goes here.
Right.
So I do not foresee there being any other
Nothing in
issues like
Henrico?
this. Oh, no, not Henrico. Hanover and Fluvanna would have been the only two, and Hanover, I believe we've already taken care of all those.
Okay,
And Fluvanna, it's a whole other different issue.
okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions?
I'll field one.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Thank you all. I've been observing this and everything I'm seeing. I appreciate all that you're doing, making tough decisions, and I support what you're doing. Thank you for taking care of it. But I have not seen this SB 1102 before, just hadn't really paid close attention to it, but thank you for providing us the handout. I'm looking at it. Is this something that we should continue to advocate for, or is it, I mean, it looks like it might be something helpful.
Yes,
It's not
indeed.
just a one-time thing.
No, this is extremely important because surveys do get things wrong from time to time. I mean, the border between Goochland and Louisa was established in 1742. But I can tell you the Commissioner of Revenue told me 30 years ago that he knew of one section along the line where the border was marked with stone cairns. And that was fine as long as the farmer was walking behind a horse. But when he got a John Deere tractor with a combine, he pulled those cairns down and moved them to the side of the road because they got in his way. And that's how the border got lost, in that particular section.
So
So
we
this
should,
would be very helpful.
we should
Just go
continue
through.
to
Yes, sir.
advocate for that. Just
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Lind. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to open the public comment period, if you wouldn't mind staying in case there's questions.
Certainly.
Okay.
And we have several copies of my summary
Oh,
there
thank
for
you.
people who might want it.
Might need them for 7 o'clock. All right, at this point, I'll go ahead and open the public comment period. Anyone wishing to speak on any topic, please come forward, state your name and address, and try to keep it to about 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Hobbs, 3055 Trainbridge Way, and a resident of District 2. And I'm glad that the electoral board is here because I've had a number of inquiries about what is going on with the number of people that are being moved from this county to Louisa. We didn't have as many concerns about people coming to Goochland as we have going out. And so, and I'm glad to hear Mr. Bodasky say that the two counties are collaborating to get the boundaries straight for this upcoming census. One of the comments that I've received is that citizens' question was, I'm voting in a county but I pay taxes in this county. Do I pay taxes in that county or do I pay taxes in this county? So my point is, I think we need to be very clear in sending out to our citizens that they are still responsible for paying taxes where they are currently paying them. And then the next issue was, well, then I can't vote, and yet you're taking my money. And, you know, we have to ensure that as we do these boundaries, that they are clear, that people should be represented where they are living, and that people understand. It has not gone over well, I can tell you, by the comments that I've received in the county. And I visited with Ryan a little while ago and looked at the boundaries myself. And so we're just asking the board, number one, to continue to advocate that the statute be changed to say where you pay your taxes is where you vote, because that is a loss of a voice. And the other thing is, we ask the leadership ensure that before this next census come up, that we have resolved these boundaries issues so that we aren't facing this again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Anyone else? Come on up, please. And state your name and address for the record.
Ed Venture, 2280 Camelback Road, right down the road. Is the census boundary going to move, or is that locked in stone?
The census boundary will move to follow the parcel lines. Rather, you've seen it up there as being a straight line, somebody with a ruler. And the Department of Elections actually says there's a technical jargon term for some of those lines. They're called sneeze lines. Yes, okay.
Next, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Baladowski. My name is Linda Moore. I live at 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin Sabbath, District 4. It's been quite a few years since the comp plan was adopted. I know that there seems to be some people that feel that it is just a guideline, and some people feel that it's meant to be interpreted one way or the other. But to my neighbors and to people who helped write this, it is the blood, sweat, and tears and the vision of our community. We take the guiding principles to heart. Tonight, you will hear the first challenge to this document that we hold so close to our heart, and you have heard it since 2015 from a lot of our District 4 representatives. And you'll hear it again on June the 4th. I'm just telling you that even though we know it is just a guideline, these principles speak to the heart and soul of our community. We feel that this document is Goochland. And when we read it, we feel compelled. I remember when I was given the copy by Ms. Dickerson, when I was very confused over what ARPAD was and what everything else was, and she kind of guided me through this rezoning process back in, with the Wilton development. Without her guidance and her giving me encouragement to speak on my mind, and for that citizens' involvement was crucial to it, I wouldn't be here today. And she loved you all, as you probably knew, and was very, very supportive of all the community. So I encourage you tonight to make sure that you, when you do vote on the legislation, that this is more than a guideline to us in the community. Thank you very much. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Spoonhauer. I live at 2986 Willow Trace Lane, and I am in District 2 as well. I would love to get a little bit of clarification. We've heard a lot today, and what I took away from was that an issue was raised in 2012. We let that issue come to fruition, and then we allowed Louisa to come and dictate, it sounds like, what was happening with our citizens. And whether this has been around for 250 years, I think that's a little concerning. I appreciate Ms. Lascolette's question to Ryan, but what's a little concerning was the response, which was, I don't think we're going to have any other citizens impacted. So I'd like to see if you could clarify that for us, because I think by this point we should really know if that's the case. And if it is, and I understand it's going to take some time, but I feel like this is also worthy of something outside of the ordinary. So I don't know if a special committee can be put together. I understand your question, Mr. Peterson, that, okay, you don't have any there's no statutory, but this board allowed residents from our county to now not have representation based on their voting, or it was allowed to happen. So I just love the clarification on that. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and clarify one of those. This board had nothing to do with this decision. This is a decision of the electoral board and a decision of the courts and a lot of other precedents. So as far as the other counties, if you look at the map, and I think Mr. Mulligan is right, if you look at the map, there doesn't seem to be any other citizens that fall within that dividing line of the census and the boundary. It seems to be pretty straight. There might be some in Fluvanna. There's at least, as Mr. Mulligan mentioned, there's one in Fluvanna that a court order has already said you live in Goochland because of where you sleep or whatever. So that's, and for Ms. Hobbs' question, we do plan to send out a communication to all the citizens explaining what Mr. Budesky explained earlier, which is you will still get all your services from Goochland County. You will not have a problem if you call 911, getting services out. You still live in Goochland, you pay your taxes in Goochland. Unfortunately, you won't be able to vote in Goochland for Goochland elections, but otherwise, nothing changes. And we have agreement, as Mr. Lind explained, with Louisa as to where those boundary lines should be, and we'll submit those to the census by May 24th. Did I say anything incorrect in that? Okay, thank you. Next, Mr. Lyle.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jonathan Lyle. I live at 1521 Mannequin Road. I also want to just iterate congratulations to our Commissioner of Revenue and the staff. I've been looking for a copy of the Goochland Gazette to get autographs, but they were a fast seller this week, so I'm going to have to.
A large family.
Yeah, large family, okay. I just want to mention that this is National Travel and Tourism Week. Tourism continues to be in Virginia, a clean and growing industry, and I want to particularly say, Mr. Budesky, I appreciate that you have included tourism as part of the county's economic development program and plan. I think there is opportunity for tourism in Goochland, but it's no secret it's nascent. We got a lot of room to grow so far as that is concerned. Switching gears now, as the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District Director, I want to mention that on Monday the 20th at 9 o'clock, we will have our monthly directors meeting out at the Agricultural Center. We very much appreciate, again, the facilities that we have collaborated with the county on having. We have more space, so you folks are entitled, or not entitled, but encouraged, invited to come. I might mention we have a public comment session, so if you want a little payback, there would be your chance, I suppose. I also want to express some appreciation to Mr. Badesky for lighting a fire under the folks at Virginia Tech's Extension Office. I think you know our agricultural extension agent's position is vacant. There is a process that the state goes through in filling positions, and I've been told by several people who evidently are more aware of the process that squeaky wheels do get attention. So our squeaking is going to help us get a full-time agricultural extension agent. You put part of the budget does involve funding that position, and so thank you for that. Man, I got to go fast. I saw the light blink. I'm going to say real quickly that tonight there is going to be a CUP on biosolids. I'm a big advocate for the farm community in Goochland, and I appreciate that this board has taken steps to make sure that when biosolids are used, that it's done properly and correctly, to the point where you have put a Goochland County level monitor, Debbie Bird, in place so that when there are applications, we are not subject to the whims and whimsies of the DEQ folks, but we got somebody on the ground who can make sure that it's being done properly. As an advocate for the farming community, organic nutrients, which is what biosolids are, can help farming, but it has to be done properly, has to be. And so if you consider synthetic nutrients, $600 an acre, 100 acres, that's $6,000. And so being able to use organic nutrients does help the farming community. My light went off and I will sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else?
Hi, I was here last month. I am Avis Benford, 2868 Dogtown Road. I was here for the dog leash issue. Two things, because I'd never spoken before at the board. First is the 3-minute limit. I know you can't be here all night, but unless your friends and your neighbors, when they speak to you on issues, get limited to 3 minutes, I think we would have to be concerned about the potential development for cronyism. I mean, 3 minutes is not a long time, depending on how you feel about an issue. So that brings me to my second point, which is, if I'm limited to 3 minutes with respect to the dog leash ordinance, I want to see the evidence-based research and the evidence of the community outreach that you did on this issue before you made your decision. Because there are very few issues that speak to rural way of life more than a man and his dog. So when you made this issue, many Goochlanders, especially the lifelongers who have generational investment in this county, took a hit. And we took a hit. We should take a hit. If we take a hit, we should take it for some reason other than 5 people just took a vote. That's not just an affront to the Goochland way of life. That's an affront to the American way of life. So you're taking community outreach on noise ordinance, but you didn't get one on dog leash? I mean, it makes me wonder if you knew where you were. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benford. Anyone else? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, unless there's any other questions for the electoral board, or, no? Thank you.
I want to make a clarification, Mr. Lind, if you don't mind. You know, I spoke in support of your decision because from where I was sitting, I didn't see that you had a lot of room to make other choices. But some of the comments, and Mr. Alvarez pointed out that people are going to be voting in, you know, paying taxes in one jurisdiction, voting in another. But that's not long-term. That's not the plan, that it be long-term.
No, sir. We expect when the census line is corrected, this legislation will require us to move those voters back.
And the goal is what I shared when this issue was going on, and I believe everybody was in agreement. The goal is the changes we're making now are going to, we're not going to flip people back and forth as much as possible, right? We're not going to. We're trying to reduce the switches back and
Correct.
forth.
And I would say that my colleagues stand with me in saying that we follow the law, even if we don't like what the interpretation is that we get for the law. One of the reasons that Goochland has a reputation for the highest voter turnout in the state is that we do everything we can to help people vote, to reduce any barriers to them voting, to make sure that everybody's in the right precinct, in the right place. And this was an extremely difficult issue for us because we did not want to have people moved back and forth. But we found ourselves in a situation where we had to follow the law, and this is what we've done.
Yeah, and if I may, we didn't follow the Louisa mandate, as someone
No,
might commented. We followed the law.
Yes.
And if we had followed the law in 2011, my assumption is that all these people would have been voting in Louisa, not in Goochland since then. So we actually limited their exposure to paying taxes where they don't vote by continuing to do it the old way.
Mm-hmm.
So,
There's an awful lot of people that are not going to be switched back. That are Louisa residents that are going to stay in Louisa.
can you come to the microphone?
Make sure that, yeah.
There's a lot of people that will not be being switched back. And they're going to, this change for them is going to be permanent because they are Louisa residents. And when the census line moves back on both ways, you know, the people, like all these people are not going to go back and forth. There'll be some maybe, but not, you know.
And we don't have control, we don't have the final say, we being Goochland, Louisa, or the electoral board of either county, don't have the final say in where the boundary's gonna end up, but we're going hand in hand with Louisa, presenting the same request, correct?
One thing I would like to add, Mr. Lumpkin, is that we do need for the board to be an advocate for this bill, because if we don't be an advocate for this bill, we'll be in the same situation in 2011 if we don't get this boundaries and census aligned. You know what I'm saying? It passed, it slid in 2011, so we need to make sure that it does not slide again in 2020.
Is there, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but when somebody pointed out in the question I had earlier that never got an answer to, you know, not earlier today, but earlier, the goal is to have the boundary line follow the parcel lines. Somebody's thinking about if parcels are ever combined, how we're going to deal with that. Is that part of the?
Yeah, it would be part of the
I would think that Mr. Badesky could answer that because he's been working very closely with Mr. Goodwin in Louisa, but I believe the two counties are, and the GIS departments have agreed where, they're called agreed upon boundaries. So we both agreed this is where the line is. And it won't, when you talk about parcel boundaries, there are some parcels that are in both counties.
And will remain that way?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Most likely, sir. We've had these are sort of there's the clean ones that won't happen to, and then there's going to be some that'll be an issue. But I believe that even if you do a combination, if your property's on one side of the line, that piece of property, there won't be all these boundary adjustments all the time to bring more property into Goochland and vice versa to Louisa. There will be parcels in two different jurisdictions, as there are today.
Right.
And if I might just close on saying, the question about Fluvanna, in 1989, I sat through the court case with the Bowles family, and the judge ruled at the end of that case that Nancy Bowles slept in Goochland and brushed her teeth in Fluvanna, and that the county line went up to her from her front door, went through her hall, and went out the back door, and the judge said, I will not rule where it goes after that. But that is the one court order that we have saying that point is there.
All right.
Also, it's my understanding that these maps are being given to two different census offices. Goochland has one, and is that correct? There's two different, Louisa sends theirs to one place, and we send ours to another.
there's one census office. There's two different planning district commissions that we submit this data to, that submit to the census for ultimate adoption. And both of our GIS departments are making sure each of us are submitting mirrors the other. And so, well, we can submit this. At the end of the day, they have to accept it at the census office. And so we believe they will. There's no reason they would come back and say, you both submitted the same exact data and we're not going to accept it. We believe that that's going to be the case. That being said, your earlier question, Mr. Lumpkins, I think the more we advocate for that legislation, even in the interim, that would fix next year if it was adopted. So at this point, you know, I don't like to bring problems to the board without potential solutions. I'm not sure I have an interim solution on this particular one. The electoral board, as an independent body, made their action that this board cannot overrule or change. And so I regret that this is one of those solutions that there's limited options.
Thank you all. Thank you all again for
Yeah,
coming.
thank you for coming out. You don't have to leave if you don't want to. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item of the agenda is approval of minutes. We have minutes from March 12th, April 16th, March 12th, April 2nd. Any changes, corrections to those minutes? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the March 12th, April 2nd, and April 16, 2019 meeting minutes.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries, the minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda is reports, and Mr. Nguyen is here from VDOT.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. Y'all had a chance to read the maintenance report. I just want to bring out a few items. We had 14 call-outs, and out of those 14, 13 were from that bad storm we had in April. 13 roads had trees across them, and state forces worked on those roads overnight to open them up. It could have been a lot worse with the tornado activity was in the area. We were lucky, that's all I can say. We had 78 work requests when we completed 89. 89 is over the 78, but that's old work requests that we completed. Other operations, I know you've seen some milling and paving operations going on. Route 250 from Cooley Road west. That roadway has been completed. The pavement's been done. The pavement marking's been done. And contractor is currently working on 522, as I'm sure many of you've seen. Just bear with it. What they're doing out there, they mill the whole roadway first, and they're going back and putting some edge milling in. That's to strengthen the shoulder up, so there's no pushing on the shoulder. It's about a 4 or 5 foot wedge that they're putting in, 2 or 3 inches of IM mix, and then they'll overlay the whole road. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, they'll have that one complete. Mowing operations will begin probably this Thursday, first part of next week. So be on the lookout for tractors, you know, on the primaries and secondaries. Some of the completed work, traffic studies, River Road at Luck, that's been done. 250 at 522. The center line pavement markers, that was approved. The only thing we're waiting on now is some funding to put those markers in the road. That's the ones that they mill in place.
Right, the little reflector.
With the reflectors on them. Both 522 and 250 were complete. I think we're going to look at basically where the newer pavement is first and then expand out from that. Okay? Plaza Road, over there in Centerville, there was a stop sign, there was an issue, we moved that. We finally were able to get with the citizen out there who was out of the country, as Danny told me and everything, but he finally got a hold of him, we were able to move the stop sign. The Shannon Road 250 project that we talked about, Ms. Lascolette, they've done some pavement marking out there. We've ordered the solar panel stop signs, and as soon as they come in, we're going to install them on both legs of Shannon Hill Road. Hopefully that'll be, you know, whenever they come in. So we had, with Fairgrounds Road, as you remember, we had a hard time getting them because it came from California, as I remember. The Route 645 intersection review was complete, and the new signage was recommended there. We're securing that signage, and we'll be installing that. The rumble strips that we had at 606, at 667, you see the comment. We're going to try to open that up some more with some lemon and that sort of thing. Area issue there, we don't have much right-of-way. We only have 30 feet of right-of-way when you come up to that intersection. So it's going to be hard to work with some of those citizens and everything. Because you know how the trees have grown up on both sides, right at the intersection. But we're going to work through it. Project updates. Y'all know about the 255-22 roundabout. Be advertised in June of 2022. You know about the fairgrounds. We did have a public hearing not long ago. I was present at that. The 288-250 project, we did manage to escalate that and get an October ad, so it moved it up 3 more months. The Mannequin Road Bridge Deck project, that's been advertised, was advertised in April. Once we get bids back, we could see some work on that starting in August. A couple other comments I want to make. I know we have a secondary 6-year plan meeting tonight, but I did want to say, and I think you may already know, Danny Baden will be leaving VDOT as of May 17th. Sorry to lose the man, I'm telling you, but he's going to go to the private sector. He's got us set up very well right now, and he's been all professional with me. I've let him do his thing, and I just hate to lose him. Only other comment I have is I appreciate Deborah and Todd coming to the leadership trash pickup we had. I was with Deborah. I don't know what crew you were with, Todd, but Deborah and I, we picked up trash right in the loop at 288 and 250. We talked the whole time we were picking trash up. I was holding the bag, and we were both picking trash up, putting it in the bag. So with that, if y'all have any questions, please.
Unfortunately, on the trash pickup, you had some folks from Henrico helping you.
I had 2 folks from Henrico
And I
helping
heard
too.
from Ms. O'Bannon about how her employees were helping clean up Goochland.
Well, you know, there was 2 sites there was the other site we were looking at was in Short Pump at 64, at that interchange right there. And I said, there's too much traffic there, and it's not a good place to park.
Right.
So we decided to go to 288 where we have that wide area we can go up and park.
I appreciate it.
And it worked out a lot better, I can tell you. It was a smooth transition. We got everything done. We were able to get back to the meeting at in Shore Pump. It worked out fine. But Todd, I don't know how much it was. Just tell Deborah I appreciate her help.
Thank you. Questions from
Just real
Mr. Rick?
quick. So thank you very much. So the Route 6 and Route 45, that intersection, what signs were approved? Are they going to put the
Danny, you got it.
intersection,
It probably is.
and then are they going to do anything with the stop sign like they're doing over on
605,
Shannon Hill?
we can look at that. We can look at that. That's not in the works now.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I don't see the picture.
And I appreciate it. I just want to know what did
Yeah.
get approved.
Let me show you. This is the sign that was marked. You can keep that if you want. at the intersection.
Okey-dokey, that should be better.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's similar to what we have at Fairgrounds in 250.
Right,
That double arrow right there.
right. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your attention to these.
Okay.
Other questions from Mr. Wynn?
Just a quick thank you. Thank you for the pothole repair on Route 6. That was done like real quickly after we talked about it last meeting. And I also should tell you, I got good feedback on the public hearing about the fairground roundabout that y'all held here. Thank you for doing
Right.
that. And Danny, good luck to you.
Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions. One is on the call-outs. There was one that said Route 629 Old Fredericksburg Road, stop sign down, and it says replaced 3 times. Is it loose?
Probably somebody's hitting it.
Somebody's hitting it? I think
Yeah,
that's,
that's
you know,
right at
maybe-
that's right at 250 and 629.
Yeah.
That's one that's in the median, as I remember,
Mhm.
and we have a barrel over it, but one that should be moved to the right side and,
Right.
yeah.
And I'm guessing maybe we should have some deputies out there looking to see who's
I-
knocking
A
it down.
similar
but-
story, Route 30 years ago in Hanover County, Route
Uh-huh.
30 at Route 1, I had a stop sign in one of those islands, and in 1 month, I had to replace that thing 45 times.
What?
So I moved it to the right side and pulled the concrete median barrier up and put asphalt in it. That's what I did.
Wow.
And lastly, since I've been caught, and worse yet, my wife's been caught on that traffic on 522.
Yeah.
Why do we, in many localities, we see VDOT doing that work at night on a major road? Why not in Goochland? Why couldn't that be done at night where there's less traffic?
I would have to look at the traffic engineering gives us when we can do work.
Mhm.
Depends on traffic counts. And the traffic counts probably warrant them working 9 to 3. I don't know how long they're working myself.
Yesterday was until 6 o'clock.
Okay.
They were out there.
in that area?
But that,
No.
it's residential, but it's 522, which
Yeah.
everybody from Powhatan to get to 64
Yeah.
takes 522. To get into the courthouse area, you have to
I
take it.
I can talk with the CM and see what the contract basically says. I haven't looked
Mhm.
at the contract. I'm just happy they're getting the road milled and overlaid, so.
Right.
Thank you. Real quick.
Yep, Mr. Peterson.
Yes, Mr. Wynn, thank you for that update. Was a citizen request to take a look at down near the intersection of 288 and Patterson, coming west on Patterson, near the Creekmore development, near the.
Right.
There was a lot of U-turn activity and
Well-
whatnot, and I think you may have looked at that and decided that there was no,
With traffic engineering still looking at that.
okay. That's more of a symptom than a disease or a problem. I think the
Yeah.
real problem is 288 backing up during
Yeah.
prime time,
I mean, if you put a no U-turn there, they go to River
a little
Road.
further down.
And if you put one there, they go to 623 probably.
But those might be good reasons to do the wrong thing, which is, I noticed the 288 backup in peak hours is one of our largest issues. It doesn't appear anywhere in the update section here. Are there undertakings underway to address that whole peak hour backup on 288?
I'm not aware of
That's
any,
Yeah, the TPO, I mean, that's kind of at the state level.
yeah, I'm not aware of
Um,
anything at this point.
Yeah.
Star study.
Yeah, STAR
Right.
study.
Right, and I believe there's another study, going on, and part of the Creekmore, issue, will be addressed in an additional, STAR study. There was more funding, so they're going to extend the limits to include that, and of course, if you look at Creekmore, like you're saying, you have to consider 288 as well. So, the issue is known.
Now, is VDOT involved in that STAR study, or is there, see, I guess where I'm going with this is, these updates are very helpful, the potholes and tree trimming and whatnot.
Right.
But one of our largest issues is that backup, and we're not getting any updates on what might be in the works or what might be planned in the future. Is there a way to get some kind of an update wrapped into this update periodically where?
I can look into that. That's all I can do. I know it's an issue.
Yeah.
We all know it's an issue right now.
Exactly, and yet we don't have it in our updates and
No.
whatnot. So I'm just trying to wrap that in some fashion. If it's beyond VDOT's purview and it's not part of your portion, maybe there's another way to do it. But
Right.
since it is roads and it is in Goochland, I just didn't know what role you might be playing in that or information you might have that you could share with folks on that. So,
Well, I can certainly get with, the powers to be and share that, whatever information I get from them.
okay, that would be helpful. Any information on that would be helpful, so.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just the last thing, wish you much success in your new endeavors.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Thank you for helping us out for a year or two, couple of years.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you
On
very
your-
much.
All right. Y'all have a
Thank you,
good day.
guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item on the agenda, Ms. Parrish is here to tell us.
Thank you.
New
Good
county
afternoon.
staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. I'm Kelly Parrish, Director of Human Resources, and on behalf of the county, I'm pleased to announce new staff members in Parks and Recreation and Emergency Fire, Rescue, and Emergency Medical Services. Due to a resignation, Stephen Kidder joined the Parks and Recreation staff on March 29th as a part-time recreation assistant. Stephen retired in 2011 and comes to us with experience as a baseball coach. He wasn't able to join us today. Also not able to join us today due to resignation was Robert Page began working in the Parks and Recreation Department as a part-time recreation assistant on April 8th. Robert is retired from the military with 20 years of service in the Navy. Jordan, would you please stand? Due to a resignation, Jordan Malpass joined the Fire and Emergency Medical Services staff as a firefighter on April 16th. Jordan comes to us with experience from Yorkshire and Dale City Volunteer Fire Departments. He most recently serves as an EMT for Physicians Transport Service. Thank you for joining the team. And just one additional special note, Danny Coughlin was a part-time firefighter with us, and he accepted a full-time paramedic position with us on April 16th as well. So we're happy that he did.
Thank you.
That concludes my new hire report. Thank
you.
you.
Thank you all for your service and for coming to help us in Goochland. Next on the agenda is planning and development activities that are in our packet. And also accounts payable. Any questions for staff on those? If not, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Mr. Bureski, can you take us through the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Consent agenda is pretty basic today. You do have 6 items on your consent agenda. Most of them are setting public hearings for future dates. However, the first 2 items are road acceptance that is common for the board to consider under consent agenda. They've met all the terms and conditions through VDOT. It requires board action to make these requests. And the first one is adding Grand Drive, State Route 1271 in Grand Ridge subdivision of the state system, as well as the addition of Tiller Lane, Route 1270 in the Whitehall Creek subdivision of the state system for maintenance. Item number 3 on your consent agenda is a consideration for planning commissioners' terms of service. And that public hearing is being recommended to be set for June 4th. The item number 4 is the authority for the treasurer to make refunds for tax payments. We had a cap on that was locally implied. This basically allows to give the authority to the treasurer that the state code authorized. Item number 5. Right now, the county code has some terms as it relates to withdrawing from the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. This would allow us to revisit those terms and for withdrawal. Withdrawal only, not addition. And the last item that you have on your consent agenda relates to the leash law. And certainly, just give a little bit of an editorial along with the item. This item, the leash law, was amended several years back. There was substantial work done as it related to the adoption of a leash law. I think most folks know that the leash law itself is countywide only in parks and public facilities. And for 2 months a year, it is countywide as it relates to all properties during birthing seasons of animals. So our leash law primarily is year-round at county facilities and parks. The board did give some consideration to citizen requests to potentially repeal that ordinance. And at this time, we are not recommending appeal. However, there have been questions raised as it related to the penalty for such a infraction. And right now that they're on our books, there's a criminal violation. What we're proposing for a public hearing on June 4th is to actually change that to a civil penalty that can be prepaid, and you don't have to go to court and those kinds of things, and this would amend our law as such. And so just, again, it's no action here today, just setting a public hearing for a future date on that topic. Mr. Chairman, I and staff are available to answer any questions related to the rest of the consent agenda.
And if I could editorialize a little bit more, Ms. Binford left after she spoke, but we did hold public hearings, and we discussed it in community meetings and in town hall meetings, and it wasn't just 4 or 5 people, but I understand her concern, and we're trying to make it a little easier. Does anyone want to pull any item from the consent agenda? Or does anybody want to make a motion to approve the consent agenda? As presented.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the 6 items on the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The consent agenda is approved. Next item is new business. And today we have a presentation of the Goochland Community Health Assessment by Mr. Paul Drumright, is going to introduce Dr. Frank and Ms. Caitlin Hodge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Paul Drumright, Administrative Services Manager. And as Mr. Alvarez just mentioned, yes, this afternoon, Dr. Frank, the Health Director for the Chickahominy Health District, and Caitlin Hodge, the Population Health Manager, will give a report. I asked them to come on over on the community health assessment that they've been conducting for the county in 2018. So I'm going to turn it over to them, and here we go.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Budusky, thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity. It's a real honor for us to be able to present the results of all this hard work that's taken place over the last 12 months or so. I am Tom Frank. I'm the Health District Director. I represent public health. I represent the Chickahominy Health District, and we fall under the Virginia Department of Health, but I always want to make it clear that we work for Goochland County as well. We're reportable to you. With me today is our Population Health Manager, Caitlin Hodge, and Caitlin Hodge is going to walk us through most of the results of the Community Health Assessment and give us a summary of that assessment. We put this up here as a representation, hopefully a diagram to help explain the whole process that we used. And going forward, the Community Health Assessment, or which we call the CHAW, is one step in a process which leads to the Community Health Improvement Plan, or the CHIP. And I want to make everybody aware that this is a nationwide effort that's going on. Just every state in the union and most of the communities in each of those states are undergoing a similar process. We've been mandated by the Commonwealth of Virginia, has mandated that a community health assessment and community health improvement plan will be conducted in every community in Virginia, at least at the local level or a regional level. And the health department has been given that responsibility. So it's on our shoulders to conduct this. And so what we did is start in 2018, we started in Goochland County. We started with the community health assessment. And if you follow this process here, you will see that the community health assessment really is the first part. And what that leads to is a community health improvement plan, which takes the results of that assessment, takes it to the next level, involves actionable items, strategic planning, and actually doing something and making some improvement. You also see that it's an ongoing process. It's a cycle, and it never really ends. And so we, on this next slide, I list this. This is the steering committee, organizations that were represented on the steering committee that started in March of 2018. And I think you'll agree that this is a very wide, broad-based, diverse group of people that were brought together to help us with this community health assessment. And in all, we had approximately 28 participants who were meeting on a monthly basis. We started in March of 2018, and we had our last meeting in November of 2018. And now we continue with our community health improvement plan. So remember, it's a never-ending process. Now, I wanted to, just a disclaimer really quickly, I had very little to do with this overall process. About the most important thing I did was hire Caitlin Hodge to become our population health manager. I turned it over to Caitlin. Caitlin took off with this. She was the facilitator for the steering committee. The analogy I would use is that we had this symphony of musicians coming from all over who had never played together, and Caitlin was the conductor. Or if you want to think of it more locally, it's a high school band of kids who had never played together, and she was the band director, and she brought these people together to start playing for the first time. And she did an incredible job. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Caitlin Hodge.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So the next slide, we want to show you the vision statement that the steering committee made. And it was based on thinking about 3 questions. What characteristics make a healthy community? In 5 years from now, what would you want the local news to say about your community and how healthy it is? And what does health equity look like for Goochland County residents? And they came up with this statement: an active, engaged, and safe community where all Goochland residents have opportunities to access resources necessary to live fulfilling and healthy lives. And so that's really an important long-term goal that this committee came up with for us to work on during this process Dr. Frank talked about. So I'm just going to go over some highlights that are in our report. The report is about 160 pages, so light reading, and these are just examples. So please read the full report to get all the information. I'm going to do some highlights about health rankings, how Goochland ranks in the nation and compared to other counties in Virginia. We also have information on county assets that we did, quantitative data as well as qualitative data, and then our priority voting process for health priorities. So in terms of health rankings, Goochland ranks very well when compared to other jurisdictions in Virginia. So in 2018, County Health Rankings and Roadmaps, it's a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation program, ranked Goochland 14th out of 133 jurisdictions for its health outcomes. And health outcomes are a combination of 2 variables. They look at length of life and quality of life. And then for health factors, Goochland received an even higher ranking of 10th out of 133. So number 1 is the highest you could be. And health factors, that includes health behaviors, clinical care, economic and social factors, the physical environment. And so that's a really great ranking. In 2019, new rankings just came out in March, and Goochland moved up to 10th for health outcomes and remained at 10th for health factors. So that's a good sign. And this is a diagram that shows you how county health rankings and roadmaps decides on how things are weighted. So you can see the red at the bottom, it shows that policies and programs influence health factors. Health factors can be broken down to those 4 lighter blue categories, and there are examples there. So health behaviors could be things like alcohol and drug use, clinical care could be access to care, social and economic can be things like employment, income, and physical environment can be like air and water quality. And those lead to health outcomes, like I mentioned at the very top there in green. So this is just one way to rank. There's also ARP has a livability index, and also Virginia Department of Health has a Health Opportunities Index. So we also have those in the report. One thing that County Health Rankings has is, just to show you here, these are the top 15 for County Health Rankings. So you can see the orange shows you the outcomes, health outcomes, and Goochland is 10th, so this is the 2019. You can kind of see who's in Goochland's company there in the top 15. And then in the gray side to the other side is the health factors, and also who's in our company. So let's let you take a moment to look around. So another thing that we did as part of our steering committee that's really important is to look at all the assets that already exist in the community that contribute to health and well-being. So one of the very first activities we did was list all the assets in the community, those that impact health, wellness, and quality of life. And the steering committee came up with 52 assets. They can be organizations, services, places, and we group them into these 6 dimensions of wellness. So there's social, spiritual, mental, emotional, physical, environmental, neighborhood, education, occupation, economic. And one asset can have multiple dimensions of wellness. So a good example is Meals on Wheels. Not only is physically providing wellness, but also that social connection. You're welcome to look at all of them. Other examples include the Chamber of Commerce, Cooperative Extension, the Farmers Markets, Fire EMS, CASA, Goochland Cares, Library, Sheriff's Office, among many other organizations and services. And what's important to see in this diagram is that each dimension had over 20 assets. So what you don't want to see is that one is very, very low, like if economic only had 10 assets and physical had 40. You want there to be a balance in terms of what's provided in wellness. In terms of quantitative data, this is an example of demographics for age. Adults over 65 years of age made up the largest group in the county, 18.5% of the population. The median age in Goochland was just over 47 years old, which is almost 10 years older than the median age in Virginia and the United States. So that's important to know in terms of what resources and services your community would like. And also in our report, we have information on how the population has really grown in Goochland as well since the census was done. Also, quantitative data, we look at information like crime, the incidence rate per 1,000 residents. So this information was pulled from the United Way's Greater Richmond, Petersburg Indicators of Community Strength report. And they show for 2010, 2013, 2016 that Goochland's incidence rate for crime was extremely low compared to the region and Virginia, which is good news for residents. Other quantitative data, we did some mapping. So this is just an example of where the population in Goochland that have a disability are living. And so the darker color green shows that there's a higher percentage of the population there that have a disability. And disability is a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. So you can see that in western Goochland, there's about the 15.1 to 18% in that area is where more people with disabilities are residing. This is a map related to internet access. It's from Virginia Tech Broadband, and this map's not perfect, so it shows you in the reddish maroon what they term as unserved area, but really it just means that the internet speed is very, very slow. The yellow spots are outside of Goochland, but that is underserved, which means that it's slow, but not quite as slow as the other areas. So this came up a lot because of how the access to internet can really lead to poor access to services and other community resources and school and jobs. And I'm sure that you're aware of how it impacts your connections. Other data related to health outcomes, and this is an example about cancer. So for cancer incidence, that's in the blue. For breast cancer, this is the incidence rate per 1,000 population a year. Goochland's incidence for cancer was lower than what's seen in Virginia, the US, 99.7, so that's good. And then for lung cancer incidence, it was slightly above Virginia and the US, but not by much. And then colorectal cancer, it was also above Virginia and the US. And then what's really important to remember is sometimes incidence can be a little bit higher when your community has health insurance and they go get their screenings done. So it can be good to catch cancer early, you know, and have that higher incidence. So we really want to look at cancer mortality. So Goochland's mortality there is in the green, and it's pretty much the same as Virginia in the U.S. That difference isn't really meaningful. But one important indicator that's not up on there is that there's a disparity in terms of who's dying from cancer. So in Goochland and in Virginia, more men are dying of cancer, and more people who are African American or Black are dying from cancer. So that's really important to remember. There is a disparity in those groups. Also, we have this map that Virginia Department of Health made on life expectancy, but it maps including income levels. So you can see the key at the bottom. Just as a note, that little blue area, and this is by census tract for 2007 to 2013, that was the most updated version we had. That blue area, we are asking for a new map to be made because it might include populations that have been institutionalized, so prison. So just pretend that blue area is not there. I know it's hard to do. But look at the orange, the yellow, the bright green, and then the darker green. And you can see that life expectancy goes up as income goes up as well. And that's something that's seen throughout the United States. So just as a way to show you that your life expectancy and your health does align with your income. In terms of provider access, this is a meter to show you how Goochland's number of providers or their rate per 100,000 population compares to Virginia in the U.S. So the first one, you can see that primary care physicians, it's pretty much the same as Virginia in the U.S. And from when this data was pulled in 2014, that meant that there were about 20 primary care providers in Goochland County. For mental health care, that rate was lower in Goochland. So you can see it's about half of what's seen in Virginia and even less than that in the U.S. And that meant that there were about 16 providers in Goochland. And then in terms of dentists, it's also about half of the amount of the rate seen for Goochland, and that was about 7 providers during that year. And that data is from 2015 for dentists. So provider access is important because if it's easy to access them, then you'll utilize those services to help you stay healthy. Qualitative data, so that's data where you're getting people's perceptions, beliefs, attitudes, what they see as the norms related to their health and the community's health. And so we collected that in 4 different ways. I'm just going to go over 2 of them, forces of change assessment and the community listening sessions that we held. So for forces of change, we did this in October of 2018 with 11 Goochland County leaders from multiple agencies. And it was a discussion session where we talked about what forces are impacting the health of the community currently and in the future. And that discussion led to, at the end, all participants filling out a worksheet where they said what their top 3 are and wrote down descriptions of why they picked those top 3, what they were thinking of when they chose those. So you can see that from this forces of change assessment with leadership, they picked economic growth, healthcare access, internet access, broadband expansion, and they list the reasons why they are. So just take a moment to look at that. And then really seeing how that compares to the community listening sessions is important. And what we did is we held 6 community listening sessions. The locations and population we reached out to were chosen by the steering committee. And we really tried to connect with folks who might not come to a town hall or public hearing, but so we would go to them. And so we had 6 of those. There were, I think, 46 participants total. So we had between 2 and 18 folks at each of the sessions, and they were asked 6 questions related to how they define a healthy community, what services are missing in their community, what would you currently, how do you get around in your community, what would you recommend making a change, where would you start, what do you love about your community, and do you feel safe here and why? And so this is a word cloud showing you what words came up the most. So the bigger the words, the more commonly they were said. So you can see some of the medium size and smaller ones, but there were 5 main themes. But you can read all the notes from all of these sessions in the report. So the 5 main themes had to do with transportation, internet access, social life, the environment, and improvements or access to programs. So social life, they talked a lot about including information for people who do not speak English as a first language. They also talked about, in terms of the environment, things like traffic, but also well water testing, wildlife. Topics came up related to transportation for people with disabilities, care in homes, elderly having access to doctor's appointments and someone to go with them to advocate, more food options in stores, and multiple other topics as well. So please read it over. It was really great, but it kind of showed that the similar topics came up in both of those sessions. So we did multi-voting process with the steering committee because they saw all the data, they saw all the qualitative information, and so now it's time to vote on the top 3 priorities to focus on for the community health improvement plan. And so they started out with 14 large categories, and we're calling them opportunities for good health. And so we went from 14 to 10 to 5, and then most recently in March of 2019 when we started the improvement plan, we voted on the top 3. So one of those was access to care, and this is just an example of what the steering committee mentioned that they were thinking about when they're talking about access to care. And it was the rate of mental health care providers is one example, and how that's lower than what's seen in Virginia and the US. But access to care is a broad topic that also includes insurance coverage, Medicaid, home health agencies, hospital utilization, specialty clinics and their locations for mental health and dental, disability resources, adverse childhood experiences resources, and transportation to care, as well as internet access for accessing care and wellness. For transportation, during the community listening sessions, transportation options was the most common answer when community members were asked what services or features are missing in your community that would improve quality of life. So that stood out, but that's a broad topic as well. So it includes things like infrastructure, walkability, bikeability, transportation options, commuting patterns, motor vehicle crashes, motor vehicle mortalities, and options for transportation to care and resources. And lastly, economic stability. So what stood out to the group was that increasing affordable housing is a perceived opportunity for good health in Goochland County, with 21% of the housing units that have one or more substandard living conditions. And when people have economic stability, they have more funds to spend on healthy food and care. And so that stood out to folks. And that also includes focusing on the population lives in poverty, employment status, how much of their gross income goes towards housing, transportation options and the expenses of a personal vehicle, and many other topics as well. So this is our VDH site where you can go to the Chickahominy page, and the report is now posted there. And I'm going to turn over to Dr. Frank for the last slide.
So the bottom line was this assessment really showed me how great Goochland County is. Huge number of assets out there. Goochland County is doing great in these national rankings. Number 10 out of 133 is, in my book, is pretty darn good. But it doesn't mean we can't do better. I would love for us to improve over time and get up there, maybe be number 3, number 2, number 1 even. We can always reach for number 1. And so I bring back this diagram again of the community health assessment process and the community health improvement plan process. The CHAW process was about a year long. The CHIP here, there's one typo, my mistake, but there's a typo here. It's a 5-year process. It's a 2019 to 2023 process. And part of that process is going to be starting with these priorities that we've come up with and focusing on those first 3 priorities initially, determining some activities, strategically planning for how are we going to move forward and how are we going to make a difference in the health of the community. It ends with evaluating and reporting out of those results after maybe 4 or 5 years. I think 4 or 5 years is a good amount of time to do for a medium grade strategic plan. And that brings us back to the community health assessment again. Remember, it's a never-ending cyclical process, so it's going to bring us back, and we're going to do another community health assessment in roughly 5 years. The ultimate goal of all of this, I bring us back to the vision of the steering committee. It's an active, engaged, and safe community where all Goochland residents have opportunities to access the resources necessary to live fulfilling and healthy lives. That's our ultimate goal in all of this. And I'm excited about this. I think we're headed, Goochland has been heading in the right direction, and we're going to help us get there even quicker. I think this is just a wonderful vision statement the steering committee came up with. And I couldn't think of a better one, and I couldn't think of a better goal for public health and for community health in general, population health, whatever you want to call it, for Goochland County in general. I think this is a great vision. And that's all I had, and we are available for questions if you have any.
Questions for Dr. Frank or Ms. Hodge?
Sure.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you both for the presentation. I guess, so this is the first time, I'm relatively new to the board, so this is the first time that going through this assessment, right? And you said this is federally mandated, it kind of flows from?
Yeah, it's federally recommended, and the National Association of County and City Health Officials has a lot to do with that, and they come up with methodology and recommendations on how to move forward. It's really a mandate from the Commonwealth of Virginia through my Virginia Department of Health.
Okay. Well, when you give something like this to me, I immediately dive in, and I think I did it in our presentation, start asking questions, and I see you're focusing on access to mental health care. Instead of maybe just for today, because it sounds like it's a long, ongoing process and there's a lot ahead, can you kind of tell us what our role is as a Board of Supervisors? Do you have some short thoughts on what we can do? Because I've got a lot of reactions to some of this, but I guess I'd step back and say, what's our role?
Well, you all have already played a huge role in all of this. Some of you participated on our Forces of Change assessment, which was more, I like to think of it as an initial stage to strategic planning. It helps identify the strengths and weaknesses that exist within the community. And so that moved us quite a bit forward in this whole process. So you all have already helped out in that respect. You help out by supporting the health department. You help support the state, and you help fund us at the health department. We couldn't do this without the funding that we received from Goochland County. The most important thing I think about all of this is really the fact that it's a community-wide effort. This is not the health department and coming up with a strategic plan and a community health assessment. It's about all of those stakeholders and those diverse group of people on the steering committee, those 28 people on the CHAW steering committee, most of whom are now on the Community Health Improvement Plan steering committee. They're all coming together from all of these various sectors throughout the community to help us move forward with this. And I think that's probably the most important piece of all of this, is just the broad participation and everybody getting together and helping out with this whole initiative.
I would just add to think about how Robert Wood Johnson Foundation County Health Rankings has policies in red at the bottom of that diagram, and how policies really can impact health. So you want to think about how is health impacted by all the policies. So, and someone was talking earlier about the comprehensive plan, looking through things like that, health is impacted by all policies that are made. So even though it might be a topic like housing and you're not thinking about health right away, that's one of the number one things that was discussed during our steering committee meetings.
So when I see the number, it looks like the number one that was the mental health care provider rate. But I know I asked you when you gave us a single presentation was, I think for me, I need to see more data. The number by itself in a community like this doesn't necessarily, because what I understand is that if somebody has an office in Henrico, they're not counted as a mental health provider in Goochland. So when we do a lot of like land use and office, when people want to do things, build offices, I guess should we start thinking, and if you're going to say, John, you ought to be looking at, things, policies we can do to bring more mental health care providers into the area, that's fine, but I think we need more than, I need to know that people are specifically don't have access, because if you just have to drive across the line or get transportation across the line, then so that's why I'm just like, if we're really going to react to this stuff, we need to really, I think, have confidence in that this speaks to the need.
Right, and that's a great point. So that rate that we had, I think it's on the next slide, that meter, that's really the providers in the county. So that's important to remember that there are providers outside of the county. But when we're talking about mental health care, that's just one example of why it was moving. Suicide rates are higher in rural counties, so that's another part of it. The increase in opioid use is much related to mental health. People are also talking about, resources for people of all ages, so, and the stigma around mental health. And it's also not just for diagnosable mental health diseases, but also things like dealing with stress and anxiety and just having more resources for that, especially related to adverse childhood experiences. So it's a combination of issues and how they're going to focus in the improvement plan and what they're going to come together on. Lots of times you want to build off of something that's already in the works. So how can we bring people together and build on what's already happening to really make a difference? It might not be more mental health care offices. It could be, though. So we don't have an answer yet to that question.
I applaud you for being a skeptic when it comes to statistics, because you can make statistics tell you just about anything you want to read into it. And I'll admit, this is an imperfect statistic here, because it doesn't really tell you, where these people living on the eastern Goochland, where do they go for their health care, and where do they go for their mental health care? They probably go over to Henrico, where there's plenty of providers right over the border, within a couple miles. People in western Goochland, maybe they go to University of Virginia system in one of their outpatient facilities to get their care. And so that statistic is very imperfect. A better statistic might be, what's the average radius a person has to drive to get to a mental health provider or a primary care provider? That would be a better statistic.
And those are things I think that we can better react to. Yeah. But to your point, and I appreciate what you said, Ms. Hodge, right, Caitlin, that it's like children and that sort of thing. When I was on the school board, that was one of the things we were advocating for was counselors, because there we were closer to the data, and we knew, all right, there are families and kids in crisis, and we would see it, and so we knew the need. So that's what I guess just a raw number, like people aren't sitting here, so anyway, I think I'd love to react to some of these things. If there are needs, I'd love to get ahead of it. So I guess as this process continues, we will start to drill down. Is that the idea?
Yeah, exactly. So we've split into 3 work groups for each of those topics. And the work groups are reaching out to more organizations and community members who have already done work or started work. So, if we're thinking about the economic stability and they're talking a lot about housing, we should reach out and have Habitat for Humanity be more involved, or who else is out there that we haven't thought of yet. So that's the process happening now at this moment. And they're going to be meeting more often than just monthly to try to get more like an issue statement, goals and objectives down so that they're measurable. Yeah. So that's a great question.
A lot of work to do, but I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you both. We appreciate it, and
thank you.
I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you, and you'll be hearing from us. Thanks a lot. Ms. Horlacher, would you
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Barbara Horlacher, Director of Financial Services. And I'm here to present the quarterly update for the third quarter projections of FY19. Okay. That's okay. have it on the screen. So the total revenues for FY19 are estimated to be $56.3 million, or $2 million over our budget, and that's, of course, what we estimate now at this point in the year. The increase over budget is primarily due to higher than expected personal property taxes, delinquent tax collections, and interest on bank deposits. Our operating expenditures are forecast to be $51.6 million, or $1.9 million below budget. So we have a favorable variance on both our revenues and expenses. And overall, operating expenditures are forecast, I just already said that. Overall, we expect that the operating surplus will be about $4.7 million. Then after our expenditures for the CIP and our Office of Children's Services, we, at this point, are estimating a decrease in overall fund balance of about $3 million. We will be back again at the August meeting to talk about how we will assign the remaining fund balance depending, and we'll have a much better idea of how we're going to end up the year. For today, I'm requesting 2 amendments. The first amendment is to the county assessor's budget, and it is for $20,000. This is due to an unplanned resignation, which caused the need for a part-time person, which was not budgeted. So while all positions were filled, we needed that part-time person to provide some knowledge of the historical system, and that position is budgeted in FY20, so that we have hopefully cured that situation. We're also asking for an increase in $40,000 in the facilities management budget. And this is primarily because of higher than expected electrical costs. We are seeing a lot more square footage that we are providing electricity to, as well as increase in rates, and apparently this is not a unique phenomenon. The schools are also experiencing the same thing, and while it wasn't a hard winter, it was kind of a long winter, and now we're right into air conditioning season. So we are asking for a $40,000 increase in that budget. And I presented this earlier to the audit committee, and the audit committee recommended that that you approve these, has passed along their recommendation to you. So do you have any questions on the third quarter projection or the amendments?
Questions for Ms. Horlick? I have a quick question. And I got to be careful, it may be something I voted on, I don't even remember, but the adopted budget, the transfer to capital projects fund, the adopted budget was 5.9 million, the final budget, and of course, the year projected is 6.9. How does that happen?
Those were, you're right, for changes that we asked along the way, and the difference is about $1 million, and primarily those were things that at the end of last year, we had money set aside, we assigned for projects. Like, I know, for instance, we added more to the renovations project, and so mostly it was those end-of-year assignments that then get spent in the following year. So it's all, yes, it's all approved, though, by the board as amendments to that.
Okay, so that's not like one particular, that 1 million is not one, that's a scattered.
It's scattered,
yes.
yes. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any others that.
Space plan renovations was one of the biggest moves. We do that usually at the end of each of the years. We can certainly provide a clarification to the
what
amendment.
those were, yeah.
And so we'll be looking at, hopefully, I guess, the idea is if we're doing well, you have an opportunity to allocate some more to capital projects.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully
well, some of it's already planned in what you've adopted, but we do evaluate at the end of each year outstanding. Space plans typically been where we've applied some additional funds.
Right, and that's what we'll hopefully do in August, is with remaining funds, assign those, ask for assignments. And then that's spent in the following year.
Because I think we have some things that, like courthouse and other things like that might be where, that might be where that's coming from then, right? To address some
Yes,
needs.
actually, that was one of the when we adjusted the courthouse security, that was
Yeah.
one of the increases as well. Repairing the sidewalk between here and the schools, that was another increase. Those were, things that came up that weren't part of the planned CIP.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Horlacher? If not, do we have a motion to approve the general fund projections and the two amendments presented by Ms. Horlacher?
Mr. Chairman, we're approving the amendments to the general fund budget, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I move that we amend the 2019, fiscal year 2019 general fund budget as listed for the two items below, an increase of $20,000 in the county assessor's budget and an increase of $40,000 in the facilities budget.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Board, we are hitting 5 o'clock. I think you have a closed session that historically we've taken an hour to do, but you have a set dinner with the RAC at 5:30 p.m. I believe you may want a break. My question to you is do you want Paul to give the fastest legislative update presentation you've seen, or would you like that to be pushed to next month?
I think we can handle it next month.
Ms.
Maybe-
McGee's coming in with some law changes, so there may be some appropriate tie-in. We usually
Yeah.
separate them.
Maybe he can give us some detail on SB 1102.
The quickest tonight will get the best next month.
Yeah, that's right. Quality versus expediency. All right? You good with that, Paul? Sorry. All right? So if not, do we have a motion for our closed session?
You have appointments.
Oh, never mind, I'm sorry. Appointments, we have two appointments, I believe. And those are for the Goochland Powhatan Community Services Board, Ms. Parthenia Denora, and then for the Community Transportation Advisory Board, CTAC, is Mr. Robert Basham.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Parthenia Denora to the Goochland Powhatan CSB for a term of starting July 1st to June 30th, 2022, and appoint Robert Basham to CTAC from a couple days ago till April 30th, 2021.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I want to thank these folks, and I know Mr. Basham has been on the CTAC since I've been on the board.
Yeah.
And since before that, so I appreciate their service. It takes a lot of work, so we appreciate their volunteering and their service. So next, we have do we have a motion for the closed session?
Yeah, let's see, where is it? Yeah.
We have a closed session tonight to discuss the performance and duties of our county attorney and county administrator.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board convene in a closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the performance and duties of the county administrator and county attorney as permitted by Virginia Code Section 2.23711A1, and that we certify as required by Virginia Code upon conclusion of the closed meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Do roll call.
Opposed?
Roll call vote
Oh,
on this?
whoops. Oh, roll call for, okay.
Ms. Lachlet?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. So now we'll take a quick break, go to a closed session. After the closed session, we'll come back in and certify the closed session. And then we'll take our dinner break and be back here at 7 p.m. Hope to see you then, or before.
Under the freedom.
We're under the Freedom of Information Act, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Goochland County Board of Supervisors in a closed meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Budeski, we do call the roll.
Ms. Lachlet,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Minnick,
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez.
Yes. At this point, we will take our dinner break and we'll return at 7 p.m. Thank you all. Hello, everyone. Love to see the big crowd. Thank you for joining us for our 7 p.m. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Thank you for joining us for our 7 p.m. Session of our board meeting for March 7, 2019. May 7th. Okay. I promise I didn't drink during dinner, but I did have a large piece of cake. So tonight we're going to start by recognizing a couple of citizens that have done a lot of work for our county, volunteer work for our county. So at this time, I would like to call Mr. Stevenson Fleming to come up, and Ms. Piscawis, would you read the proclamation?
Yes, sir. Whereas Mr. Edward Stevenson Fleming has demonstrated long-standing dedication and humanitarian commitment to the residents of Goochland County, and whereas Mr. Fleming has served as the food pantry leader for St. Mark Baptist Church, was a founding member of the Goochland County Citizens for a Better Environment, a member of the Goochland County Affordable Housing Commission, a founding member of Habitat for Humanities of Goochland County, on the Board of Directors for Goochland Fellowship and Family Services, and as a member of the Goochland Historical Society. And whereas Mr. Fleming has served with court-appointed special advocates for children, as a founding member of Goochland United Parents for Youth, a member of Goochland County Commission on Youth, and whereas Mr. Fleming has served as a past Goochland High School PTA president, and as a member of the Goochland County Public Schools Superintendent Advisory Council, and whereas the Goochland Recreation Advisory Commission has endorsed Mr. Fleming for induction into the Goochland County Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame, now therefore, the Goochland County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Edward Stevenson Fleming for his exemplary service to the residents of Goochland County and endorses his induction into the Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the resolution as presented.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Ms. Fleming, I know you have to get back to work because. So, but I would appreciate, would you like to say a few words?
No, I think I said over at the rec department and more talking, more emotional, I guess. So thank you, everybody, and just wish the county well.
Thank you. Everybody who knows Mr. Fleming and his family, they know how involved his whole family is, but they have a high bar to meet. So, thank you again for your service. Where's Paul? Are there pictures? No pictures? No, I'm always looking for pictures.
Do you mind just stepping over?
There's Paul.
There's Paul.
You don't mind?
He's got the big camera too.
Two more.
I've seen the finished product, they're usually about that.
Okay, we have one more recognition. If Mr. Whitley would come up.
Whereas Mr. Robert Wheatley has demonstrated long-standing dedication and humanitarian commitment to the residents of Goochland County, and whereas Mr. Wheatley has spearheaded the planning, management, and development of 9 miles of single-track mountain bike trails, 10 bridge crossings, and appropriate trail markings and signage at Leaks Mill Park, and whereas Mr. Wheatley has coordinated multiple small and large intensive group volunteer work days at Leaks Mill Park, and whereas Mr. Wheatley has assisted in the development, recruitment, and exposure of Goochland mountain biking opportunities region-wide, including the establishment of the Goochland High and Middle School mountain biking team, and whereas Mr. Wheatley has worked hand-in-hand with county staff to ensure the safety and proper use of the trail amenities, and whereas the Goochland Recreation Advisory Commission has endorsed Mr. Wheatley for induction into the Goochland County Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame. Now therefore, the Goochland County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Robert Wheatley for his exemplary service to the residents of Goochland County and endorses his induction into the Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame.
Volunteers. A lot of people say, well, how much money is the county spending on that park? Very little. We spent it early on, and now it's really the volunteers that have maintained it. And there are a lot of children, a lot of kids using those bike trails today, which means they're not getting in trouble because they're riding a bike through the trails. They're not the easiest trails in the world, but you should try them. Maybe walk them first. I mean, I don't think out there I can own a bike on those trails, but we also have something else that we would like your teammates would like to present to you. If Mr. Seltzer would come up.
My name's Ethan Seltzer. I'm the director and one of the coaches for the Goochland mountain bike team. We're open to kids in grades 4 through 12. So 5 years ago when we started, we had 3 or 4 kids attending on a regular basis. As we got more trails, we got more kids, and that is 100% Bob's dedication and responsibility there. So if you're an old school mountain biker like me, and I'll say Bob, you build trails by hand. They have a lot of character. They're super fun. They're not these machine-groomed things that you can roll and feel like you're in your car. And to do that, we'd like to present Bob a little gift. The Trail Builder's tool of choice is the Road Hose 70D. Spare no expense. 1 carat gold leaf. Love it. For you. Thank you so much for what you do.
Mr. Alvarez?
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the resolution as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. You'll step up over here for some pictures.
Okay, we're going to do about 4. There we go.
So next on our agenda is the citizen comment period. At this point, I would encourage anyone who wants to speak on a topic that's not on the agenda tonight. Please come forward, state your name and address, and you'll have about 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, my name is Jeff Trollinger. I am from 3728 Old Parish Trace in Gum Spring. And as all of you know, I no longer am apparently a Goochland resident. I have lived in Goochland since 1995. I asked the Board of Supervisors, in fact, I've asked both boards of supervisors about this issue since I moved here 24 years ago. In 2000, this board almost forgot us. 261 people were left out of the count when we redistricted in 2000, and Francis Ragland had to stop the vote to make sure that we had a precinct to vote in. In 2010, I came back and spoke to this board during redistricting and asked again how you were going to deal with us. And I was told we could not be counted as Goochland, however, that the county would make an exception and account for us in our numbers for the precincts. So, the county has kicked this can down the road long enough to a point now where we have a problem. And that problem now needs to be dealt with. There wasn't a problem before. However, for those of us who have lived in no man's land for 24 years, the Sheriff's Department questions your residency every time you call them. And when they tell me, we're not sure you're a Goochland resident, Mr. Trollinger, I say, then fine, I'll stop writing the checks. Shortly thereafter, a deputy shows up. The animal control officer does not know when he actually enters or leaves the county in our area. And in fact, has stopped at the office, stopped at our house and driveway and asked that question. I am also aware that as we go into a broadband contract, I am seriously worried that because you have to drive past the sign that says you are entering Louisa and go another 3/4 of a mile to my house, that perhaps the broadband company won't serve me as a Goochland resident because they're not sure what county they're in. So now because of this inaction, we are having a problem because I'm now going to be asked to have no representation for the next 2 years till we can solve this problem in the next redistricting. Our democracy was built on voting and representation, and so I am concerned that we can't make some sort of accommodation for those of us who are being moved. At the very least, I would think for 300 folks, we could make a ballot and put it in the precinct that we are now having to vote in that allows us to vote for those folks who are representing us on this body, in the Sheriff's Department, and in the House of Representatives, or in the House of Delegates, where we will also be voting for the wrong delegate. So I ask you, at some point, there has to be some means of accommodating those of us who will not be able to vote in Goochland County for the next 2 years, and I ask for some sort of accommodation at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trollinger. We do have our electoral board members here and our registrar, and after I'll let anyone else, in case somebody else wants to speak on the topic, and I will have them come up and explain what transpired. Anyone else for the public comment period? Okay, seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. Yeah, would you mind? I'll close the public comment period. Mr. Budeski is going to give an explanation on the issue, and then I'll ask Mr. Lind and the electoral board and the registrar to come up and answer any questions.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Some may not understand what Mr. Trollinger was just referring to, so I want to explain what that particular issue is, and there are a number of our citizens that are impacted, not just Mr. Trollinger, but a number. For about 250 years, Goochland County has had an ongoing dispute about the exact property lines with Louisa County. To complicate the matter even more, there is a parcel boundary between Goochland and Louisa, and there is a census boundary between Goochland and Louisa County, and they are not the same. For decades, we have had an incorrect census line that does not follow our parcel boundaries. There have been projects over the years to try to resolve this, but really to no avail. In the past few years, with the assistance of our county attorney, our IT, and our GIS departments, we have been working with Louisa County to come up with a long-term resolution to this problem. It's going to be multi-phase to actually solve it, But the initial step that we are taking is both counties, as of May 24th, 2019, coming up here in several weeks, we're both submitting the exact same parcel boundaries to the census for certification. That does not specifically solve Mr. Trollinger's concerns on the immediate basis. Censuses, as you are aware, are done every 10 years. They certify those same censuses every 10 years. Once we submit this and it gets certified, it would not be formal until 2021. That should address most of the voters that are being relocated, and the electoral boards will speak more to that particular issue. We do have a plan in place and agreed with Louisa for a longer term fix to this. There is this shorter term issue that I respect all your concerns and those that are being impacted by this. I do want to just say, I don't want to minimize by any means the importance of a vote as a citizen. But from a service perspective, none of the services that the individuals that are being moved that are Goochland taxpayers will be impacted. Schools, public safety, any other type of service that we provide. We have improved some of our services, sir, as it relates to geographic mapping and those kinds of things, and have provided that to our police officers, fire rescue, animal protection, some of which may not have been as thorough in the past. I hope and believe that that is better now, including our 911 response systems. Phone calls from border areas with cell towers continue to be a challenge, not just for Goochland County, but all the region. But I believe we have made some improvements there. That shouldn't give you too much relief to your specific concerns. The electoral boards in both Louisa and Goochland County have taken specific actions impacting collectively about 300 voters between both counties. And that decision, it was something that there was some legislative language that went through last year and did not make it out and adopted, which would have corrected this at the state level. Therefore, this problem has fallen to the local electoral boards to address, and they are independent of this Board of Supervisors. This Board of Supervisors, for reasons that may make common sense, is completely independent from any electoral processes. And they have the authority to determine and make these election assignments. And so, Mr. Lynn, I'd invite you up to clarify the role and decisions that the electoral board had made. And I know your colleagues and Mr. Mulligan's here with you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and members of the public, we deeply regret having to take this step, and we did so with great reluctance. But the genesis of this move comes from the November 2017 election, where discrepancies about voter registrations appeared around the state. In particular, in Fredericksburg, there were 668 voters in the 28th district who were found to be assigned incorrectly to the adjacent 88th district. And that race in the 28th was won by Bob Thomas by only 82 votes. The margin of misassigned voters was thought to be the reason for that win. In the 94th district, House District in Newport News, the winner was originally only 10 votes ahead, but after a recount, which ended in a tie, the election was decided in favor of David Yancey by drawing his name out of a bowl, a demonstration that every vote counts and a bright line warning about the importance of voters being assigned to the correct precinct. Now, the Department of Elections began a concerted effort to try to identify voters who are misassigned. And the problem that we have is that the code, which tells us where the precincts have to go, says that all references in this section to boundaries of counties and cities shall be interpreted to refer to those in existence on April 1, 2011, and as reported by the United States Bureau of the Census in the 2010 census. We know that the census line is inaccurate in several places. We've known this for a long time. And we tried to get it fixed in the past, and it was not fixed. But because of the push by the Department of Elections to try and get everybody moved, we found that we were compelled, between Goochland and Louisa, to move voters who we believe are residents of our counties but are on the wrong side of the census line. So it turns out that in Louisa, there were 100 voters who are transferred to Goochland. 227 in Goochland have been transferred to Louisa. This does not mean you are not a resident of Goochland. You are still a resident of Goochland in my mind, and in the mind of the county. You're still paying taxes, you're still getting services. The law compels us to move you until we can get the census line fixed. Our Senator, Mark Peake, worked on this problem all during the summer and introduced legislation, Senate Bill 1102, to provide for corrections like this. It passed the Senate unanimously, 38-0. But when it got to the House, for some reason unaccountable, the House Privileges and Elections Committee killed it. They passed it by indefinitely, by a vote of 17-5. And we were all taken by surprise. We did not anticipate that opposition. We don't know where it came from. But we are hopeful that that legislation will be moved again in the coming session next year, and it may then pass, and we would then be able to adjust some of these voters. But Goochland has a reputation of having the highest voter turnout of any county or city in Virginia, and we work extremely hard to try and make it easy for voters to come to the polls and vote and cast their ballots, and we do everything we can to try and support them. This is an instance of our board looking at the law and deciding we had no choice but to follow the law according to the code referring to census lines. And our board and our registrar would be happy to answer any questions that people have. And I can only offer a personal apology to Mr. Tollinger for what we were forced to do.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Any questions for?
Well, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'll ask the same question I asked this afternoon. You've mentioned that code is what's dictating this, and that is the Virginia State Code, not the county code.
Correct.
And
Yes, sir.
what ability does this Board of Supervisors have to influence this? Do we have any standing at all?
You could, the Board of Supervisors has no standing. You have no authority over this. The code puts this in our bailiwick.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
So
Chair.
you had no choice.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Lynn? Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
Sir.
Mr. Alvarez, if I could, is there any provision for a special ballot for the 300 of us that will be affected, since we will not be able to vote for our taxing officials?
That'd be elections.
Mr. Chairman, if I might
Mr.
answer, there is no provision of which I am aware. No, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. It's unfortunate, but that's what we have to deal with. So we've closed the citizen comment period, so the next item on our agenda is our first public hearing tonight. Ms. Hunter.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Burdesky, Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. First public hearing this evening is a rezoning application filed by Reed Marsh LLC. It's a rezoning request from A2 Agricultural Limited to R3 Residential to the entire 56 acres being rezoned to R3 General with proffers. The property is located directly across from the street from this building in the Courthouse District. This is the comprehensive plan which designates the property for single-family, low-density development. That is an average lot size of 2 acres, but I'll go into that in more detail in a later slide. This is the zoning of the property. The front portion of the property is zoned R3, and the rear portion of the property is zoned A2. You can see this is the aerial photo. The property sort of surrounds the Goochland Library. You can see the YMCA across the street, the admin building, and then the trailer park to the north. Property is generally wooded with some open fields. What the rezoning request is proposing is a 64-lot subdivision. When this went before the Planning Commission, it was a 67-lot subdivision, so they have reduced it by 3 lots. What they're proposing is a development with a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet, and they'd have about 18.4 acres of open space. All lots are proposed to be connected to public water and sewer, and the 64 lots comes out to a density of 1.14 units per acre. As I indicated, the comprehensive plan does designate this as 2 acres per unit. If it was strictly developed as comprehensive plan recommended, it would be 25 homes. However, because this property already has R3 zoning on the property, the R3 district does allow single-family residences, duplexes, and triplexes by right, so they could actually develop the site today with 32 units. This is a sketch done by the applicant that shows how they could get the 27 triplex units, which would be right along Route 6. They would all be within the first 500 feet, and then the remaining 5 lots would be the acreage lots from the A2 portion. There is a historic home on the property. The property is not on the National Register. However, it is eligible to be on the National Register. It was believed to be built in about 1810. The applicant has indicated that they would like to preserve the house. However, it is not proffered that they will preserve it. And they do plan on using the existing tree-lined driveway as the main access point, and there is a desire to maintain those existing trees along the road. The secondary entrance would be directly across from the administration lower lot parking lot entrance. They have proffered right and left turn lanes at each entrance. This is a change from when it went to the Planning Commission. And they've also proffered crosswalks at the main entrance, which would take you over to the Y and to the administration building. They've also proffered sidewalks along River Road West and along one side of all the internal streets in the development. And they've also made significant changes to the buffers from when this went to the Planning Commission. They're proposing a 100-foot buffer along River Road West. And when it went to the Planning Commission, it was 50 feet. 100-foot is similar to other development in the courthouse area. They've offered a 50-foot buffer along the southern property line, which would previously been 15 feet, and 35 feet around the remainder of the property, which in the past had been 15 feet. So this shows you the landscape plan that they're proposing for Route 6. So you can see there would be a 100-foot buffer. There would be no lots located within that 100 feet, and they would have significant plantings within that area. This is the layout of the site. You can see that if you turn to the rear, I can show you where the buffers are located. So this is the 100-foot buffer along Route 6. The 50-foot buffer is along here on the northern property. You can see how it wraps around the library. This would be a pedestrian access point. The 2 entrances are one that would line up at the signalized intersection, and then the other one, as I said, across from the parking lot for the admin building. The red areas is showing the location of the historic home. As you can see, the desire is to save it, and they are showing it on an existing lot if the lot was approved. And then the other red area is an existing cemetery, which they would be required to provide one parking space to that cemetery site. The 3 blue areas are some existing ponds on the property, which would remain and serve as BMPs. I do want to cover the comprehensive plan a little bit. As I indicated, it's designated single-family, low density. At the time that the comprehensive plan was done in 2015, we were maxed out at our sewer capacity. So we did put language in the comprehensive plan that says the courthouse district is intended for residential uses. and that the availability of public and water and sewer would impact future development in the village. Since the comprehensive plan has been adopted, the county has entered into an agreement with the Department of Corrections, and we have been able to increase our sewer capacity, so there would be sewer capacity to serve this site at this proposed density. The other portion of the comprehensive plan, there is a connector road shown on the map here. Again, you can see the Y of where we're located, and we have the blue and yellow, so show some desired future connecting roads in that area. The applicant is showing that connecting road. Again, it's not a straight line. It's this way. The comp plan showed it going this way. However, the topo here and the creek is very bad, and the pond there, it would be very difficult to build the road there, which is why the road has been pushed up through to that point to the north. They have proffered some elevations. This gives you a general example of the type of homes that would be built on the property. They've proffered some sign elevations of the type of signage along River Road West that they might be proposing. In terms of traffic, River Road right now has 8,200 vehicles per day, and Sandy Hook has 8,400 vehicles per day. They were required to do a traffic impact analysis for this project. The analysis did demonstrate that the project would impact the level of service at River Road West and the site entrance at Sandy Hook Road, and VDOT will be requiring significant signalization improvements to address these concerns. You see this is how it's going to line up with the property. See, the admin offices are located here. You can see the Y and the library, and they will be able to line that up so it's directly across. With the proffer submitted by the applicant, the county does a capital impact review with our model for all residential development. This property is located in the western district. The proffers are for this in the central area of the county is $19,334 per lot. You can see the breakdown of what goes to schools, parks and rec, public safety, and transportation. The applicant has proffered that they agree with the capital impact model and would be offering this amount with each certificate of occupancy that's approved. We don't want to just look at the impacts. We also try to look at the revenue for a project. There's, with a residential type development, there's two different types of revenues. You have recurring revenues, which are through tax estimate and vehicles. Again, these are very rough numbers using the average. So in the recurring revenues each year would be at about $140,000. And then there'd be some significant one-time fees for the review of the plan of development, water and sewer connection fees, things like that, which would be about $800,000. A community meeting was held back in November. Board members Alvarez and Mr. Lumpkins and Planning Commissioner Brewer, Myers, and Duke attended the meeting. There was also about 17 citizens there. There were concerns with density, traffic, and environmental impact. 2 people were opposed to the development. This went to the Planning Commission back in February. The commission did recommend denial with a 4-1 vote. 9 citizens spoke in opposition during the public hearing, and 2 citizens spoke who, however, were neutral or had questions. And with the denial recommendation, the Planning Commission expressed concerns that the request was not consistent with the density proposed by the comprehensive plan. I'll quickly review their proffers that they've submitted with the application. The conceptual plan that was presented in the presentation is proffered. I reviewed the buffers pretty significantly with you, so they would have the 100-foot buffer with those plantings that was shown in the presentation along River Road West, a 35-foot buffer, and whether for the entire boundary of the property, and when there is no existing landscaping or trees in that area, they would provide supplemental evergreen trees 10 feet on center. That's the 50-foot buffer along the southern boundary where there is a house located close to the property line. Again, the density that they have proffered is 64 lots. The elevations that were shown in the presentation are also proffered. They're proposing a 5-foot sidewalk on at least all one side of each street and along River Road West. Street trees in the development would be 1 tree per every 50 feet. They've also proffered protective covenants. The entrance feature that was shown in the presentation that would be placed at each entrance on River Road West. The proffer, as I indicated, for the central area that they proffered is $19,334. Road improvements, so this is a change from what the Planning Commission proposed. They are providing a right and left turn lane at both entrances. They also are proposing a sanitary sewer connection to the library. The library is currently not connected to sewer at any time. If their septic system failed, with this proffered connection, they would be able to connect to the sewer in a much easier manner. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter? Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Is the applicant here to present?
One more time, Joanne, to the left.
Whoops, one more
To the
over.
left. Left,
Sorry,
that one.
so hard to see down here.
Good evening. Andrew Browning, 926 Stonecastle Drive, Goochland, Virginia. Also with Youngblood Tyler and Associates, representing Reed Marsh LLC. The proffers in this case are being voluntarily offered to address impacts specifically attributable to the proposed development. The proffers are reasonable under state law. My presentation touches on a lot of the same things that Ms. Hunter's did, so I'm going to kind of skip through some of it so we don't just repeat. The existing site obviously is located right across the street in the Courthouse Village, as you stated. It's 8 separate parcels, total 56.3 acres of land. It's about half open and half wooded. There's one pond on the site right now, one small pond. There, it contains the existing Reed Marsh house, which was built in 1810. It's about 1,800 square feet. And it also has the Miller family cemetery. This is just a slide showing the view from the house looking back towards the administration building down the driveway. That's a picture of the existing house, and that's the existing cemetery. This is the proposed conceptual plan that she showed. She pointed out the house and the cemetery. Again, the house is right here, and the cemetery is right there. This pond is existing. These were 2 ponds we were proposing for stormwater. The proposed development is a walkable, pedestrian-friendly community. Again, we have 64 lots on 56.3 acres, curb and gutter, sidewalks, street trees, public water and sewer. About 1/3 of the site is in open space. We preserving almost all of the wetlands and streams on site are being preserved. The existing pond will be used as a stormwater basin as well as an amenity. The existing house will be preserved, remodeled, and the plan is to resell it. The existing Miller family cemetery will also be preserved, and we'll provide it with public street access. The proposed buffers, we have a 100-foot buffer on Route 6, a 35-foot landscape buffer around the entire site, and a 50-foot buffer along the southern boundary along the Russell property. And where the buffer is, there's no existing vegetation, we're going to replant it. Again, this is the proffered buffer plan. 2 entrances, as she stated, one at the traffic signal, one across from the lower admin parking lot. The one at the traffic signal, the plan is to run the road right down the driveway and preserve those nice pine trees and existing trees. We also proffered a entrance monument that will be constructed at the entrance at the traffic signal. We did a traffic study. Ramey Kemp and Associates performed using the criteria with Goochland and VDOT. They went through all the intersections they were required to study, Route 6 at Bulldog Way, Route 6 at Future Fairgrounds Road, Route 6 at both entrances to the site, and then also at Dickinson Road. And the study concluded that all intersections operated at an acceptable level of service at build-out. We're doing a substantial amount of improvements to Route 6. Again, at the lower parking lot, the secondary entrance, we're going to have left and right turn lanes. At the main traffic signal, we'll have left and right turn lanes into the site. We're going to install crosswalks across the site entrance and also across Route 6. We're going to be doing a complete upgrade of the existing signal. We're also building a 5-foot sidewalk along Route 6 along the property boundary. We also proffered that as Exhibit F that Ms. Hunter had shown, kind of showing those improvements. Utility improvements, there'll be an on-site sewage pump station. We'll also be upsizing about 1,600 feet of existing sewage force main along Valley View Lane from 4 inches to 6 inches. And that will free up a lot of capacity in the courthouse system to allow for future commercial growth, county growth. We're providing the sewer service to Goochland Library and 64 new connections to public water and sewer. This is just a slide showing where that existing force main is today. And so we'll be upgrading it from the pump station all the way back up to Route 6, and we'll be changing it from 4 inches to 6 inches. The proposed homes in the development would be a mix of styles, craftsman, arts and crafts, farmhouse, traditional. We proffered some elevations. We also proffered a minimum square footage of 1,800 square feet. We're anticipating the average home price to be about 400,000 square feet. And again, these were the elevations that we proffered. We talked about the financial benefits to Goochland. We're paying the full cash proffer of $19,344, which comes to about a little over $1.2 million in cash proffers, $640,000 in water and sewer connection fees, and again, based on about a $400 home assessment, it'll be $135,000, and I think Ms. Hunter had $140-some thousand annual in real estate taxes. The big things, we met twice. I met twice with the neighbors after the planning commission meeting to try to work through some of the issues. The main concern, primary concern, was comprehensive plan and density. And so since it's shown as low density, single family on the comp plan, which is about a half a unit per acre, and we're a little over 1 unit an acre, it appears to be non-conforming. But we're arguing it does comply with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan establishes 2 villages in the county, and the courthouse is one of them. The comprehensive plan was prepared with no additional sewer capacity in the village, so the land use designation was deemed low density in anticipation of on-site septic drain fields. But since the provisions are also in the comp plan for higher densities if sewer capacity become available. Recent upgrades at Department of Corrections have made additional sewer capacity a reality, and so we're looking to tap into that. These quotes are directly from the comprehensive plan. Chapter 2, page 4, paragraph 2 of the plan states, major villages have existing utility services or plans to expand utility services in the future. These areas serve as designated growth areas where new development should be encouraged and concentrated. The amount and rate of growth that can be accumulated will vary depending on the capacity of public sewer and public water service. In addition, a couple of paragraphs down, major villages are a logical location for new residential options in the county and are appropriate areas for a greater variety of housing types and densities. Page 10, chapter 2, page 10, paragraph 3, it defines single-family residential medium density as single-family residential uses with an average lot size of 1 acre. And this classification generally corresponds to the R1 and R3 zoning districts. What we're proposing is R3 zoning, and already 15.2 acres of the site is already zoned R3. So my argument is that it should have been medium density to start because that's what the zoning is. So 27% of the site is already zoned R3. All of these examples point to the allowance of higher density with the availability of public utilities within the major village. Therefore, the proposed zoning classification and density does comply with the intent of the 2035 comprehensive plan. Ms. Hunter also talked about the existing zoning and what it allows duplexes and triplexes. So we put together this plan just kind of showing what could be done today by right. The dark line, 500 feet. This line right here is the existing zoning line, 500 feet back from Route 6, and these would be triplexes. And so, you know, those 32 units could be constructed by right with no cash proffers, no landscape buffers, no quality standards. We also had heard concerns regarding the buffers and the open space. In response to that, we made the buffer on Route 6 100 feet versus 50 feet, which was initially in the proffers. We increased the 15-foot buffer along the perimeter to 35 feet. And it'll also have enhanced landscaping. The buffer along the Russell property, which is a southern property, went from 15 feet. We increased it to 50 feet with also enhanced landscaping. The original plan had 67 units with 11.3 acres of open space, which was 20%, and we've decreased the lots to 64 and increased the open space to 0.4 acres, which is about a third of the site, will be open space. There was also concerns by the Historical Society, so I went and met with them, and just to try to resolve their issues. Their major concern was they were concerned the house was going to be torn down and the cemetery may be relocated or lack access. The developer has agreed to preserve and restore the existing house, and the existing cemetery is going to remain in place with access from a public street. In the future, the plan is for it to be cared for by the homeowners association. When they maintain the grass and the other common areas, they will maintain the cemetery. I spoke to multiple local businesses. The majority of the ones that I spoke to were in strong support of the project. Several of them wrote some letters in support that I submitted to the planning department. And so if you have any questions, I could certainly answer them. I also have Carl Holtgren with Ramey Kemp. He was a traffic engineer. I have Adam Werner as a professional engineer with Youngblood Tyler. He could answer any questions about stormwater or the site engineering. I also have Stephanie O'Neill, who's an environmental scientist with Youngblood Tyler. She could answer any questions regarding like the wetlands or environmental concerns. And also the developer, Mr. Lawrence Lisfield, is here if you have any questions for him. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions.
Any questions at this time for Mr. Browning or any of the other? At this point. Okay, Mr. Browning, we will call you back after
Thank you, sir.
the public hearing.
Could I reserve some time for rebuttal at the end?
Yes, we'll call you back for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. At this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak on this topic, please step forward, state your name, address, and try to limit your comments to about 3 minutes. Anyone wishing to pull time, we allow 4 people to donate time to one speaker, donate 2 minutes each for a total of 10 minutes. And each one of those people donating minutes need to come up to the microphone and state their name and address for the record. So at this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Chris McPherson. I live at 3280 Gathright Drive, and I'm yielding my time to Mr. Russell.
My name is Patsy Jones, and I live in the courthouse right across from Goochland Cares, and I'm going to donate my time to Mr. Russell.
My name is Lori Yutzi. I live at 3774 Cabin Road in Gum Spring, Virginia, and I'm donating my time to Keith Russell.
Good evening. My name is Roger Yutzi. I live at 3774 Cabin Road, Gum Spring, Virginia, and I donate my time to Keith Russell.
Good evening. I'm Keith Russell. Glad to see you all. I made it up here.
Can you state your address, please?
I want to say I'm honored to stand in front of you all, my fellow citizens of Goochland County. You all are great. Thanks for being here tonight. Glad to see you all.
Can
I'm
you
Keith
please-
Russell. I live at 3043 River Road West. My family and I live on the property adjacent to Reed Marsh, and we appreciate the opportunity to bring our concerns before the board. In preparing for this meeting, I took the time to visit with every homeowner who had property touching Reed Marsh. Like the Russells, most of them were not born in Goochland, but moved here many years ago and have come to really love the county and what it means to the families living here. Many of them are older and unable to be here this evening, but that does not make them any less concerned about what happens in the village area. My guess is that several of you supervisors moved into Goochland County. You've enjoyed life here. Mr. Lumpkin, I know you moved into Holland Hills. Your families enjoyed the life out here, and your children enjoyed the school system. So we talked about that. We want everybody who comes to Goochland to enjoy that lifestyle that we do. The adjacent property owners agreed that Jim Lane has been a good neighbor. He's been great. He's let us walk on Reed Marsh. We've enjoyed the beauty of it and the abundant wildlife. What they were concerned about was the number of homes that were being forced into a small area. They voiced concerns over traffic congestion, construction noise, and safety for all of us. They asked me, how could this happen? And I said, the available sewer and water makes this possible. Reed Marsh is right in the heart of Goochland Courthouse Village. It is very visible and prominent to the vision most of us have for the place we love to live in. What you decide on this will affect everyone in Goochland for years to come. When the developer and the landowner have gotten their money and are long gone, the rest of us have to deal with the effects of it, whether that's traffic problems, higher taxes, pollution, crowded schools, or many other things. They will not care how it affects us. Andrew Browning, the developer's representative, is proposing 64 lots on 56 acres, and this computes to having a house on a little more than a half-acre lots once the open land and unusable land is factored in. Excuse me. They say they need this many lots hooked to the sewer and water to make it profitable for them. Sewer and water are just one component to this whole matter. Schools, police, fire and rescue, traffic, environmental, and historical elements all need to be addressed. We need a balance of all those things to make good growth work for everybody. In an email from Greg Garrison, we were told about the sewer capacity, and I quote, "In general, yes, there's capacity for the proposed subdivision and commercial use. Currently, the sewer capacity is just under 80%, and the proposed subdivision will put the capacity a little over 81%, end quote. The remaining sewer capacity is what is left for the new schools, new businesses, and reserved capacity for future growth. Using up the capacity now forces all county taxpayers to pay for bonds to finance an upgrade to the sewer system, which only affects the courthouse area. This means borrowing millions of dollars that will take years to pay off and become a large fixed cost for all the taxpayers of Goochland, not just the village. We understand that future proffered monies and sewer hookup fees can pay for part of the increases in the cost to the county. But what happens when the economy takes a downturn, like it did in 2008, and tax revenues went down, and there was not much building going on? There will be no proffers to pay the bills or people paying hookup fees because homes won't be being built. We still have to pay the debt from the sewer expansion, so how do you handle that? You can raise taxes, and that's always popular. You can cut jobs like teachers, firemen, and police. You can stop maintenance on county parks and buildings and other property, or eliminate your own salaries. But that bond debt is there, and if not paid, you lose that wonderful bond rating that Goochland supervisors work so hard to get. You also lose the ability to borrow in the future when you really need it. We've had several meetings with Mr. Browning, and he has offered larger buffers, dropped 3 of the lots on the far side of the creek, but all the while still stating they need the high density because of the varying costs they incurred with this project. Costs like changing the red light at the intersection, putting in a second entrance because the state requires it when the number of houses goes beyond 49, and that the sewage system, the pumping station, are so costly. We understand that. We say, why not try to reduce your costs? By adhering to the comprehensive plan, they can increase the lot size and each home have its own drain field, just like in Holland Hills. And Reed Marsh has had perk tests done, thus eliminating the need for the sewer system and pumping station that are major costs. This will reduce the number of homes to 20 or 30, which makes a lot more sense, and allow them to do away with a second entrance. They could move their entrance somewhere else along Route 6 and not have to change the expensive red light. Their costs go down, and they still make money. They just don't make as much. Now, the remaining sewer capacity, not being used for high-density subdivisions, can be used for a new elementary school in a few years or some new businesses that will enhance our village and pay taxes. This way, the county does not have to take a lot of long-term debt in these uncertain times. Doesn't that make more sense? From back in November till now, the developer has pushed this rezoning as a great addition to our community and basing it on a conceptual plan with not that many details. Andrew, there are a lot of concerns over future landscaping, like what type of trees and shrubs will we use? Will you bring in an arborist, okay, to advise the best possible plants to use? Who's going to maintain the grounds in the cemetery? A homeowners association, you say? If you only sell a few homes in the next 3 to 5 years, there won't be a homeowners association. Somebody's going to have to do it. What about the entrances? Will they be unique and special? You have not been that specific with many of the details or willing to put these details in writing so the county and everyone in the village will be protected with proffers and hold you accountable. Will this development have a village look and feel? Will it give a sense of place and fit into the vision our county leaders wanted in developing the comprehensive plan? This developer makes us think of the federal government years ago telling us to vote for a health care bill and we'll find out what's in it after it passes. This applicant has not demonstrated that the zoning reclassification is a matter of public necessity, convenience, or general welfare, and that the rezoning request does not meet with good zoning practice of the proposed development. I've learned a lot in the past few months how our government works. Goochland County is made up of everyday people trying to do the right thing, make good decisions on hard issues. It's not easy. You all have a hard job. So much goes into every decision, and you're trying your best. 6 months ago, most people in the village didn't know where Reed Marsh was. Now we are told this subdivision is the major key in the development of our community. One absentee landowner who is a millionaire and will not live in Goochland, and one millionaire developer are making the leadership of our county believe that this project is what's needed for the rest of us. You have a room full of concerned people. You have pages of signed petitions against it. The Planning Commission voted 4-1 against it, and we are asking the Board of Supervisors to vote no on this proposed rezoning. Our group is asking the builder to come back with a plan that enhances our community, one that all of us can support. And I'd like to close from the Bible, with Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 3. If the clouds are full of rain, they empty themselves on the earth, and if a tree falls to the south or to the north, in the place where the tree falls, there it will lie. What King Solomon is saying here is if rain is predicted, you better carry an umbrella, and you can't put the rain back once it falls. After a big redwood tree falls down, you can't move it. So it's best to have a clear understanding of the situation at the very beginning before you launch a venture, because after it begins, it's very difficult to make any change. Reed Marsh is a unique property in our village and will set the tone for all of Goochland development in the years ahead. Just asking you all to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Hi, my name is Lydia Parrish, and I live at 2980 Pitts Drive, and I give my minutes to Diana Gordon.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Diana Gordon. I reside at 2901 Pitts Drive, Goochland, Virginia. I come before you this evening sharing my concern and opposition to the proposed Reed Marsh housing development in the courthouse area. My passion has been and will forever be the Goochland County school system and the future of our children in this county. With the proposed development, I want to address the concerns regarding the impact an additional housing development would have upon our school system, specifically Goochland Elementary and Goochland Middle School. My concerns lie with the current conditions of these facilities, their capacity, and their projected enrollment. Goochland Elementary was built back in 1958. It is definitely an aging facility. While its student capacity is at 316 students, enrollment is currently exceeding that capacity at 323. Those figures don't include the additional 48 children that are in preschool, which brings Goochland Elementary's enrollment to 371, well over the capacity. According to the school system's long-range facilities plan, a new 650-pupil elementary school is scheduled to be built and ready for opening in the fall of 2024. However, the Reed Marsh development will have a significant impact upon our existing Goochland Elementary School. Goochland Elementary, Randolph Elementary, and Byrd Elementary are already above capacity. The administration will soon be required to address the boundary lines that are becoming a concern because of the increase in the recent homes that have already, and subdivisions that have already been added to this area. Goochland Middle School has a capacity of 695 students. with the projected enrollment for next fall at 666 students. This pushes the middle school to 96% capacity in next fall. I think that's pretty startling considering that the middle school is a fairly new facility in our county. As a result of the increase in enrollment, there's a concern for building space, the need to hire new teachers and staffing, the need for new buses, bus drivers, and even the need for possible learning cottages, which are trailers in case you haven't, in case you don't know what that is. Please bear in mind the budgetary impact that all of these items will present, not only for the school board, but also for your board. I strongly urge you to ponder the tremendous impact this additional subdivision will have upon our school system and the courthouse area. Please take into account the citizens, including myself, who are here tonight to verbally express our opposition to this development. I ask that you seriously take these issues into careful consideration as you decide whether or not it is truly in the best interest of our county to approve the Reed Marsh housing development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
My name is Ann Mann, and I'm at 3200 Gathright Drive, and I yield my minutes to Jim Mann.
My name is John Fry, and I live at 3210 Gathright Drive, and I'd like to give my time to Jimmy.
And I'm Janet Fry, and I'd also live at 3210 Gathright Drive, and I want to give my time to Jimmy.
I'm not sure I'm going to need all this time, but I appreciate it greatly.
Looks like you have more friends than you thought.
That's right. Well, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, I have a privilege of coming before you today. And my name is Jim Mann, and I live at 3200 Gathright Drive. My wife, Ann, and myself live there. We've raised our children there. We are both multi-generational Goochland residents. We attended Goochland High School in Goochland, in fact, in 1958. I'm going to tell my age now. I went to, when it opened up, I went in there as a third or fourth grader. Our children both were educated at Goochland Elementary School and Goochland High School. My son also lives here in Goochland at over on Fairground Road. Some of the things that I will discuss today are very familiar facts to the board. And I stand before you today to discuss the impact that Reed Marsh proposed development would have on the Goochland Fire and Rescue Service and the Goochland Sheriff's Office. I feel qualified to discuss those items since I retired from the Goochland Sheriff's Office with just shy of 20 years service with them. The Goochland Sheriff's Office has 37 sworn employees right now. That includes the sheriff. That includes 2 school resource officers that are at the middle school, high school, 3 part-time court security deputies, 2 deputies that are presently in the training academy, and 2 open positions. That leaves 31 deputies to patrol a county 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which consists of 290 square miles and a population of over 22,000. These deputies also serve and execute all civil papers and warrants issued from the courts and magistrates. I know from experience that it's hard to get qualified applicants to apply at Goochland, even though it has improved over the years, and I can testify to that from my early years with the Sheriff's Office, because of the salary and benefits of some of our surrounding jurisdictions, especially Henrico, Chesterfield, and Richmond. We also, at this period of time, They have trouble even having people apply because of the unwarranted, hate of law enforcement, to be a matter of fact. I know from experience also that the proposed development at Reed's Marsh, which when I wrote this was 67 houses on 54 acres of land, would place, and now it's 64, would place residents there on small lots. They will be in close proximity to their neighbors, which can bring calls of service for neighbor disputes, noise complaints, and trespass on others' property. All these will place more stress on the sheriff's office, which is already dealing with these complaints in other developments, such as proposed in the Reed Marsh development. Also, this proposed development would increase the traffic flow to an already busy intersection of Route 6 and 522. The area not only has residential traffic, but also transient traffic from other counties going to I-64. Transportation to and from the 3 schools in the area, pedestrian traffic. There are many high school students that travel back and forth to the Y and to J. Sargent Reynolds and to the library. And also the traffic coming and going from the Goochland administration offices. The traffic entering and exiting this proposed development would make an already dangerous intersection even more dangerous for vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Therefore, the proposed development of Reed Marsh will demand the need for more deputies at a present startup cost, which I'm sure you're aware of about $115,000 per deputy. That's for training, equipment, and salary. Now, to the Goochland Fire and Rescue. They consist of 6 stations countywide, manned by 160 volunteers and a handful of full-time paid staff, with a budget of around $4 million. The proposed Reed Marsh development is located in the Company 5 area. The company is one of the busiest companies in the county. In Company 5 service district are 3 schools, 3 public schools, several churches, county administration offices, the courthouse complex, a correctional facility, a nursing home, residential neighborhoods, and the main travel routes of Route 6, Route 250, Route 522, and I-64. In 2018, Company 5 had 271 fire calls, 681 EMS calls, or emergency calls. Using a density formula, which the one I had originally was on 67, but it'll put it around 140 people, which would project out to be somewhere around 20 additional calls for service a year. Again, as with the Sheriff's Office, this will call for the Fire and Rescue Department to add additional paid staff and fire apparatus to an already busy department, which has, on occasions, had to call assistance from surrounding counties for larger fires. In the county, there are 2 recent occurrences of that, and there would be 2 large homes that were totally lost in the Meadows subdivision. But our firefighters did what they could do, and with the help of other counties. Therefore, I oppose the proposed Reed Marsh development because of its high density, which has a potential for increased law enforcement and fire rescue calls, the related cost to both, and the creation of more traffic to an already hazardous intersection. I thank you for your time, and again, I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Witten Fleming, and I live at 65 Starview Lane in Gum Spring. I'm opposed to the Reed Marsh development, and I give my minutes to Kenneth Fleming.
Good evening, members of the board and concerned residents. My name is Kenneth Fleming, and I live at 65 Starview Lane in Louisa County. 10 years ago, my wife and I purchased 7 acres of land directly behind the Reed Marsh property with the intention of building our retirement home on the property. Because it is both secluded and yet close in proximity to the village of Goochland. Presently, the courthouse area holds a certain small-town atmosphere, which is both charming and historic in nature. One of the many benefits of living in the courthouse area is still being able to look up and see the stars at night. If we allow the homes in this development to be built on the half-acre lots, then all the other developers will expect to build their homes on smaller lots as well. The amount of light pollution will increase exponentially. There will also be a dramatic increase in the amount of noise pollution with building so many homes on such a small tract of land. A substantial portion of the Reed Marsh property is in fact wetland and would be unsuitable for housing or recreational use. Virginia estimates that half of the wetlands that existed in colonial times have been lost over time to farming and development. Surviving wetlands are battered by rainwater runoff pouring from newly built surfaces such as driveways, roads, and much of that water is polluted with garbage and toxins and fine particle sediment. Therefore, instead of building as many houses as we can fit on half-acre lots, let's devise a plan that adds to the village courthouse concept. I stand opposed to the development of this property as viewed in the plans put forth in the application filed by Reed Marsh LLC, because the comprehensive plan designates this area as single-family residential low density. While I'm not completely opposed to growth, I think it needs to be responsibly managed and controlled growth. If now is the time for development, then let's continue to develop the courthouse area with a village concept in mind. Thank you for this opportunity to express my opinion. I hope you have a good evening, and please vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming.
My name is Maria Jenkins, and I live in 3245 River Road West, and I oppose to this development. I give in my minutes to Fred Jenkins.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Fred Jenkins. I live at 3040 Gathright Drive and border a pretty good portion of the western end of this subdivision. My mother and I own other property that borders this place, and she just turned 99, so she's not here tonight. I wanted to say that I wanted to oppose this rezoning application filed by Reed Marsh. The Goshen citizens and leaders created this comprehensive plan over many months because they did not want it to turn into another urban, commercial, and residential wasteland like Henrico and Chesterfield. They wanted Goshen to be different and develop as the diamond that it is. They were and are willing to forego convenience at their fingertips for the beauty of Goshen to their eyes. Many have made lifelong plans based on dependence of the comprehensive plan. A previous commissioner up here said that without raising taxes, we need to create tax revenue by promoting growth and dense development in the plan's designated growth area. In other words, lots more rooftops. He said this would raise revenue from profits, connection fees, property taxes. All of this is probably true up to a point in the short term, but the long-term problem, these revenue streams never really pay over the long run. If it did, we would not have to be paying we wouldn't be paying any real estate taxes, which always keeps creeping up because of the pressure on county leaders to provide goods and services these residents had before they moved here and now demand to have the same here. Residential development, according to the Planning Commission and in summaries of 2 municipal studies that I've read, is generally negative. An example of this, well, I'm sure the planners and county leaders of Henrico and Chesterfield in the 80s, maybe in the 70s, thought dense housing was the road to financial salvation. However, now, Henrico's tax rate at 87 cents is 64% higher than Goochland's. Chesterfield's is 95 cents, which is 79% higher than Goochland's. And Richmond's, we don't even need to talk about that. They're lost. The citizens and leaders of Goochland pulled together to form their comprehensive plan with the dream of keeping Goochland rural and growth-directed to major villages. They did not envision the kind of dense growth proposed by Reed Marsh. 4 planning commissions and the public speaks against this rezoning concept got the concept of the plan entirely. None was opposed development by the landowner, but we wholeheartedly oppose the density allowed by this rezoning request. The Goochland's comprehensive plan calls in its goal number 2 for balanced development that contributes to the welfare of the community and preserves its rural character. I don't know what this plan would contribute to the welfare of Goochland Courthouse, other than to make it crowded and create a strain on the public services that we have in our schools and so forth. For that reason, I oppose this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Russell. I live at 3043 River Road West, and I get to speak on a topic that I'm very passionate about, the Reed Marsh Home and Cemetery. According to the Historical Society, the historical importance of this home has been documented by 2 architectural historians. The house is considered one of the best examples of classic Central Passage plan dwellings from the 19th century. This and the history of the Miller family, who built and lived in this home, and most of whom are buried in the family cemetery, led to the determination by the Virginia Department of Historic Resources that it has the potential for inclusion on the Virginia State Landmarks Register and the National Register of Historic Places. Members of the Miller family served as clerks of Goochland for 152 years, a possible record in the United States. William Miller was the only clerk to serve the county for over 35 years. Narcissus Miller played a vital role in protecting Goochland's records from destruction during the Civil War. When Goochland was first developing a telephone system, the Reed Marsh home was used as the main switchboard for the Goochland Telephone Company. Peter Miller helped in the founding of the Bank of Goochland in 1923. And Margaret Miller was one of the first women to serve as a county clerk in the state of Virginia. Because of the Miller's family's impeccable skills at record keeping, Goochland's records from 1728 can still be located. The Miller family is as much a part of Goochland's history as the records themselves. For without the Miller family, the majority of histories and genealogies within Goochland County would not have been preserved. The uncertain future and potential destruction of one of Goochland's most important historical homes is alarming. All too often, developers tear down historic buildings because they are too far gone, also known as the high cost of restoration. I have been told that this home was a money pit and most likely would not be saved. It is not in writing that it will be saved. The future character and integrity of the courthouse village, as well as of this important historic home, are at stake. While growth and development cannot be stopped, it can be controlled. And you, the Board of Supervisors, are in a position to do just that. It's sad that this lovely property could not be used in a better way to benefit the entire Goochland community. Please don't let an important part of Goochland's history be just plowed over. Please vote no to the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Michael Parrish, 3825 Whitehall Road, and also own property right in front of Nancy and Keith Russell that abuts the subdivision. I've known all of these people who have spoke against it my whole life, and I'm here to speak for the development. The comprehensive plan, as explained by the county staff, is a village concept. And in a village, you want your population there because that's where the amenities are. And in the planning committee meeting, most of the opposition was it was against the comp plan, but as we learned earlier tonight, that they are in the comp plan, there are statements that say if water and sewer is available, that this would be developed as it is planned. The amenities that go with a village are the community amenities. In this particular case, in the location, we have the Hidden Rock Park, we have Tucker Park, we have the library right next door, we have the YMCA right across the street. As far as public services go, in the vicinity of this development, we have the fire station, the elementary school, middle school, high school. They're in walking distance. We have the administration buildings right across the street. We have the police department, animal control, the convenience centers. The courthouse seat is right here in Goodson, in the courthouse village. Businesses are also an amenity for this subdivision. We have many grocery stores. We got places to eat. We have a food market. We have retail businesses such as the Southern States, appliance store, hardware store, drug stores, the Dollar General. We also have professional services. We have lawyers, dentists, haircutting people, doctors, insurance, real estate offices. And as far as another amenity is the roads. This fronts on Route 6, Patterson Avenue, which is a major thoroughfare in Goochland County. And the utilities will be public water and sewer. And we have underground electric services. So all the amenities that you want for a development such as this are right here, and most of them touch this development. A village also needs people. You can't have businesses, you can't have places to eat, you can't have these amenities without people. And if you are around Goochland Courthouse Saturdays and most evenings, it's like a ghost town right in the courthouse area. Now we know that it's in the village and we have the amenities to serve it. We have to look at the ordinances that give us details of density, open space, road, utilities, landscaping, lot sizes, cash proffers. And this particular subdivision meets and exceeds all those ordinances. We also have shown that within the 500 feet of Route 6, it can be developed into triplexes, which tend to be rental units, transient people with no cash proffers, no landscaping, no control at all. We certainly do not want to see that. I'm asking for you all support of it. I support it. And we don't want to waste our land in Goochland County by not using the land to the highest of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Haskins, 3285 Scott Road, here in the Goochland Courthouse. I apologize, I don't have the wonderful presentation that everybody had. Everybody should have the right to use their land, but I just try to bring up a couple of things. You guys are the ones that have to direct it. Many people from this county that have grown up here or moved here, as I did 28 years ago, have worked very hard to protect Goochland's rural character and history. For 28 years, I was able to commute on Route 6, drove into Patterson, came back out, it was no problem. Then we had the killer intersection at Maidens Road before the light was built. So as I drove to work, enjoying the greenery and everything, then we had the killer 288 and West Creek and Patterson. So they've worked on that a little bit. Now, I have another job and I work over near Innsbruck. And I commute Fairgrounds Road and 64. Now, I don't know how many people here come home on 64 West from the city. You cannot get into the Oilville exit off of the interstate safely to get home. I will pull myself over to exit in the emergency lane because I am not leaving myself out to be in the right-hand lane, 64, going 70 miles an hour. Now, no, that's not your fault. That's VDOT's problem. However, we have added developments along fairgrounds. We have added things beyond the courthouse that contribute to this. So I have 3 words. They're not as eloquent as everybody else has said. Traffic, traffic, traffic. We're looking at a minimum of 130 cars in the courthouse, multiple trips a day with this development. And also, we don't really need to see all those rooftops. I appreciate a 100-foot barrier and the changes that they've made. But everybody wants sidewalks for everybody to have a walking neighborhood. Well, that's fine, but you pave over the houses, the driveways, the houses take up where the rainwater runs, the driveways take up where the rainwater runs, the curb and gutter and the sidewalks take up where rainwater runs. It does not go into the groundwater. It goes into the holding or however we've decided that environmental protections are. They do not go into the into the ground where everybody else has their wells. My time is up. In the 100 years ago, in the old age, we had a number that said each house in this county built cost the county a certain amount in each school. I wish somebody would go dig that up because staff showed us revenue from this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haskins.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Cerny, and I live at 3189 River Road West. Been there since 1994. I am opposed to the Reed Marsh development, and I defer my minutes to Mr. Adib Hamzy. Thank you.
Well, I am Adib Hamzy. Good evening, Chairman Alvarez, board members. My name is Adib Hamzy, and I live on 3189 River Road West, Goochland, Virginia, 23063. I stand before you tonight voicing my strong opposition to the Reed Marsh development application as submitted. I urge you to vote this application down since it is in violation of the 2035 comprehensive plan. Even with the adjustment that they had, it's still on a half-acre lots. And also it is at odds with the 2040 Major Thoroughfare Plan, the MTP, both of which were approved outcomes of the years of discussions and research by county citizens and officials alike, as they deliberated the vision for the Goshen County. You heard the concerns of speakers before me addressing the various issues they find with undue stress this project has on various aspects of the infrastructure in the Goshen Courthouse Village. To these valid concerns, please allow me to add a few more pertaining to traffic congestion that increases safety hazard to vehicles and pedestrians alike, longer response time for fire and rescue operations and the Sheriff's Department. Also, the 2005 MTP had to be updated due to the increase in employment and development in the county and neighboring counties, as stated in the November 2018 MTP introduction, item number 1.3, which I'm sure you're aware of. This is only 13 years ago. Growth rate is faster now. Let's be aware of that. It is prudent that the county to manage this growth and with a long-term view, not a short-term monetary gain as presented by the proffers. This developer has agreed to upgrade the intersection of 522 Route 6 near the development. This is only a minimum improvement based on the required DMV modification driven by this development alone. Please bear in mind that the impact of other developments underway and in the pipeline at the Courthouse Village. That is where the traffic bottleneck would occur in the mornings and in the evenings. As you deliberate your decision tonight, please note that citizens are mindful of the MTP guiding principles that you all approved of and aware of, and it's particularly paragraph 1.6, especially those that provide for the feel of the village, the pedestrian and bicycle-friendly roads, and an overall atmosphere conducive to strengthening the interaction among our neighbors. Crash density for Fairground Road, Sandy Hook, and the 522 was trending high, as shown in the MTP figure 2.9, titled 2011-2017 Crash Density Map. It is in the red, almost red, orange. That is going to get worse if road modifications are not done in a timely manner. Article 2.2.6 of the 2040 MTP supports the comprehensive plan and calls for a complete local transportation system that includes bikeways, sidewalks, and other pathways. To accomplish these goals, county officials must require all new developments to plan for adhering to county plans up front. Low-density housing developments will allow these requirements to become real and contribute to the achieving of the MTP 6 goals, one of which is quality of life. The project as submitted does not lend itself to improving the quality of life in the courthouse and does not conform to any of the county plans for the future. The Reed Marsh development project, as proposed, is potentially too expensive for county taxpayers. Following the courthouse, the Goshen Comprehensive Plan, it is not a balanced development that contributes to the welfare of the community or the preservation of the rural character. Lastly, it is important for me to note that the Reed Marsh property is so valuable to the whole courthouse village that it must be developed in a deliberative and thoughtful manner. Once the development starts, we're all in it, and making any changes becomes much harder. I am one of many in this area who are not in favor of the approving of the Reed Marsh project application. There are at least 200 citizens who signed petitions voicing their disapproval. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice is yours, and I really hope that you make the correct one by voting it down. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamzy.
I'm Darrell Bowman, own 4489 Shannon Hill Road. I think the proposal is a good proposal. It shows thoughtfulness and controlled growth for the county. To me, it makes more sense to localize your development close to the schools, close to the fire stations, close to the county administration buildings and stuff for future development. You don't want to push, there's a certain amount of growth that's going to happen in the county and demand for housing. If you don't do it in a controlled, localized area, it's going to spread across the whole county. People talk about school buses and stuff. Well, if you push all these kids out into rural properties, spread all over the county, it's going to cost the county a whole lot more money to transport the kids back and forth to schools. There's more chance for accidents and just more problems as a whole. The smaller controlled growth is a whole lot better having a proposal like they've got. I think that's a good decision for y'all to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Loretta Gutierrez. I live at 2930 Flyway Drive. I've only been living out here for 2 years. Originally, I came from southern Arizona, and this development is just like the West Coast. You don't have any land. You know, I love it out here. I've been here almost 8 years in Virginia, and I love having land. East Coast or West Coast is just all houses. There's no pride in land and grass and trees and like you have out here. I love it out here in Goochland. My husband and I, we drive into Richmond to work at hospitals. And the 64 Oroville exit, it's a nightmare. I'm 5 o'clock, you know, you're sitting in traffic for an hour just at the exit. And then the Fairgrounds Road, with all these houses they want to put, with all the traffic, it's going to be a nightmare. It's just too many homes in a small area. I'm so for Goochland growing. You know, I want merchants to come out here and restaurants and everything like that. But just putting houses isn't the way to go.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Delaney. I live at 2005 Shepherdtown Road, and I'm also opposed to this development the way it's proposed right now. In the February Planning Commission meeting, 4 of 5 commissioners voted to deny the application for this subdivision. We applaud them for their thoughtful questions and concerns and for their willingness to follow the comprehensive plan guidelines, which recommends that this area be single-family, low density with a minimum of 2-acre lots. Even though the comprehensive plan states this density may be affected by the availability of public water and sewer, there are many other, just as if not more important factors to consider. These include preserving the character of the courthouse village, traffic congestion and safety because of high-density developments and the volume of cars as a result, visibility of the development, impacts on the local ecosystem, and the impact on the county water capacity by high-density developments in this area. The courthouse village is a quaint rural place with a lot of history and character. We have many historical structures such as the old courthouse compound, Brightly, Grace Church, the Miller Home, as well as other charming older homes, small businesses, and local eateries. It's a place where people still wave or say hello as they drive or walk by each other. The courthouse village is the heart of Goochland County, and high-density developments will destroy the character of our village. Approving this application will absolutely impact traffic congestion and safety. In the courthouse village area, we already have a subdivision of 30 homes, the Swan's Inn. There's another application in for 107 homes. That's the Towers Land Development, as well as this application, which is going to add another 64 homes.
So if the last two are approved, they will all dump their traffic onto River Road West in a distance of less than 1 mile, right in the middle of the courthouse village. So you figure 201 homes, maybe 2 cars per home, that's 402 cars coming and going every day, plus buses, service vehicles, and other things. So just imagine what that will do to this one small area. It will also set a precedent to allow other high-density subdivisions in the future on land in the village area, which will have even more cumulative impacts. Do we really want a bunch of traffic lights and turn lanes right in this small area? One of the strategic goals is the balanced development that contributes to the welfare of the community and preserves its rural character. We feel this subdivision, as it is proposed is contrary to that goal. We are opposed, and we respect to this development and respectfully ask that you vote to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laney.
Thank you. My name's Thomas L. Browning. I was born and raised in Goochland County. I graduated from this school. I have 5 kids that graduated from Goochland High School. I have 12 grandkids that live in Goochland County. My son, Andrew Browning, started this plan. I'm very proud of him. He graduated from Virginia Tech. We had 20 years experience doing engineering. I've been in the construction business for 45 years, built roads, did a lot of the projects here in Goochland. And I think this is a good thing for the county because the sewer, and don't have sewage, we polluting the groundwater. Sewer and water is good for the county. It puts the density close to the villages instead of density being 5-acre lots all over the county. It's what the comprehensive plan's for. And it develops our local people that live here in the county. So I think this should be supported by the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Burnell Burton, 3851 Old Stage Road, which is just west of here. I'm a Goochland native, went to school here and so forth, and I've been in real estate for 55 years. So I've seen a lot happen in this county. I do support this subdivision. My concern had been the old house on the property, so I'm pleased that that will be restored and not restored. I mean, would be restored and not destroyed. What I see now, it's been a lot of change in the market. Some people are not looking for big lots or large places. They are playing more. They are using the parks and the recreation places and so forth, and they want a nice place to live, a good location, and not a whole lot of grass to cut like we have. Again, this will offer people that are not able to move into the county a place to live, because if they have more land or larger lots, they can't afford to buy the house. I have people tell me, I wish I could live in Goochland. So it looks like if we keep people out like this, and if before long, all of us will be gone, and it will be no young people here to run the county or to have leaders. We need to bring people in the county. Again, it's a benefit by the county, this subdivision or in having houses. We order to pay our bills or to pay the taxes and so forth. We have to have business. We're not going to have business property until we get houses. That's the first thing. And I feel if we bring business in, then that will bring houses in to have more people to support the business. That would be a benefit to the county. And on down the road, we will be able to pay for the fire department and for the rescue and all schools and so forth. So I do think it looks like it's a good plan, and I do support it, and I hope that y'all will look at it that way too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Eileen Ford. I live at 2600 Elk Island Road, which is in the very far west end of the county. The population there is mostly cows and crops, so density is not too much. But that, I agree with all of the opposition statements that have been made tonight. I would like to say another concern that I think about is people move to Goochland County because there is land, there is space between the houses. I think anybody who says they want to move to Goochland County, it's because they like the space that people have. And so I think moving into a property like this, where it's so dense, they lose that opportunity. I know I moved here because it was nice to be not cheek by jowl with your neighbor. And I think the property I know maybe has to be developed, but I think it's too dense at this number of houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one stepping up, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. You want to take a quick break? We've been here for almost 2 hours. Maybe it'd be better after the break for Andrew to do his rebuttal. Or can you guys hang on another 10 minutes? All right, come on. Mr. Browning? That'll be all fresh in our mind.
Again, Andrew Browning, 926 Stonecastle Drive. I appreciate all the concerns of the neighbors. Being a lifelong resident of the county, I know most of them quite well. In fact, the meetings that I had with Mr. Hamsey and Mr. Russell were quite cordial. And so at the end, I guess we just kind of agreed to disagree. I think we're proposing a good quality product. I think the plans and the proffers that we have submitted reflect that. Mr. Lisfield has lived in the county since the mid-90s. Again, I've lived here my entire life. We have skin in the game. My kids go to the schools. I'm going to drive by here every day. We're going to be forever tied to this project. I have been part of multiple master plan communities in Chesterfield and Hanover and Henrico quality developments. I would say Mr. Lisfield has developed or built over 1,000 houses. So we have experience. We're not going anywhere. Our plans are to, build a quality development. We're trying to preserve the history of the site and saving the house and the cemetery. As far as concerns regarding the schools and parks and fire and life safety, the intent of the capital impacts model was to address for development to pay its own way, to address those costs attributed to this project. And so we're paying $1.2 million in proffers for those improvements. And so you may say, well, $600,000 a school, the school costs $20 million. Well, that's something. That's $600,000 we didn't have. So I think the intent of those proffers is to pay for those offsetting costs. We're trying to focus development in the courthouse village in an area where the infrastructure is in place. I don't want to see Goochland County turn into Henrico County. I think, we need to focus it in the courthouse village and preserve it in the western areas. But we also need to provide housing for residents. I mean, we need to find different types of housing. As some said, not everybody wants a 2-acre lot or a 5-acre lot. There is a demand for this. Change is always difficult. When Holland Hills came in place, everyone had a fit about Holland Hills. It was going to ruin the county. You weren't going to get down Route 6. And now I know a whole lot of good people that live there, and it's a great place to be. And so I think in a few years that this will be the same case here, and I don't think it'll be as bad as everyone thinks. Again, Mr. Lane, he wasn't unable to be here tonight. His family's owned this property since the 50s. He's up in age now. He's in his low 80s, I would say. And so this is kind of his retirement property. He's selling the property, and that's his retirement. And so I think he's got some land rights for this, having paid taxes on it in this area since the 50s. So I'll just end with that. I think we're proposing the quality of development. I think we submitted proffers and plans showing that. I will say one more thing real quick. You know, there was some talk of the wetlands and streams. There's little dotted lines in here, the actual stream and wetlands that we delineated. So there's not really that Reed Marsh that everyone says. I don't know where the name Reed Marsh came from. Maybe it was just something made up. But there are some streams and some wetlands, and we've done our best to stay out of those and preserve those natural areas. So I think we've submitted a good plan, and I just ask that you guys would approve it tonight. Thank you.
Any questions at this time for Mr. Browning?
Yes, I can answer any more questions. Sorry.
I'll have some, but I'm ready to take a break.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Thank you,
right,
sir.
folks, we're going to take about a 7-minute break until 9 o'clock, and we'll be back for deliberation. If everybody would please take their seats so we can get started again. Thank you for giving us a quick break. So we've had a public hearing. Questions for staff or for the applicant?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a.
Mr. Minnick.
Joanne, what's, do we know what the projected plan is for build out on the proposal? Length of time?
Timing?
5 years.
Could you, are you able to, does the applicant have a transportation expert here? Is there
Yes.
anybody that did it? Yeah. Could, would you mind just going through kind of the high points of the traffic analysis and what, you know, what level of services we're talking about at the intersection, trips per day, some of that kind of general information about.
Sure,
Thank
I'd be
you.
glad to. And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Carl Holtgren with Ramey Kemp and Associates. We're a traffic engineering firm based here in Richmond. We performed the traffic study for the project. I have a copy of it here. We worked very closely with the county planning staff and with VDOT. The study was reviewed and approved by both the county and VDOT, and Andrew has already described the improvements to the signalized intersection that'll be completed, and everyone is in agreement with those. In terms of level of service at the main intersection there at the traffic signal, you know, level of service we evaluate from A to F, with A being the shortest delays, F being the longest delays. And the intersection currently operates in the level service B range. B is in bingo, in both the morning peak and the PM peak. And at build out of the project, you know, with all the homes built, we'll still be in the B range in both peak hours.
And so the estimate at build out would be how many trips per day in and out at peak hours?
All right, let's see. And I also want to point out, our traffic study and our model was based on 70 single-family homes, just to be a little conservative. You know, the current count is now 64. So the 70 homes, at 70 homes, it's projected to be 750 trips per day. That'd be 375 in, 375 out. And in the morning, we're talking about 14 cars in and 41 cars out in the peak hour, in the busiest hour. And in the PM peak, it's 45 cars in, 27 cars out during the PM peak hour. That's in an hour. So it's roughly 1 car per minute, either coming or going during the busiest hour.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Lascolette.
Since we have the traffic expert here, so let's stay with traffic for a moment.
Okay.
That's been one of the biggest issues, or one of the issues that's been mentioned a lot of times tonight. You know, the county has plans to carry Fairground Road around this building.
Yes.
Did you take any of that into account
Yes.
when you were looking at this project?
We did, yes. We studied the intersection at Bulldog Way. I think it was 5 intersections on River Road. We started at Bulldog, then we analyzed the future connector road, the extension of Fairground, to where it intersects with River Road, then our proposed driveways, and then Dickinson. That was our study area. So yes, we did look at that intersection.
Okay. Did that make a difference in the way you were evaluating the traffic coming out of this project? Does it affect it much at all?
Not
Not
really
really.
for the traffic in and out of this project. That connector or bypass has more of a benefit to the current traffic, because it'll give, if you're coming eastbound on River Road,
Right,
you'll be able
pull
to
you
just
around.
take that straight to Fairground Road instead of coming to the light and making a left turn,
Right.
just for example.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, again, so at that intersection with 522 is the signal,
Mhm.
and then further west is a second entrance proposed into this project.
Yes.
All right, that second entrance, what's the relationship of that to where the new Fairground Road will enter Route 6? Is Fairground west of that?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Okay.
I don't know the exact distance, but yeah, I think it's about, I don't know if I've got the pointer here.
How much?
Oop, oh
Okay.
boy, I think I just turned it
It's a
off.
considerable. Oh, my.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, that
Oh,
helps
there we
a
go.
lot, yeah.
Leave us in the dark.
The green dot. Oh, that's that. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So the distance from here, this is the traffic light here at 522, and then this is the proposed secondary entrance.
Right.
That distance, I believe, is almost 700 feet. I think it's 660, something like that. Can't remember exactly, but and then the fairground
much further
extension
up,
would be
you're right.
somewhere just off the map here, I believe, right around this area.
Right, because okay. Yeah, because this is right, basically across from this parking lot.
Yes,
more or
that's
less.
correct.
Right,
There's the
I
school
gotcha.
admin driveway and parking lot is right here, so we'd be lining up directly across from that, making that a 4-leg intersection.
okay, thank you.
Any other?
Not yet.
Did you have any questions on traffic or? No, general?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me, I'll go ahead and ask, were you,
Okay.
are you very involved in what the details? I know there's still planning and work to be done, but have you been intimately involved in what you actually believe you will be doing to the intersection?
Yes, absolutely. I've been coordinating with Andrew very closely on that. In terms of the turn lanes and restriping that'll be needed,
Are you gonna have
and the
to,
signalization improvements.
you're gonna have to put up are you gonna have to apparently put up new signaling poles the whole bit, or?
Yes, in fact, there's a dual mast arm pole right here, right about where the driveway needs to tie in. That obviously would be wiped out, so what we're looking at is probably setting a new pole right about here with a mast arm pointed this way for River Road this way. We'll have to set a new pole, obviously across the street in this corner with a mast arm pointed towards this building, because we have the new approach coming out for those signal heads. And then we're hoping to just maintain the existing signal pole over here in this corner, because there's really no changes being proposed there. And then perhaps a new pole in this corner. But yeah, the double arm pole is definitely in the way and has to move.
So where are you putting crosswalks?
The crosswalks, I believe, are going across the new driveway here, and I believe it's going across River Road on this side. Is that right, Andrew? This side, okay. Yeah, I misspoke. So it'd be this leg and this leg right here. So we'd have painted crosswalks and the push buttons with the countdown pedestrian heads across both of those. That's what VDOT currently requires.
So across the bottom two, you're gonna have the
That's
If-
correct.
If this goes forward,
Yeah, it
you'll
kind of
have-
forms a V right here. Yeah,
Okay.
these two legs right here.
How about on the north side? Is there a crosswalk there already? I don't think there is.
I don't think so, no.
Right there.
On these two, there are no crosswalks.
I know that a lot of students take the sidewalk to come to the library and so on. So they would be crossing that intersection there. So,
Okay. And then a sidewalk across the front of the property?
I believe so. Yeah, frontage, sidewalk frontage from, or sidewalk across entire frontage from here to here.
And interior, sorry, Mr. Chair, and interior sidewalks.
Right.
right.
On one side of the road or the other throughout.
Thanks. Just want to talk.
Mr. I had a real quick one for you.
Okay.
We had a question that came up during the public comment period, 1 or 2 meetings ago, where citizens were concerned about this intersection because if you're traveling this way, there's a yield when you turn right. And when
Right.
you're traveling this way, you can get a green arrow that says you can turn left.
Mm-hmm.
Usually when you're turning left, you're yielding to traffic that's turning right. So there's some element of confusion there, and that's what was brought up by the public. How would this resolve that issue?
That's a good question. I mean, when the
Try and ask good ones. Sorry.
when the intersection is redesigned, we'll coordinate with VDOT and look at all the geometrics and things like that, and we'll certainly point that out, and maybe that yield sign would be removed as part of the upgrades. It's something we could take a look at if that's something that's causing confusion.
Okay, as you're looking at that, I'd encourage you to resolve that issue at the same time.
Okay.
It should probably be
That's good.
just a right turn on red thing versus a yield confuses everybody.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had on that.
Any other questions on traffic? Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, sir. Thank
We may
you.
call you back if we develop other questions. Question for Joanne or
Yeah,
anybody
I
else?
think this might be a Joanne question. So, obviously, I'm on the live on the east end of the county, but here quite a lot. And at Post 215 and a few other things. Could you kind of recount, just give me a quick idea on the number of relatively dense communities in the courthouse area? I mean, I know we have Holland Hills.
So Holland Hills are 2-acre lots, so
Okay,
that's
so that's
not
not-
very good
that's not-
dense.
not very dense.
The most recent one that was developed was Swans
Swans,
Inn.
mhm.
They came back in for they have a R3 zoning, which is being requested here. Their density is about 1.4, a little bit slightly higher than this one. This one is 1.14. The other, we have Land's End and Breeze Hill, however, they're outside of the courthouse village, so they do not have utilities, so those are 2-acre
Right.
lots also.
Mhm.
But the most recent one was an R3 development at about a 1.5.
Excuse me, that's homes per acre?
Yes.
Right.
Do we have any other neighborhoods in the village with water and sewer that are in the 2-acre lot range, either in courthouse or Centerville?
No, I mean, the 2-acre lots are well and septic. It's very unusual to have a 2-acre lot served by public utilities.
What is the density in the mobile home parks in the courthouse area?
Those are, I'm thinking around 4 units per acre. I did not pull that specifically, but if I'm going back from memory, I'm thinking it's at
And
least
they
4
are
or 5
on
units per acre.
septic and well?
They are, yes.
Mr. Chair, is that up in this area?
Yes, to the north,
Okay.
immediately to the north.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mr. Lumpkin?
I'm looking at the 2035 comp plan, map 2, land use courthouse village. In the area that's delineated, it looks to me like I don't see any single-family residential medium density. I only see low density.
Pull my presentation. Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right,
Never mind.
so that means, what's the lot size? It's 2 acres?
2 acres.
2 acre
And
lots.
when we, as I stated in my presentation, I can bring up that map. At the time that we did the comprehensive plan, there was no sewer allocation. There was lots of discussion during the review of what to do with the courthouse area. And because we did not have that sewer capacity, we did not know what to designate those properties at what level. However, there was discussion about this is where we would want residential. And in fact, there was conversations about actually having even higher density, maybe some apartments, townhouses types things in the courthouse area, but we just couldn't plan for that without the utilities.
Okay, I think you kind of summed it up there. I mean, it's not fair to say that we would have put medium density, but there's in the legend to the right, there's a place for medium density, but it never, in the legend, on the legend on the right, there's a place, but there's nothing that's residential that's medium density, and I wasn't here at the time, but you're saying the gist of that was there's no point in putting medium density because we didn't have the water and sewer to serve it. Right, is that
That's
fair?
correct, yes.
And so 2 acre lots is what the single-family residential low density would call for.
And that was, again, to address the
And
utility issue.
so then when you go north, when you go anywhere outside of the courthouse area, you hit all this rural enhancement area. And what is that's 1 house per 2 acres when you get out into that area, right?
That would be the smallest you could do, yes. It depends, I mean, it's based on your parent tract, and you can divide it 4 smalls, 10s and things, so, but 2 acres is the minimum lot size that you can get in those areas.
Okay. So I mean, it's just twice, half or twice the density, however you want to look at it, right? Then, so to me, that's not a lot of difference between low density, well, it's double, right?
It's half or double.
It's half or double, however you look at it, okay. All right. While you have your slides up there, can you show me proffer 7 again, please? Back one.
Oh, sorry.
So there's nothing more, where's the 1,800 square feet homes, one, is that? That's a different proffer. Okay, but that's fine, but so this one, what is proffer 7 telling us? That they're just going to establish an association?
Yes, and the county does not regulate protective covenants. It's just something that they would do on their
So
own.
they're not putting any or there's nothing that is what's going to be in them, they're just saying they're going to create an association and put
That's correct.
some uniform.
Right.
Okay.
And it points out that they would be establishing an HOA to take care of the open space areas and things like that. It's just a way for us to make sure that those areas would be maintained.
And at the planning, I did not make the planning commission meeting, but what was stated there, the concerns were density.
The concerns were density and the consistency, lack of consistency with the comprehensive plan. It's a 4-1.
It's
Basically the same.
Yes.
Density being the only thing that's not
Yes.
aligned with comprehensive plan, right?
Correct.
Just kind of fact check Mr. Browning, but he said 20, is it correct, 25, or I guess I should say, does planning department agree that 25 homes would be the density amount if it was following the comp plan?
That was a number we came up with, yes, so it's 2-acre lots, so
So
two.
do the math.
Yes. And then with the R3 zoning, I believe it's 32 lots that they could develop under the current zoning.
By right, they could do 32, but they would have to crowd 27 of them in the front section that's zoned R3.
Right, the front 500 feet is zoned R3, so if they could do triplexes, I believe it was 27 triplexes, and then the 5 lots would be acreage lots, 2-acre lots on the rear portion.
Okay.
Yep, Mr. Chair, I just want to, I've got kind of 6 things I just want to kind of throw out here if I can, if you can just indulge me for a minute on this. So, you know, most all of these projects, every project that comes before the board, you know, I kind of put it into individual buckets, you know, obviously, and these aren't in any particular order, but, you know, the community input, what are we hearing from the community for and against a particular project? And then I kind of look at it as to what's good for the, you know, what's good for the county overall, because that's our role here. Is it good to have utilization of public water and sewer in the designated growth areas? Is that an advantage to us? Kind of the third bucket is, you know, is the plan or the proposal consistent or relatively consistent, substantially conforming to the comp plan, given the age and changing, you know, elements of time in regard to a comp plan, you know, and is it in the kind of the right place? And then particularly for rooftop developments, is it offer a variety of housing opportunities for members of the community to participate in, or for new residents to participate in? And obviously, is the growth that's been discussed this evening, is it manageable? I mean, are we able to absorb the potential impacts of that growth? And then, you know, kind of an intangible discussion about the quality of what's being presented to the community. Does it have some amenities? Does it have a nice look and feel? Is it something that the community be proud of to have, you know, in their neighborhood? Again, kind of an intangible, but, you know, an element of kind of my deliberation on a project like this. And so I guess just to summarize and not filibuster this, you know, at great length, I kind of look this project, my initial feeling, my feeling is that this overall kind of represents a pretty decent project for the county. I think we've heard lots of input from the community, you know, on both sides of the fence here about whether or not they think it's appropriate or not, what it might mean to a village or not. And I think this is where kind of, you know, I find myself struggling a little bit with, does this represent a good addition to a village concept where you need some residential activity to foster a community feel, in addition to perhaps providing some additional economic development for some other amenities that may, you know, that may be desirable to, you know, to the population. Again, not talking about movie theaters and, you know, stuff like that, but the kind of things that Goochland residents are, you know, are interested in having as amenities. And so it seems to, I know we had a lot of discussion about the comprehensive plan, and that, you know, certainly until we had the capacity available for water and sewer, that this project probably, or for sewer, probably would not have been a project that we would have, you know, considered approving, or that I would have considered desirable at this point in time. But, you know, I just want to kind of throw out some of my thoughts here on kind of where I think I'm kind of at on this project.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the applicant a question or two.
Yes, sir.
And I think I saw the house elevations, they were part of a proffer, right? I thought I saw an exhibit.
Yes, sir.
So-
Exhibit C, I think it is.
Okay. So, and I want to ask this question carefully because the way the law is, but you've heard folks talk about the house, the historical home. And what is your thinking, but the applicant, in terms of not making that a proffer?
It's not making a
Not
profit
making
or
it a
store
proffer,
that.
the representations that we've been hearing that you're going to preserve the house. I think the law and such requires you to preserve the cemetery.
Right. We would not, I don't think we'd have a problem proffering. At the time we didn't submit it, we had not honestly been in the house. And so Mr. Lane let us in the house, and it's a lot of things stored in there. He has a lot of furniture, and it's hard to even move around in there. But once we were in the house and we took a look at it, structurally, there's nothing wrong with the house. I mean, it needs to be updated, it needs some some repair, but it's definitely a salvageable house. And it has always been our intent, you know, quite frankly, when me and Lawrence went and looked at it, the very first thing he said was, "Man, we're saving this house, we're gonna fix this house up." And so I was a little surprised at him at that, but that was always our intent. And so we did not profit at the time. We didn't know what we would get into with the house, and, you know, I think we would be comfortable offering a proffer for that, you know, but at the time we hadn't even been in it. But, you know, we still things may come up during construction. What if it's full of black mold or something when we pull the walls down or something to that effect? But, you know, I think we're comfortable in proffering saving the house. It's our total intent to save the house. And we've stated it. I think our exhibit plan says house to remain on the conceptual plan and that type of thing. So we put text in there to save it. I don't think we have made it a proffer, though.
Well, I might have to look to our attorney, but I know Mrs. Russell pointed out, in talking about the history, and she pointed out that it is not in writing, and that's been my sense as well when I
Right.
was looking through the proffers, that there's nothing committing you all to doing that. But you've made it clear that the Historical Society and others in the community have
Yes.
put some value in that. And I think you've assuaged some of their concerns by some of your representations.
I mean, we can certainly offer up a proffer to save the house. I mean, we're totally safe for that, right, Lawrence? Is there something we can
I'm looking at
add
the
in
attorney.
now?
I don't want to go too far down this, but you've said several times, you think,
We're willing to put it in writing that we're gonna save it. And I think we've kind of said that up to multiple people, so.
Can I ask a question related to how, is anybody maintaining it now, other than it being full of stuff?
No, so it's been sitting there. Mr. Lane's his parents bought it in the 50s, is my understanding, and they did some renovations to the house. They passed away in the late 80s, and it has been just abandoned, sitting. He has been keeping heat and stuff going in there and maintaining it, but it's really just sat as it is since the 1980s, and so at one point it might just rotted and fell away, you know, if it just stayed there forever.
What about the cemetery? Is it in,
So there is a fund set up for the cemetery for maintenance, and Mr. Lane is the custodian of that fund, is what I'm told, and so there's some money allocated to that maintenance, and so he periodically, the guys that he pays to cut the grass and stuff, they come in and, you know, cut the bushes and cut the grass and kind of keep it up. But we're going to put it in with the HOA, and there would be a common area, and it would be maintained, you know, along with all the other common areas, landscaping, buffers, and that type of thing. You know, I've had several conversations with the Historical Society, and, you know, we're willing to We even discussed maybe some kind of plaque to the Miller family, recognizing them in there, because I volunteered. They know a lot more about it than we do, and they had some history on that Miller family, and I think that would be great to honor them in some way. So people know what it is. It's going to be in our community. We want something nice, and it would be representative to kind of explain what's there.
Other questions for Mr. Browning?
Yeah, I picked up, originally I thought you were going to have, maybe you still are, but I got the impression there was going to be going to invite different builders to build in lots. But tonight I'm getting a little bit of the impression that Mr. Leesfield's going to do most of the buildings, or what are your plans on that?
So,
just repeat that. So
yeah, so Mr. Litchfield's saying he wants to build about half, and we've had a lot of interest from other builders, different companies, and so we haven't got that far. This is just kind of the first hurdle, but he's interested in at least building half, he's saying.
And it's also in there, I believe it's in the proffer that you're going to at least make an option for the library to connect to the sewage, is that?
Yes, we're gonna, stub an easement or a sewer lateral that way so that the library could, if needed, connect to public sewer.
Can you address, I think there was a few environmental, I think you had somebody from environmental here, there was a few, I think one speaker expressed some concerns about groundwater and where it's all going to go and whatnot.
I can speak to that a little bit. Let me get back to, Joanne, you might have helped me get back to our.
Conceptual or your plan?
Yeah, conceptual plan.
Getting there.
So the stormwater regulations that are in place are very tough. They're very onerous. And so I'm aware that downstream, the pond that's around the Goochland Pool has had some issues or concerns with flooding and that type of thing. So this site will have to detain all of its stormwater runoff and treat it on site. And so what will actually come off of this site after we develop it will be less water than comes off of it today. That's how stringent the regulations are. And so there's an existing pond here that it's really quite sedimented in, and a lot of the runoff came, it seemed like, from the library area. There's a pipe that comes out into the pond. So we're going to kind of repurpose the pond and clean it up and make it an amenity, but it'll also be a stormwater facility for the neighborhood. And we've just shown some other areas where there will be stormwater facilities perhaps, but once we go through the POD process and we get into the full design, there's a lot of other hoops we have to jump through, and so a lot of other government agencies we have to satisfy. And so when we get to that point, we'll detail out all of those stormwater requirements. And it could be that I need to eliminate these 2 lots to build a stormwater basin to make it work. And if it is, it is. But, at this point, we're estimating that these 3 facilities should treat and detain the stormwater. But that's something that we'll have to fully satisfy at plan of development. And then as far as environmental other things, there's a stream that comes out of the existing pond here. It drains down through the site, in this area, and then there's another little branch of a stream here, and then a stream that comes out of the existing pond. And so we've done our best to avoid as much of the wetlands and streams as possible. We have to have a couple road crossings to get to the other pieces of property, but we're trying to avoid those.
This diagram doesn't show, it doesn't look as proportional, but next to the Russell's property, you said you've extended that to a 100 buffer?
This is a 50, initially we had a 15-foot buffer, and now we put in a 50-foot buffer here.
50-foot, and then is it also 50 behind the Herwires and the other folks?
We show a 35-foot buffer here.
35-foot, okay.
Yep, and then it's the 100-foot buffer along the
100-foot is there, yeah, that's right.
And we took, we initially had the road kind of in this area and had some lots in here, and we backed this back to try to, most of the mature vegetation on the site is in this area. This is all field, and this is an overgrown field. Kind of, Mr. Lane said it was fields, in the past, and it's kind of regrown, overgrown fields. But the mature woods are back in this area near Mr. Jenkins, and so we backed that road off and backed it up to offer more buffer in his area as well.
And what is your largest lot size and your smallest lot size? according to this plan?
So probably the smallest lot size, so by R3 zoning allows 20,000 square feet lot, which is roughly a half acre. So there are probably some lots in here slightly above that, and then I think a couple of these lots around the old house are maybe closer up to an acre, 3/4 of an acre. Or some of the, some of the larger ones, and like these are larger. We backed these off to try to put larger lots in this area. To eliminate, we lost a lot somewhere in this area as well, to try to make them wider, and there would be less houses behind Mr. Russell, and deep, those would be larger lots as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
You said there'd be less runoff after you build this development than there is today?
Yes, sir. The regulations as written, and I may call Adam up, he knows a little bit more about the stormwater regulations than I do. But I think the regulations state, well, I'm pretty certain they state that you have to take it back to a forested condition. So this site isn't all forested, so the runoff is actually a percentage of the forested condition. Is that not right, Adam? I'll let Adam speak to that.
Adam Warner, Youngblood Tyler and Associates. Yeah, we like to always say woods and good. So after you've fully developed a site, the runoff that comes off that site actually has to be what would be a totally wooded site with good soils. So you've got, basically just trickling water off once you've done the design.
And since it's not currently all wooded now, you're being asked to
That's right.
limit the
correct.
runoff to a higher standard
To
than
a
it
higher
currently is
standard
now.
than what it currently is. Yes, sir.
Is any of this in a floodplain?
No, there's no floodplain on site.
There's no floodplain.
We will do an analysis, we will have to definitely do analysis, and Debbie Bird can speak to this. There's a dam here, they'll make us do a dam break analysis. If something were to happen to that dam and fail, we would have to analyze this entire stream here and project where the water would go and where the 100-year storm would be on the stream. But there's no FEMA floodplain, there's no 100-year floodplain on the property today.
And I wasn't looking when you pointed, but I think you were talking about a dam.
There's a pond is
Okay,
here
okay.
behind Mr. Hamsey's house, and the dam's kind of in that
What-
area.
What about the condition of the existing pond there,
This one?
yeah, the dam there is?
So that's another reason why we're redoing that. It's an old pond, old farm pond. I'm sure it wasn't built to any design standard. So our thought is to go in and totally redo it and design it to today's standard and upgrade it. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions, Ms. Vasquez?
One more. Thank you.
Yes,
for
ma'am.
This. Proffer number 7, the protective covenants. Just, I think I know the answer to this. Let's see if I do. So when does that kick in? When do you do that? At a certain, half the homes or certain number of the homes are built?
We would form the association. Typically, we have to do that before, we record the subdivision plat. We would have formed the association. And then once we first start out, the developer would be like in charge of the association. And once the lots start coming in and more homes are developed and built, he would transfer it over to the association itself. So the developer would be in charge of the association at first and upkeeping anything until it was handed over. But it would be required, we'd have to form the association prior to recording the subdivision plan.
You would, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That early. Because the concern would be things like the maintenance of the cemetery, the signs, all the
And
things.
so that would be in place, and so then the county could force us by this to maintain those buffers and that type of thing.
Gotcha.
Because it's a recorded document.
Gotcha. Okay. And the other question that I have, and I'm not sure if staff should be answering this or you. So, right now, there is not a sewer connection to this property.
No.
Correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're bringing the sewer from the north side of Route 6
Yes, ma'am.
down
So-
to this property.
So that's like the lowest area on the site. So this little red area right here represents where we're anticipating the pump station. So everything kind of drains this way, and that'll be the lowest site. And it'll gravity flow to here, then we'll pump it back up out of the road, back across, and then we're gonna extend the sewer from this side up, and it'll gravity flow back into the system that's there. So we'd have to extend it from this side of the road up to Route 6 and bore it underneath the Route 6, and then we'd set a manhole right here, and we'd pump it up to that manhole to gravity flow back down to the, to the county's current pump station. So then it goes to another pump station and then gets pumped back up across Route 6
Right.
over to the Department of Corrections.
Right. And the expense of that is at the expense of this project?
Yes, ma'am, that's all our
Right.
expense.
Okay, I just be sure I got that right. Thank you.
Let me add a question around that. So today, and I think you can answer it, but Todd's here as well. There is no sewer connections on the south side of Route 6, except now there's a special connection to Goochland Cares, right? And I guess closer to the women's prison, to Lane's End, Swan's Inn. Is that it? So Swan's Inn, then Goochland Cares, and this if we approve it.
Yeah.
So. So while you're still standing there, I've made so many notes that I'm having to go back. I put asterisks, but since the Planning Commission meeting, you guys made a few changes. I think maybe 3 lots.
Yes, sir.
You changed, you added right and turn lanes at both entrances, and I got Joanne nodding back there too. Increased the buffers. You're now buffering the sewer line to the library. And I have a question, and I'm not sure who can answer it, but if we needed to enlarge the library, to expand the library today, could we do it without the sewer connection? I thought, isn't the septic field behind the library?
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, I think it's right in this area. My hand's shaking.
So any enhancement to the library would probably be not, I think Derek left.
Derek's he's out in the hall.
Oh, okay.
There's a
That's-
topography issue behind the
Right.
library. The hill slopes pretty
Right.
dramatically.
But you also have a septic field back there, so you really couldn't do
That
anything.
limited
So,
it, yeah.
so this could help us maybe in the future if we need to expand the library. You're upsizing, I don't remember this coming up in the planning commission meeting, upsizing the pipe from 4 to 6 inches. May have been there, I just don't remember hearing it.
Right, so I think now most of the gravity lines are adequate in the system, but in the pump station itself is, but that force main that comes from the pump
Right.
station back over to the corrections, we would increase the size of that force main.
So that could possibly help other development in the courthouse area.
Yeah, school development, county development, if commercial development, it frees up some capacity in the system.
Question for Todd. Todd, how much water are we using in the courthouse area today?
Off the top of my head, I want to say it was around 100,000 gallons a day, but our agreement with the Department of Corrections is for 200,000 gallons a day. So we can go up to that. And once they finished their elevated water storage tank that's down about 5 miles down the road at the old men's farm, our capacity actually increased to 2 million gallons a day. So really no issues on the water side.
And that's, I think sometimes people think that this is going to impact some things. We planned for that long ago and paid for, or lobbied the General Assembly to pay for their water tank, or
That's correct.
help us pay for the water tank and the lines. And made the agreement with the Corrections Department to provide us more water.
That's correct.
So that's all proactive work that we did in preparation. The same as with the sewer, and we have, I believe in our 5-year plan, some funding for expanding the sewer capacity, right? Regardless of whether we approve this or not tonight.
That's right. We're still planning for future growth as identified in the utility master plan that, I can't believe it's been almost 5 years we've had that approved. But yes, we've identified in the utility master plan that we would have to do something at some point in the future with regards to our sewer capacity with Women's Prison or Department of Corrections.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant or Joanne, or what are your wishes?
Chairman, I'll start a little bit of
Okay.
discussion. First of all, thank you. This was very, very good presentation, I think, by all around, and I appreciate everybody that spoke tonight. And it was very, very well, I don't want to single out anybody, but everybody did a great job, and I tell you, it was very helpful to us, to me, and it really gets us thinking, you know, even more. I mean, we've been thinking about this for months, and I just appreciate, somebody said that, I think Mr. Browning said, you know, people have been cordial, and that's evidenced again tonight, and that's one of the many reasons, but a big reason why this is such a nice community. People get together and are cordial, and this is not, I don't want to say, I wouldn't come out and say I'm in favor of this. There's concerns, but it seems to make sense when I look at the comprehensive plan. I mean, our zoning, everybody's saying this doesn't meet the comprehensive plan, but our zoning, in a good chunk of this, is completely inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So the applicant cited it, and I have it open, the comprehensive plan. Major villages are more populated communities where residential, commercial, and other land uses are integrated. And Goochland Courthouse and Centerville are the major villages where the comprehensive plan says there's going to be residential growth. And when you consider what the applicant could do with not even coming to the board, just they could by right do, is roughly a little more units than what they could do with, if they followed the comprehensive plan in terms of acreage. But when you look at what a developer has to do, I don't, you know, I mean, again, this is going to sound like I'm worried about the developer making money, but I mean, look at running utilities, all that's going on here, and I think the developer's also responding to the marketplace, and I agree with Ms. Burnell Burton. When you see where the growth is happening, what people are looking to buy, you know, telling the developer they have to do, you know, larger lots is, I think, inconsistent with what we're seeing the marketplace. And I think the developers are bringing us, I'm confident the developers are bringing us things that they believe, you know, will sell and what the market wants, not just what's going to make the most money for them. So I know the density is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, but so is part of the zoning on the lot. And when you look at what they could do without any Board of Supervisors approval and without all the other things that they're promising here in the proffers, I think it's going to be much less desirable than what they've proposed. So the one thing I'm just concerned about the whole village, Goochland Courthouse Village, is, and I've talked to neighbors and others, where are we getting the village look and feel? That's what I wonder, and that's why, you know, you talked about multiple craftsman houses, other types of homes. I guess it's going to be a variety. Certainly, this will be a big disappointment if it, you know, if they're, well, you're not going to sell $400,000 homes that are not attractive, I don't believe. So, but business people in the community, I think, are in favor of this, the ones I've talked to, and other people have represented the same. And we're not going to get the amenities that people want in a village or in the courthouse area if there aren't residences to support the businesses. So this is in a location that I think it makes sense. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, but for the fact when the comprehensive plan was done, we didn't believe we had the water and sewer capacity, but we have it now. When I got on the board exactly a year ago, one of the first things I looked at was the utility master plan. I think it was in draft, well, there's a draft and then there's one that's been in place. Growth is coming, and we are planning on, we haven't figured out yet exactly what, but there's going to be millions of dollars spent, as one person pointed out. It's going to be expensive. And if they do what they can do by right, or if somehow they said, we'll come back and just do 25 homes, I don't think, the numbers don't make sense to me from the utility side of this as well. So I'm leaning in favor of the application, but I would like to address, the applicant has said they're willing to make a proffer regarding keeping the house. I'd like to get that ironed out before we take a vote.
If we just state on record that we'll make that a proffer, is that sufficient?
Yes, sir. If you're interested in making that proffer, if you could state on the record what the proffer would be, we would record it as a proffer, and the motion would be as
Okay,
amended.
we can add an additional proffer that says the existing Reed Marsh house will be maintained and refurbished and remodeled and restored, I guess. I don't know exactly the word I should put in there, but it will not be demolished. The existing Reed Marsh house will not be demolished. Does that suffice?
That's sufficient for me. You satisfied? Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Peterson, you've been kind of quiet.
Uncharacteristically. Sure, Mr. Chair. I want to just, first off, echo some of the comments that were just made about this meeting itself. One of the very, very special things about Goochland County is we can come together and fill this room with 50 or 75 people with all different views about different things, and for 3 hours have a very civil discourse and share each other's thoughts in a very orderly fashion. And that tends to lead to better decisions. So I want to thank all the citizens for their citizen engagement in bringing these issues to our attention. We do listen very carefully. And I think each and every one of the people that spoke tonight spoke from the heart, and they genuinely believe what they said. And for that, those voices continue to ring in our ears, and we paid attention to everything that was said. So maybe perhaps I can take some of the things that I heard in order and just go down the list here. One of the issues was water and sewer capacity, and from what I understand, we do have ample capacity, not only for this, but all the near-term projected projects in the courthouse area. So that really is not an issue. We're running around 80% capacity utilization now, something like that, but we've got additional capacity coming online. So the concerns about water and sewer capacity were raised and I think adequately addressed. Another one was the environmental, and I was a little surprised to hear that the runoff from this project would be less than it currently is running off the property. I wouldn't have guessed that. That none of it's in the floodplain, so there's no economically or environmentally sensitive areas. And I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that if we take the sewer, the wastewater away from the property as opposed to just letting it perk into the ground with septic fields, that would do a better job of preserving that environmental and be less sensitive to the, or be more sensitive and less potentially hazardous to the environment of the area. The historical significance, we've heard that. To me, the additional proffer goes a long way toward addressing the preservation of the historical nature of the property. So I think the environmental and the historical have been addressed as well. Traffic was raised as an issue, and so we explored that. And from what I understand, the level of service currently is a B, which isn't a perfect score, but it's acceptable certainly. And that the level of service would not experience significant degradation by virtue of this particular development. That there are significant traffic flow improvements being paid for by the developer in the form of additional turn lanes and additional improvements to the signaled intersection. So the traffic flow should actually be improved by this as opposed to degraded, and the level of service would be acceptable after this is all done. Now, there are some people that would like to just have as little traffic as possible on our roads, and I understand that. Our concern primarily is to make sure that the level of service isn't deteriorated and it maintains a high level of service. So that gets me through the traffic, the environmental, the historical. The setback as it currently exists on River Road was troubling to me. This R3 where this current setback is, well, no, I mean the setback for development for the R3 currently on River Road.
Front yard setback, I believe, is 100 feet.
What is it currently?
To the front door, right?
Yes.
So now we have a buffer of 100 feet
to the lot line.
to the lot line.
currently, not in this proffer, not in this deal, what is the current setback on
The
that R3?
front yard setback, if a house was fronting on River Road, it would be 100 feet from the property line to the front door, to the house.
So if they were to build those triplexes today,
Then
how
it would be,
close could
yeah,
that be
so
to
it
the
would
River
be a
Road?
rear yard. It's sort of confusing, because you said front yard, so front yard's facing. If it was a rear yard, the rear yard setback would only be 30 feet. So they could have the rear of the townhouses 30 feet, the triplexes 30 feet from River Road West.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. So the combination of that density and a 30-foot setback troubled me quite a bit. Because the village concept or the feel to me is when you're driving down River Road, what do you see and feel on both sides? 100-foot setback with landscaping is, to me, an improvement over what they could do today. So what's being proposed here is a lower density and a further setback than is currently by right today. That's pretty much where we are on that. So from a density standpoint, as I understand, the density of this is lower than the previous one that we approved in Swans. This is a density of 1.1 as opposed to 1.4. So this density is lower than our last one that we did approve. It's lower than the current by right. So this would lower the density from the by right along River Road, where it's currently R3. It's a little bit lower density than came to the Planning Commission because there's been a couple of homes reduced from the thing. So I guess part of where I'm going with that is the citizen input that said we want lower density and more setback. The developer here has at least in part addressed some of that by increasing the setback from 30 to 100 and reducing the density. The other comment that was made was that the bigger the lot, the higher the price, the more you price people out of the market. And if this goes from 1 acre at 400 to 2 acres, it's going to be more than 400. It'll be, who knows, 600, 700. And there's a concern of just all high-priced homes pricing a lot of people out of the market. So that would be a concern as well. Then I get back to if you step back from it and you say, okay, where is this? From that village map that you had shown earlier, that the county staff had shown us earlier, this is in the heart of the village. It's in the center of the village, almost dead center. And some of the folks that came up and spoke and said, look, this is in the center of the village. I think at least 2 people had mentioned that, the heart of the village or the center of the village. And if it's in the center of the village on public water and sewer, it didn't seem like a 2-acre lot was the way you would go normally in the center of a village with public utilities. So if you just step back from the several thousand feet buffer. So for me, as I go through all of the issues that were raised, for me, a lot of them, if not most of them, have been addressed in the process of going through the application, through the Planning Commission, through this, and through tonight with the proffers. So that's where I'm coming out on this, Mr. Chair.
You want me to take a whack at it too? I'm going to go ahead and make my comments, and I won't repeat everything that's been said. I think you guys are what make Goochland, and sitting here, these are difficult decisions, but I'm going to miss you all next year. To a point, although I might be in bed by now otherwise, but I appreciate everybody's concerns, and I've done a lot of research since I moved out here because there were 2 neighborhoods approved right around my subdivision when I first moved out. I live in Mill Forest, and there was Preston Park, which was Montero Estates at the time, and Rockets Ridge. There was a lot of opposition to those neighborhoods. The economy slowed them down, but they're coming up, and we haven't really seen that horrible impact that we kind of expected. But I remember years ago walking when White Hawk Cafe was still there, and walking in to get my morning coffee and talking to Terry Hazelton, who was the owner at the time. And he would always ask me, what's going on, what's happening? And I remember telling him, well, there's a new restaurant coming, Bella Cecilia. We don't need any more restaurants, we need more people. Because any business in the courthouse area would like to be able to stay full regularly. The courthouse Pizza was one place that used to open until 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. I used to have dinner there just about every night. But they closed because they don't have enough business to stay open. And so I think that's what you expect in a village, is to have some things available for the folks that could actually walk to it. Right before, when this hearing was before us, a couple months ago, before it was rescheduled, that same day I received an email from a constituent of Rock Castle Road, and she said basically, we do not need any more development. We're done. We want to stay rural. What we need is a Harris Teeter, a Starbucks, and more cell service. Well, you can't have those things without some more population. We're lucky that we actually have a Food Lion that serves us pretty well. I think the applicant has made lots of changes since the Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission didn't get to see a lot of these things. I think the buffers, it's a great improvement. The enlargement of the sewer pipe, the intersection improvements with right and left turns. We now just heard a proffer to protect the Miller House, which was a concern because I think it's a beautiful, beautiful house. Some of the things that people are concerned about, the water and sewer, those things didn't just happen. We've been planning for them. We worked, Becky Dixon was still here when we negotiated an agreement between Powhatan and the Corrections Department and us to increase our water capacity in the courthouse area because we were kind of hitting the maximum. And then we lobbied the General Assembly to pay for that new water tank that if you drive down Route 6, you see that water tank is up. Sewer is the same way. We've worked with the women's prison. They treat our sewer. We've worked to increase capacity there, preparing for some of these things because, again, our comprehensive plan says our growth should be in the village. And this is right in the village. We've talked about the fact that there could be a lot of houses built there with no proffers. We've planned for the schools. The first school that we're going to build, hopefully start by 2024, is Gushel Elementary. And we're going to go from 300 capacity to 650, preparing for some of these neighborhoods that have already been approved and new growth that may add kids to the school. You know, I've got millions of notes here from everybody's conversation. So I think overall, I think we could do a lot worse. I think the neighborhood with sidewalks will create that village feel. If you go to Powhatan, and we go to Powhatan to eat once in a while, Powhatan, the courthouse area looks more like a village because there's more houses, there's several restaurants, and it's all walkable. And we don't really have that village. We have Route 6 is a major thoroughfare, so doing anything on Route 6 that stops the traffic, the sheriff is opposed to. I've always, as a runner, I would love to have a 5K or something on here, and it's very difficult to do because there's no way around. Anytime you add a little neighborhood, you give a loop that keeps people off the main drag. We talked about, somebody mentioned the major thoroughfare plan. Again, we worked that out. We know at some point we have to expand Fairgrounds Road. We have the connection from the extension of Fairgrounds Road to Route 6. We've got that in the plans. I think that's actually going to improve the level of service at this intersection here at 522 and 6, because a lot of the traffic that stops at 522 and makes a left, then they make a right to head west on Route 6. And again, I think another person mentioned, Mr. Bowman mentioned the advantage of having development close to the schools. I was surprised the other day, earlier in the meeting, we have VDOT here, and I complained to VDOT about the fact that they're working on 522 during the day, and I've been caught in it several times and wasted lots of time in it. So if I remember, I avoided, and I go Route 6 to Dogtown Road, take Dogtown Road to Whitehall Road. In that process, as I went west past the administration building the other day, there were probably 25 high school kids walking, taking that sidewalk that we built a few years ago to the county. I think having the crosswalks, having access to the library, hopefully having other amenities that come because of the development, I think will be very, very beneficial. And I think it goes to creating that village, that we will have sidewalks around the new Fairgrounds Road connection to Route 6. I think you'll see, that connected feel. One of the reasons we put in that sidewalk is that a lot of kids were already walking from the high school, but they were walking along Route 6. And we had several parents come and speak to us and say, you have to do something. And so we set aside money and we built a pretty nice sidewalk. So I think this is a really good development for the village. I don't know whether 60 houses or 48 houses makes a big difference. I think the developers are doing a good job of working around the wetlands and the streams. And so if I had to vote on this right now, I would vote in support of it. Mr. Minnick, Ms. Lasclair, any other comments or?
I was looking at my notes as well as while you were talking. And I do believe you've hit on most of the points that I had as well. So, no, the answer is no.
It was, Mr. Minnick, did you
Yeah,
have?
again, I mean, Mr. Chair, again, I just, on balance, these are always complicated, these are always complicated projects to review and adjudicate. There's a lot of good points on both sides. I think Ken did summarize well the major points of the impacts that are being addressed by the applicant. And again, the lens that I'm looking through here is, is this good generally for the county? And I believe the answer that I have is that yes, this is good for the county.
One last thing I had, I know somebody mentioned, Ms. Burton mentioned the size of the home. I'm on 3.5 acres. It takes me, most of it is wooded. It takes me more than an hour to cut the weeds, because it's pretty much all I have. Today we heard the Goochland Health Assessment done by the Health Department, and the largest group in Goochland County age group is the 65 and over age group, I think at 18%. I'm in that age group. I don't really want to cut grass forever. And so these things appeal to me, and may appeal to like the largest group of folks in the county. So that's just kind of the final thing for me. And somebody mentioned that Richmond was lost related to the tax rate. That's not why Richmond is lost. The taxes are there because Richmond got lost, but we've continued to do all these improvements and been able to prepare ourselves for some of this growth without increasing taxes, because we've done a good job of managing the money that we have and planning ahead. We're the only locality in the area with a 25-year capital improvement plan. So, and that actually impacts the proffers, because it looks at development not in typically we look at 5 years, we're looking at 25 years. So anything in the 25-year range is considered as we identify proffers. With that, I'll shut up, and if anybody would like to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and make a motion, but I wanted, you touched on one thing, and I don't know if the person's still here, that talked about Oilville, the Oilville exit, and I agree wholeheartedly, and this, it's not unrealistic to come here and say this is going to negatively impact that exit, because again, people coming from Richmond, coming out that way, and I've sat in there, it's dangerous when you're having to stop on the interstate and go over to the shoulder. But I would say that is the world that I'm learning we're in, is VDOT we're after VDOT a lot, but it's a reactionary operation. They're going to react to situations. But Oilville, you were listing some of the things in the future, and the Oilville exit is on the list.
Yes.
So we're going to continue to do what we can to push VDOT to continue to, be a little, hopefully a little more proactive, or as proactive as possible instead of completely reactionary, but Oilville is on the list. So, Mr. Chairman.
Before you make the motion, I believe, do you have an update on that? Because we've requested a project from VDOT for the Oilville exit. I think it's already.
For the Oilville exit, we actually did make a smart scale application this past August, August of last year. Unfortunately, it didn't make the top list of the approved, but it was our highest ranked project that we submitted for the smart scale funding for. And so the public knows, smart scale is just one of the many funding mechanisms that VDOT has. But there's some other things that we're still trying to work on with VDOT to go ahead and see if we can still obtain some funding to do that interchange. So, but nothing new at the moment, unfortunately.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve application number RZ 2018-0011 filed by Reed Marsh, requesting a rezoning classification of 56.3 acres from the A2 and R3 to all R3 with proffers and with the amended proffer as was presented orally this evening.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budeski, would you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Minnick,
Yes.
Ms. Ashelet,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez.
Yes. Have your approval? I will hold you to all the good things that you promised. Take a break. We're going to take another. Okay, we're going to reconvene. And I believe Ms. Byrd will present the next hearing.
You are correct. This hearing is for a renewal of a conditional use CU 2014-0003A for the 4L Corporation. It is a renewal for a conditional use permit for a routine biosolids storage facility out on Chapel Hill Road. It's just west of the center of the county. Area is shown as rural enhancement on the comp plan. The zoning is A1 Ag General. This just to give you a little better idea of the property in question. It's at Whitehall and Chapel Hill. The entrance to this property is Chapel Hill, but as you can see from the circled parcel, that's where this facility actually is. And I've highlighted these parcels in that all of the parcels highlighted are actually owned by the individual that has asked for this permit. This is a close-up of the parcel, and you can see the facility located there on the left side. Again, this is a close-up of the facility itself. It's on a pad that's half covered and half of it's not. Most of the material is stored inside, but the outside area gives them room to maneuver to load and offload the material. The sides of this are a concrete wall on 3 sides, and then this tent structure goes from the concrete wall across the top. Within that structure, there's drainage facilities that collect any of the leachate and stuff and take it to a tank that stores it until it can be offloaded off-site. Here's the engineered plans that were done with this, so it was all structurally designed and everything for this specific use. On Chapel Hill Road, the facility does have this identification sign to show where the facility is. The trucks making the deliveries, it's very clear where they're going so that there's no confusion with that. Here's some pictures of the actual facility, and you can see it's rather large. You can see there is some material stored in the facility. And in the back corner of the picture on the right, you can see the little tank I was talking about that holds the leachate and all, that might come from the material stored there. Community meeting was held on this February 13th. It was attended by 4 neighbors. It was also attended by Ms. Lascalette, Mr. Alvarez, and 2 members of the Planning Commission, Mr. Duke and Mr. Myers. Various questions about the operation were answered at the meeting by Mr. Lanier, and the majority of the questions were on topics such as what was changing from the previous permit, noise and time associated with the deliveries to the facility, the types of vehicles used to transport the facilities, how often the facility was inspected, and I think there was additional question I didn't put on here in regards to was taxes being charged for the facility there. And so we discussed all those items. I'm going to go through the conditions here, and I just want to highlight that you'll see a lot of these are marked through, struck through. The reason for that is when this original conditional use was approved, at that time we did not have any code regulations about facilities like this. So we included all these conditions that we wanted to be sure that were covered in the CUP. Since that time, we've gone back and added a new section in the code that incorporated these conditions into the actual code. So they're no longer needed as a condition in the conditional use because they're already covered under code conditions. That being said, some of the ones that you see that we have completely struck through, I will also address whether or not they're in compliance with those conditions, just so you have an idea of that. Condition 1 is access. So again, it's now going to be use, and that this is to be a biosolids storage facility that may be operated on the property. Just to clarify, a routine storage facility is a facility that typically will can allow materials that will be stored for greater than 45 days. So again, this is something that's not necessarily in and out every day. It's for the longer storage. It's for the things that can't be put on the fields right away and stuff like that. The access part of this was taken out again because it was already incorporated in the code, but he meets all the conditions for access in the code. Truck route, the applicant designating a truck route, again, as part of his permit with DEQ, he has to do that. He's in compliance with what designations were put with this permit. Lighting, the exterior lighting will all be dark sky compliant. There's no lighting out there right now, but he understands that that's what it would be. Had a condition for a truck cleaning facility. Again, it's in the code, but the site does meet the requirements for this as material is delivered, and if there's material in the trucks are brushed, swept, cleaned, and that's again in that outdoor side pad area. That's what that's for, is to do those kinds of things. Conceptual plan, again, we needed a conceptual plan because the facility hadn't been built. Now that it is, it's not needed. But we do have a condition that the site plan will adhere to his conceptual plan as shown in Exhibit A. Statement of need, the applicant keeping an existing inventory of storage facilities within 5 miles of the county border. There are no other facilities within the county limits. This is it. Schedule, proposed construction schedule, no longer needed. The facility is constructed, and it was constructed with the proper permits and in compliance with those permits. They wanted that be sure that the building was certified to be as properly constructed under the building code. That has been true, and it has been certified, both the canopy and the facility itself. Setbacks, this is still in here, even though we do have provisions in the code for setbacks. The first one's 750 feet from the nearest residential use. That's exactly what's in the code. But the second one, the code says 100 feet from the nearest stream or wetland, and he has agreed to increase that to 200 feet, and that's what is currently built out there, meets that criteria. Hours of operation, this was not in the previous CUP. The applicant agreed to put this in there, and that vehicles would transport biosolids to and from the facility between the hours of 5 and 6, Monday through Saturday. This, I think, is again in response to some of the comments from the neighbors and things like that. And Mr. Lanier will speak to that probably in his presentation. Storage volume, again, this is now in the code, but the annual volumes monitored through this facility are in compliance with their DEQ permit. Excuse me. Site is fenced, and the fence does meet the requirements of the code. DEQ does have to approve the facility, and it has to be in, the new condition is that it shall be operated in compliance with the current valid permits, and that if there have non-compliance issues, we may revoke the CUP from here. The transfer of ownership is standard condition, and then expiration date. Original one was granted for 5 years. The permit that they have with the state for the facility expires on November 3rd of 2025, so we have set this expiration date to be concurrent with their state permit, so that when they go and get that renewed, they would renew this at the same time, and any conditions or whatever that may change with that, we can incorporate and see that they're covered in what we have. So state approval they have, and they are, was last condition was that we would have the conditions that have now been put into the code, and it does adhere to those. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have on this. That's the presentation.
Question for Ms. Byrd. Ms. Vascolet.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Byrd, I know we had talked about this before, but the answer escapes me at the moment, so just real quickly. The condition number 6, inventory of existing storage facility within 5 miles of the county.
Yes.
And you're saying conditions no longer needed as requirement of CUP. No other facilities are located within 5 miles of the location. So those are 2 different things.
Right, but there are no other facilities within 5 miles. Storage facilities.
This is the only storage facility in the county, is that correct?
Correct.
And if there were to be another one approved, does that matter?
If another one was to come before you, and it would have to come before you before it could be approved, because it would
Okay.
need a CUP.
Okay, just like
We would
this.
look at where it was located, and you would have the ability to
Okay.
respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it's helpful. I do have, this graphic here shows the nearest house, which is about 4,500 feet around, and basically the circle of that. You can see that most of the land around the area is actually owned by Mr. Lanier and part of his farm.
Okay, thank you.
Don't go away, Ms. Byrd. As we look through all the requirements, many of the items that were in the original CUP have already been constructed, so they're struck out. When did we inspect them, and do we know that they are in compliance? Do we regularly inspect, or?
DEQ inspects the facility 3 to 4 times a year. We go out on an occasional basis, and for example, with this CUP coming forward, I did go out and inspect the facility prior to taking this case forward and verified that the conditions were satisfied.
Any other questions?
I'll follow up on yours if you don't mind. So if DEQ does come out to inspect and they find some violation, the operator is notified and we are also notified.
Yes.
Right, and that's what happened the last time.
Yes.
Right.
And I did confirm with them and specifically asked them prior to bringing this forward that had they had any violations or inspections that had issues, and the answer was no.
Not under this current.
Not under this current facility as it exists today.
Right, okay, thank you.
questions for Ms. Bird at this time?
No, I'm sorry. No,
Would the applicant like to speak?
My name is Owen Lanier. I live at 4209 Whitehall Road. I'm also the Vice President of 4L Corporation. One of the conditions of the conditional use permit we would now like to request be modified. That is the hours of operation. The reason behind that is that, first of all, to clarify a little about just what this facility does, naturally, there are permitted properties in Goochland County, and the state handles the permitting process. DEQ inspects and approves. The delivery to material to those farms or those permitted properties happens. This facility is only used when weather conditions prohibit the delivery of material to these farms. Occasionally, if it's a slow delivery week of material, the facility may be used to stockpile material on a brief basis to be able to go to a farmer's fields and knock his job out faster versus delivering material over a longer period and spreading in less than optimum efficiency. So that's another purpose, of course, of this building. The condition that we would like to have modified is the hours of operation. And the reason is that this facility handles material from the Richmond region, meaning the City of Richmond treatment plant, Henrico County treatment plant, Petersburg treatment plant, and occasionally, according to contracts, the Chesterfield treatment plant. They also handle material from DC Water, which is at Blue Plains treatment facility. That is located on the Maryland side of the river up in Washington. Their normal operations are to start loading trucks out at 2 a.m. Sunday night through usually Friday night, but many times their allocation for the week is over by Thursday night. And they do that to naturally not be tied up in traffic. The trucks usually have to make 2 loads, meaning they have to leave that facility and go to somewhere in Virginia, wherever they're going to be spreading material, if fields can be accessed, and deliver their first load, go back to the treatment facility and get a second load and deliver that, and the driver usually takes the truck home. They report in anywhere from midnight to 2 a.m., but DC Water starts loading at 2 a.m. During winter months or times of inclement weather such that material can't be directly delivered to a field, material comes to this storage facility. It can be anywhere from 1 or 2 loads to 10 or 15 loads in a day. It all depends on varied conditions that have no real pattern. The trucks can usually make a trip in 2.5 hours, give or take a little, depending upon traffic. So in doing that math, you see that from loading out at 2 a.m., a truck could be at this facility at 4:30 a.m. If I was spreading in the fields around this facility, they would do that. They would be in the field dumping at what the time they got there, 4 to 4:30 a.m. Not all the material comes through this facility, like I said before. A lot of it is directly delivered to fields. So the trucks on the highways and then on the county roads are going to be traveling there regardless of coming to a field or coming to this facility. I don't like getting up at 3 a.m., and I do not have to tomorrow, which is good, because no materials coming to the facility. But it has to happen. And it is very beneficial for the drivers as well as the permit company that is hauling away from DC to come to the Goochland facility first, if they have to come to a facility somewhere, because it's a quicker turnaround. It's a shorter route for them to come there and then get back up into Washington and try to beat the traffic, coming back out again, and either go to a field or go to some other location. I would like to have the hours of operation modified, instead of starting at 5 a.m. to start at 4 a.m. Just because it's not going to change in reality what happens if the truck, and we have no control over the trucks or the loadout. If we're held to opening the gate to the facility at 5 a.m., the truck will be sitting at the gate for 30 minutes. So that's non-productive. He's going to come down the road at the same time, come onto the farm at the same time, and wait to come into the facility when the hours of operation of the facility can start. So it was a mistake asking for 5 a.m. It should have really been 4 a.m.
Questions for Mr. Lanier?
I'm pretty well finished, yes.
If you don't mind, Mr. Hi, Mr. Lanier.
Hello.
Here we are again, right?
Yes.
So one of the biggest complaints that we get are the trucks on Whitehall Road. I mean, it's residential, waking people up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, is what we've heard. And so that's what this was an effort to try and take a look at that. Now, I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm trying to figure out how we can balance those two things. We don't want your truck sitting there. That doesn't make any sense, because they need to keep going, right, and keep the job going.
Yes.
So, is there anything that we can do to compromise on this, to try and keep those trucks from rattling people's windows at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, rarely would they hit Whitehall Road before 4 a.m. or hit Goochland County before 4 a.m. They get off the interstate and it's less than 10 miles to come to the facility.
Right.
So I don't know. I have no control over the loadout. I could have some control over where the truck may go as to whether or not he could come to the facility. But once again, if I'm spreading a farm or a field somewhere that the truck has to go down Whitehall Road to get to,
Right.
it's going straight to the field at 4 a.m. when he comes through. And once again, not all the material comes through the storage facility. It's just an overflow of place for the material to go
Right.
when he can't get into the field.
Right.
So, I understand what you're saying, but there's not a lot that can be done that I'm aware of for controlling the, traffic on the public highways if they're doing something that's, a state-sanctioned process.
Follow up. So, do you know when they are going to deliver? Are you on like a schedule? Do they call you and say, okay, Mr. Lanier, we have somebody here? on the way,"
It's predetermined the day before, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'll be called, and they'll say, and sometimes it's very short notice because the weather will be forecast to be
Dictate
nice,
some
and
of
then
it.
there'll be a major downpour thunderstorm that wasn't expected, and they'll divert trucks to the facility. Usually I'm pre-warned, because I don't think I've ever had to be awakened to go to the facility, so it was pretty well planned. But, yes, and usually, there's usually 4 crews spreading out in the field somewhere. Usually somebody can take the material in the field, unless it's just wintertime, bad weather, bad field conditions, and then it's more of a scheduled process about the material that comes and me knowing when they're gonna load out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question related to that, because I think I live right on Whitehall Road, just about. And what I hear is when the trucks come by, because I think they can pick up speed from the time they turn off of 522, and then just past my house, there's a curve, so they slow down. And what I hear is wonk, 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 wonk. And I think that's what everybody hears. Is it?
That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Want me to repeat that for the record? For the record, it's really, and I can tell when it's full and when it's empty in the other direction, because it's quieter actually when it's full, because it's, it's heavier, I guess. I don't guess there's any way we can regulate the speed beyond what the road says, but that to me is a concern. I know we've received pictures in the past of the trucks going across the white line. I'm sure they like to come at 4 in the morning because there's nobody. That's probably why they can go that fast. But that to me is what people hear, is the acceleration and deceleration. Of course, there's a lot of curves on Whitehall Road.
What that is, it's called an engine brake.
Right.
The slang is a Jake brake that the drivers use. It's the best way to do away with that is you're going to have to get the General Assembly to make the truck industry do away with them, and I don't think that'll happen. It's a retarder that basically slows the vehicle down when the throttle is released back to keep from having to use the brakes. It uses the reverse torque of the engine.
Yeah, if they weren't going so fast before they hit the curve, they might. And I think maybe, I don't know if there's any way you can talk to them about when they come at 3 in the morning to make sure that they're not,
We will, we actually ourselves have not received any complaints, but if there are some concerns, I will definitely address those with the dispatcher that handles the group of trucks. And yes, we will try to reiterate with them as much as possible to slow down, drive the speed limit, and try not to make the engine brake activate right there near Mill Forest.
I used to love to do that on my.
Can you put that in the?
But just for the rest of this year. Next year, we'll.
I'll set some strips out there with nails. All right. No, so the other thing, I think what you said basically was that the trucks are going to come by, whether they come into your facility or not, they're going to come by. They may just go and dump in a field.
That's correct.
But they're going to come by. There's only the ones you know about could be somewhat regulated. Is that correct? Is that?
Basically, yes. The local delivery, meaning City of Richmond region, those plants, those guys, they're not as early in the morning as the ones coming from DC. And it's a purpose because of the traffic on Interstate 95 and the poor drivers trying to work, something less than a 14-hour day to make their 2 loads. But yes, you're correct. There's been no material delivered to the facility, I don't believe, this year since early or mid-March. So there hasn't been any trucks on Whitehall Road for that time period. There may only be occasional ones for the rest of the summer. It's going to depend. And there is another facility in Accokeek, Maryland that supplies material also that I forgot to mention. But
What is, another question kind of related to the material itself. The material you receive from Blue Plains is Class
A, EQ.
AEQ.
Which is Class A Exceptional Quality Biosolids. The same material is marketed by DC Water as Bloom Soil in Virginia under their marketing distribution permit that is basically can be applied without the land being permitted. It's basically has very, very reduced regulations.
What's the material that you receive from like the Richmond facility?
It's a Class B biosolid. The Blue Plains facility is the only facility that manufactures Class A in this, geographic region.
Any questions for Mr. Lanier?
I'm just curious, your drivers get here, drop a load at 5 and do a second run and beat traffic up into DC?
Well, they try to not get in it now. First of all, they're not my drivers, okay? But I mean, just so everyone understands, we help operate the facility, and we're just a spreading contractor. The drivers are employed by the hauler contracted to move the material away from up there. And yes, they have had to make 2 loads to Prince Edward County before in a day. And that's a long day. They are very happy when in the winter they can bring material to Goochland because they can dump there, and not everybody arrives at 4 to 5. If I've got 12 loads coming from DC, there's a couple drivers that are very proactive. A lot of them have to stop and get fuel, but a couple of them will get there 4:15 to 4:30, maybe another one at 5, and they're stretched out from there till 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So it's not a big mass at one time. They'll go back and get a second round. If I'm getting both rounds that day, they'll be wrapped up by maybe 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then they'll take their truck home and sleep and get back up to DC next morning.
So they don't leave at 5 and beat, I'm just wondering how they couldn't beat the traffic. They're at the site for a little while.
It
and
takes
then
them,
they're kind of they're after the traffic, but getting back south before the traffic.
that's correct,
Got it.
yes.
So they also they do deliveries sometimes a second run, so they'll be in the afternoon sometimes.
Sometimes they'll be up until 1 or 2 o'clock. They usually never deliver after that. But we, of course, ourselves haul material out of this facility to farms in Goochland. We probably have, 30 large landholders or farmers that we supply this material to, and it costs them nothing. And it's a soil amendment and a high nitrogen fertilizer for them. So they get to apply that on their croplands or their pasture and hayland that's all been permitted, of course. It's a very lengthy DEQ process. But it basically provides a service for them to not have to buy commercial fertilizer.
Thank you.
Do you have an estimate of how much the biosolids help, or how much cost reduction it creates for the farmers?
It runs somewhere in the neighborhood of $75 to $100 per acre that they don't have to buy commercial fertilizer to use. And I have, like I said, I'd have to look specifically, but somewhere around 30 people that we service in the county, and I've got 3 or 4 more waiting to get their land permitted.
Do you know how many acres total?
There's probably at least 6,000 acres in the county that are permitted that we can apply to.
Any other questions for Mr. Lanier? Thank you, sir. We may call you back when, after the
I'm
public
sure I'll
hearing.
be back at the end, yes, thank you.
At this time, any more discussion or, okay? At this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this topic, please come forward, state your name, address, and try to limit your comments to about 3 minutes.
I'm Bradley Grubbs, 4065 Whitehall Road, and I oppose this. I'd like to yield my time to Franklin Grubbs.
Thank you.
My name is Franklin Grubbs. I live at 4065 Whitehall Road. Before I get started, I would like to pass out some information for y'all, if that would be okay.
Just hand it down if you want.
That'd be great.
Save you a little time.
gotta kinda hurry because we wanna get them trucks back on the road.
Yeah.
It's just like you said, Mr. Mimic, earlier today, you know, you wanna be proud of what's in your neighborhood. I'm not too proud of that. The conditional use permit for 4L Corporation has had a very adverse impact for the entire neighborhood by the smell, the noise, the safety. Just like all these trucks coming in, it's a neighborhood, it's not an industrial park. Trucks and equipment operating in the middle of the night. I mean, y'all just discussed all that, I don't have to go through it. It rattles your windows. You know, it's no control of it, that's not a neighborhood, that's not what it's about. The odor from a storage facility, that's where the odor is coming from. You got trucks, just like as far as the safety goes, we've heard nothing about safety. We had trucks running in a ditch. We've had trucks that broke down on Whitehall Road in the middle of the night. We had an overturned truck on Chapel Hill Road, and the road was closed. The conditional use permit for 4L Corporation has not had any economical advantage for Goochland County. If y'all would look on pages 1 and 2 there have been no permits issued for this facility. Y'all can see by the pictures, it's a big facility. No zoning ordinance permit, no electrical permit. And the main thing is no real estate tax has been paid on this at all. We talked about the previous meeting that we had about the taxes, how it helps the county. There's no taxes paid. If y'all could look on page 3, this is a big one. The reason they hadn't hauled this BOS for the last 3 months is because I spoke with the manager of the BOS facility, Neil Z., I can't pronounce his name too well, on Thursday, May the 2nd. And I was informed that the 4L storage facility is out of compliance with the DEQ. That goes back to what Debbie Bird had talked about, number 15. Anytime it's out of compliance, they got to shut it down. He said that the biosol was stored in weather, not covered, on the pad. Biosol was outside the pad longer than the 45 days. The biosol was not stored correctly in the facility. He said a full report will be coming out in 3 to 4 weeks. Therefore, in closing this CUP is out of compliance with the state, it's out of compliance with Goochland County, and the welfare of the neighborhood. I'm totally against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grubbs.
When was that inspection day? Do you know?
Ms. Bird.
Yes, sir.
Could you answer the questions about the permitting? I know we discussed that already.
Right. It's a farm structure and does not need a building permit per the building code. That being said, for the construction, DEQ required that it be certified and inspected by a professional engineer, which it was, and I have copies of that inspection in the file.
Had you heard about this issue that Mr. Grubbs just brought up?
No. Well, I talked to DEQ, it was probably 3 weeks ago, and at that time I specifically asked them if there were any issues and was told no, there were not. And again, typically DEQ, when they have an issue, they do call me pretty quickly and let me know, and I have had no contact from them. But I can follow up on that.
But if this was an issue, I mean, our CUP does not regulate really the facility.
No, sir.
DEQ does that. So if there is a violation, how do they deal with it?
They will have the operator come into compliance. They can fine the operator. There's several mechanisms they have. I'm not sure exactly what they would follow in this particular case, if this was the particular instance, but it's all laid out in their permit and under their regulations.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. Okay, so DEQ comes out and inspects, and they say they're in violation. We don't have a condition that addresses that?
It says they have to be in compliance with DEQ.
Okay, so then how does that work? So they come out on, May 1st, pick a date, and they say they're not in compliance, then can you walk me through? How does this work? I mean,
If
they shut them down right then, or what?
Again, I'm not sure exactly what actions DEQ would take for individual, depending on what the issue was. But it's their program, it's their permit, they enforce those kinds of things. What we would do is if and Tara can correct me if I'm wrong, but if they're not in compliance with that and they're not trying to come back into compliance with DEQ, it would then be a violation of the CUP, and just like any other zoning violation, we could pursue it as that, but typically we would let DEQs run its course and go through their actions. And if, say for instance, if DEQ came to us and said, it needs to be shut down, it can't exist anymore, well then we're gonna pull the CUP. That's what the new conditions say. We can cancel the CUP. But if it's something that minor, that they're just gonna correct, and DEQ just says, fix this by close of business today, you fix it, I think that's gonna address it. But again, not knowing the actual individual item that's out of compliance, and again, from what they've told me, there were no issues. I'm not sure exactly how to address that any better at this point.
If I might, they're required by law to comply with their DEQ permits. But we still wrote a condition in the CUP that says failure to comply with their permits to DEQ allow us to revoke the CUP. And we did that so that while we could let DEQ investigate or take whatever action they're going to, we retain the right to take a zoning enforcement action up to and including revocation of the CUP for failure to comply with the DEQ. So we're not trying to regulate sort of more so or in addition to, but DEQ can investigate, determine there's a violation, and do what they're going to do. We've left control in our hands as well if they are not in compliance with DEQ.
Right. So technically, this CUP expired April 30th, right?
Correct.
So there's now a lapse in the CUP anyway.
The county's policy is if they're in process and because of the process, they go beyond the expiration date, we don't take action until y'all act on the new CUP.
I guess what I'm getting at is, it's concerning to have a report of violations from DEQ. So we're asked to take action on this tonight with the potential violations sitting out here. And I'm just trying to reconcile those two things. That's where I'm coming from.
I'm sure, Ms. Lascolette, you are aware and are considering the fact that having had the public hearing, you still could defer action on this item for another month. It was represented by Mr. Grubbs that a report would be available within a month. I have no doubt that when Ms. Byrd checked with DEQ, it probably was potentially before when this happened. So it could be that additional information would be available to you about that, in a month's time, which is available should the board choose to defer.
And I would just suggest also that if there was a violation, of course, the first thing they're going to do is to notify the operator. And Mr. Lanier may know more about it than I do from that standpoint if it was more recent than this.
I think we should ask him before, but I haven't closed the public hearing yet, so I kind of.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah. Okay.
So I would like to, thank you, Ms. Byrd.
I'm sorry.
So I
We
would
got
like
off
to
on that.
ask if anybody else wants to speak on this.
My name's Thomas L. Browning. I live at 993 Hard Times Lane, and I have a farm, and I raise corn, beans, crop, and hay. I'd just like to say, you asked about how much the cost of the fertilizer would be. cuts your cost by about 40% of what you would have to expenses of planting the crops. And with the cost of the corn and the seed and what you're getting now, the commodities are way down, and put a lot of farmers, they couldn't farm. That's the reason we don't see as many farms now in Goochland County, because it's cost prohibitive to farm. And most of the larger farmers, I'd say 75% of the farmers in the county are dependent on this product to farm. All the larger farmers are using Mr. Lanier to cut the cost of getting this material so that they can afford to farm. So, you know, if we talk about helping the farmers, we need to do something to help Mr. Lanier help the farmers in the county and in the area. And also it gets rid of the waste. It has something to do with it, rather than filling the landfills up with stuff we'll be taking up property for landfills and things. So it has a good value, and it's good fertilizer. It decreases use of lime and fertilizer. So it is a good product for farmers. So it helps the farmers. The farmers need all the help they can get. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Browning.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road. The devil is in the details, and if we were to take the word biosolid out of this and put sawdust or some other word, just rolled hay, we would still want to have safe compliance. But I think it is important to realize that all of Goochland was farming land before the first house was built out here, or maybe right after the first house was built. It is a core part of what everybody talks about wanting Goochland to be, rural. And so if we are going to make it difficult to farm, we're going to have fewer farms, and you're going to have, or this board is going to have more people saying we don't want houses built on open space. And if you can't farm it, what else are you going to do with it? And I don't think farm or landowners are necessarily saying I'm going to be charitable and have a viewscape so people can look at pretty places. They got to be able to make a living, and the cost of farming is going up. This is one way of using organic fertilizer versus synthetic fertilizer. I don't own any stock in Bayer or Monsanto. Maybe I should, but this is a way of controlling costs. But as I said in the public comments at 3 o'clock, it needs to be done right. And so we have speed regulations on the roads, and if those are being violated, then we need to take care of that. Maybe we need more deputies and put a little speed trap out there on Whitehall Road. The fact is, farms have animals and they have equipment. Animals make noises, they smell, they also have outdoor sex. I mean, so if you don't like smells, you don't like noise, and you don't like outdoor sex, don't live next to a farm. It's kind of the message there. Because that's what farming is. It really is the basics of keeping us all fed. So I think Mr. Lanier knows what he's doing, but, you know, I know what I'm doing, and I still screw up sometimes. So if he's not in compliance because of some mistakes, he needs to get in compliance. But I don't think we need to put him out of business, and we need to take away a resource that the farming community can use. So if hiccups have happened, let's address the hiccups. But from a big picture, this is a good resource for the farming community, and I'd like to see us keep it as a good resource for the farming community. But it has to be done right. And I guess Mr. Lanier, if he was asked, would answer, have you been told by DEQ you're out of compliance? And I expect he would answer the question. Maybe. I don't know. But that's just how my mind works. Light went on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Mr. Lanier, would you come up and... Have you heard about a violation recently?
There have been no violations. Let me address the terminology and the process DEQ uses. DEQ functions under regulations that have been passed by the General Assembly. Those are laws that they have to follow. If something has to be modified from that, it does not make it in compliance. it's still labeled as a non-compliant activity. There are various conditions that grant, or that make DEQ grant variances to normal procedures. One of those conditions was the extremely wet weather that was experienced from last September, I guess, up until the end of the year, or into January. All over the state of Virginia, there was a problem with storing biosolids somewhere because there was absolutely no field application that could happen. There were biosolids parked in silviculture woods. There were biosolids put at any facility that they could find. DEQ granted a variance to allow that to happen. DEQ comes out and inspects what's going on. And yes, they came out at least twice this calendar year doing an inspection, and I do remember the DEQ inspector saying that there was no malodor present, meaning there was no smell. So there was no smell generated from the facility, according to the calibrated nasal cavities of this DEQ agent. And they are calibrated. They actually have a test, and they actually can determine various degrees of scent. Material was stored in the facility, in the front of the facility, beside the facility on that asphalt pad area by the permit holder, NutriBlend, that has the permits for the facility and for DEQ to land apply, because there was absolutely no other place to go with the material. Best management practices were followed, best management practices were adhered to, but yes, it was all non-compliant, but DEQ was aware of it. DEQ labeled it as such, but DEQ has issued no violations for any of this because they understood what had to happen, and this was the best way to handle what had to happen. And I'd also like to address something that is a little bit of a misconception if you look in the history of violations for this area, that location. The violation that existed, gosh, back in, I guess it was in the 90s, there was no such thing as a routine storage facility back then. DEQ had just started handling, supervising biosolids from the State Department of Health. So there was some effluent that left the open pad and went into a field by Centigro, who was the operator at that point in time, and that, quote, triggered a violation under VDOT's inspection and action, but it wasn't for what is there now, because what's there now is a routine storage facility, and there was no such thing back then. You were allowed to store out in the open. You just were supposed to capture any runoff, and some runoff, not all the runoff got captured back at that point in time.
Questions for Mr. Lanier? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Comments?
I'd like to ask Ms. Byrd one more question.
Okay.
So if this board were to defer this for a month, Mr. Lanier would still be able to operate. Is that because he's operating now outside of the CUP? Am I correct?
That is correct. We would not stop him.
Okay. So it would not, it would just continue the CUP conditions that exist now, or were in existence in 2014 or whenever this was originally set
We
up?
would stay pursuing any actions against him for being not having a permit.
Say that again now.
We would not
If I'm-
pursue any actions against him.
for not having a permit since he was in process of having it renewed, and it was a
Gotcha.
deferral of you that
Right,
was keeping him from moving forward with that permit.
right. I mean, I'd like to find out more, I'd like to understand this better, but,
I do understand exactly what Mr. Lanier was describing, and that's more what is my understanding. I will clarify a little bit too, from the standpoint of, this is permitted as a routine storage facility, and that is what it is used at the majority of the time. The permit that authorizes all the application of fields throughout the county, which is permit 806, under that permit, this facility is also authorized under that permit to use this as an emergency storage facility, which is the
Oh, sure, I know exactly,
situation
yeah.
that Mr. Lanier was describing. And I was aware that, yes, during the winter, when we had all the rain this spring, they were using this as an emergency storage facility, and it was stored beyond the area of the covered rooftop. But that was done with DEQ's knowledge and approval, and I knew that it occurred, but I just have never heard it called a violation per se. If that's what Mr. Grubbs is referring to, that happens occasionally. It just exactly as it was described, as a weather-related type of situation.
so you know that is what we're talking about, right? That
If-
is the violation.
If that is what
Yeah.
he's deeming the violation, yes, that is the case. And again, that's the only thing I know that has been used out of the ordinary out there from normal routine facilities. I will definitely still follow up, and I want to confirm that there is nothing else out there, but I am aware of that.
Mr. Lanier?
Mr. Chairman, honorable supervisors, my name is Paul Lanier. I'm the father of the fellow that was up here. I'm very familiar with this. I started it some years ago. Now, there's one thing I'd love to get cleared up. There's people goes around saying, we haven't paid taxes. That parcel sets on, or that building all sets on 112.5 acres of one field. Now, I don't know why it didn't get on the, but the taxes were paid on that every year. We've never missed paying a tax. But why the building improvement didn't get on there, I'm not aware of. But I didn't pick it up. I didn't intentionally ignore it. I write the checks that pays the taxes every year, and I go through the forms. But I have since been approached by the people.
Assessor, right.
The assessor. And we got that all straight.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
embarrassed, to be honest with you, that the improvement had not been included on the parcel.
I think we figured out
We figured it out.
what happened there. Since it was a farm building, the permitting was different, so it didn't make it to the assessor's office. We now have a process in place where this shouldn't happen again. So it's one of those things that,
Well,
So-
and the other thing I'd like to address too, to follow up on what he said, everybody that concerned with DEQ and the people that supply the material and the haulers and the whole bit knew that there was a verbal permission given because we had a very tough winter. It was cold, but we had rain nearly every day. And as he said, you could not get in the fields. We don't want to put material in that pad in that building if we could get in the field. That just slows the operation down. And I keep hearing this stuff about odor. The last 2 inspectors that were out there said there is no, they call it some word I don't really understand, but malodor or something like that, but I just say odor. And there is not a lot of odor. A lot of people confuse what they smell with a spreading out there where there is a little odor. But there's no odor on that, coming off that pad of any significance at all. I can't detect it. So I just wanted to get those things out to clear the air on some of the accusations I've heard.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Questions?
No, I thank you.
Thank you. So, we could possibly defer and identify what the issue was, but it would be longer than 30 days, because our hearing tonight was probably not as long as the hearing next month.
Well, that's the way to get me to come back.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure that it is an issue. Yeah, it's a concern, but I think we can address it, and we have a way to come back and pull the CUP if it isn't addressed properly. So I don't want to get us into a bad situation, but my approach would be to just let's go ahead and deal with it tonight. And I think, Ms. Bird, if I'm not mistaken, if we don't have a CUP on this facility, they can still have a facility, or they can just put it directly on the field. Is that right? So, and they could put it on the field even if it's going to rain. If you don't mind coming
Right,
up.
under the regulations, they're allowed to actually dump material on the fields and store it, I think it's for 10 days. Not covered, not protected, not
Right.
anything, and that was one reason we were supportive of the storage facility, is it keeps them from doing that to a greater extent.
Any other questions or comments, or? Seeing none, and I don't necessarily like the stuff, but I understand the value that it has for the farmers in the area. And it is a lot of savings, and maybe not directly to the county. We now will collect a few more tax dollars, but it is to our farmers. We keep saying we want to keep Guzman rural, and I think this is one way to help the farmers. So based on that, and since it is in my district, I would like to make the motion to approve with a change to the hours from 4 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The hours will be from 4 a.m. to 6 p.m., changing the first one
Changing
from 5 a.m. to
from
4
5
a.m.
a.m.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budesky, would you?
One more thing.
Oh,
Can we have discussion? One more quick thing.
yep.
Ms. Bird, can you let us know directly when you've talked to DEQ, assuming this gets approved tonight?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so that we have kind of closed the loop?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chair, just to confirm, the county is not aware of any violations at this point. The applicant has told us they're not aware of any violations at this point. So at this point, we don't have evidence or reason to believe that there is one. However, if there is one, we still in the CUP have the condition to be able to pull the CUP if they're out of compliance with DEQ.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
So if it turns out there's still a remedy in the conditions.
And one of the conditions also is that the CUP expires at the same time as the license expires, so if there's any issues, it'll be dealt with as well then. So, Mr. Budesky, would you?
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd, this Neil Zaradka, do you recognize that name?
Oh, yeah.
We've met with him
Yeah,
before.
we've met him plenty
I've
of
met
times.
with him
yeah.
before. Thanks.
Ms. Hunter, next hearing.
Good evening again. Trying to read what that says. Computer is moving very slowly. There we go.
Yes, the computer.
Okay, here we go.
There we go.
Yes.
No, no,
Now we gotta go
no.
all the way. We don't wanna do that.
The sidewalk has been rolled up outside, I think. I think I've eaten all the.
Throw that away.
Good evening again. This is a conditional use
No, no, no.
permit for a 199-foot telecommunication tower for a property off of Hawktown Road, located in the central portion of the county. The comprehensive plan designates this property and all the surrounding properties as rural enhancement area, and the surrounding properties are A2 as well as this property. You can see the site is predominantly wooded except for a small portion along Hawktown Road. Balloon test was conducted on February 28th. There was some visibility from some portions on Hawktown Road. The applicant will show you some of the photo simulations in their presentation. There was also a community meeting on February 27th. Mr. Alvarez, staff, and 5 citizens attended. There were questions regarding health concerns and visibility of the tower. The tower will be set back about 380 feet from Hawktown Road, and a significant amount of trees will remain between the road and the tower sited to fall completely within the property. So this is how you could see Fairground Roads at the southern portion of this property, and the tower is set back about 380 feet off of Hawktown Road. Typically, we usually at this point show you the propagation maps that show you the red and yellow circles of where's coverage and this tower and how it turns it red and there'd be additional coverage. Based on some 2018 legislation, the applicants no longer are required to provide that information to the county. However, any of us who drive along Fairground Road and have dropped calls know that there is a gap here in this area, so it would meet a need for cell phone coverage and broadband in this area. So the conditions we're proposing is, one is the use would be a communication tower. There's a conceptual site plan that was shown to you. They'll have to get a plan of development. The height of the tower would be 199, which means it would not need to be required to be lit. They'd have to meet the FCC and FAA regulations. The tower base would be secured and protected by a fence. No interference with other television, radio, etc. The color of the tower has to be non-reflective neutral. If the space of the tower is visible during POD review, we would require a buffer. The county co-location, this is one that's a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. The applicant would reserve perpetual right of first refusal to the county. They would let us know that they have space available. Somebody was interested in leasing a space. We would have 30 days to respond to that. And then within that 90 days, including that 30 days, we would have to enter into a lease agreement if we needed that tower space for public safety. They would need to commence within 2 years. The internal access road, this is different. Typically, we have required 20-foot right-of-way. We have worked with the fire marshal's office to determine what would be able to get to the site for public safety, and they have agreed to a 12-foot wide with 4 feet of clearance on either side. The CUP would expire 90 days after the cessation of the tower, and our standard transfer of lease condition. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter?
Not a question.
Quick
Mr.
question. Did you say the county co-location, again, this is the first one of these I've done, but did you say the number 10 county co-location? That's something new for us? Is that?
It's been modified. Typically, we used to have them reserve it, and they had to offer it to us for free. With a legislation change, we can no longer require that. The time frame is also a little bit different. It used to be 30 days to let them know, and then we had 6 months. But the applicant has asked for a 90-day period instead of a 6-month period.
Thank you.
Other questions at this time? Would the applicant like to come up? Just to have some energy left?
I'm making my way. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Lori Schweller, attorney with Williams Mullen, and I represent Verizon Wireless. Also with me is Stuart Squire, who is zoning manager for this site with GD Insights, a consultant for Verizon Wireless. Our application is,
So hard to see.
we're requesting a CUP for this wireless facility, which is a pretty standard Verizon wireless facility, 100 by 100 lease area, 60 by 60 compound within that, 199 monopole, enough room for 3 additional providers, which
One
may
more, right there.
include,
Oh, no, up.
which may include the county.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Ms. Hunter has shown you our overall site plan, and I can also show you the closer up compound plan. The only thing new
My
is
glasses?
that at request of VDOT, the access off Hogtown Road needs to be perpendicular as opposed to the more slanted access we're showing. And our property owner, Bill Nicholas, has agreed to that on a lease exhibit, but that has not been translated into revised drawings yet. So I can show you the lease exhibit.
While you're finishing.
She's doing great without it, right?
Well, really, you've done such a great job, Ms. Hunter, that the only additional presentation I'll be showing you will be the photo simulations from the balloon test. Pretty much all the other information has been gone over, if you would like to see them. What we found at our balloon test was there were a couple of neighbors on Hogtown Road who were a little apprehensive about what the site would look like from their homes. And fortunately, what we found is that if you're standing on the road in front of these 2 particular homes at 1850, right across the street, or at 1900 Hogtown Road, standing on the road, you could see the site through trees, but it was quite obvious to us that you would never be able to see it from their homes, which are set back and have lots of trees in the yards. And after the balloon test, we didn't have any more concerns from those homeowners. They didn't come to the Planning Commission hearing. I spoke to one of them, and she said that she was not going to oppose it. So that's the summation of the balloon test in words. It was pretty successful. Oh, okay.
That's a shame.
You can go right to the last slide.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I mean,
It says questions.
there you go.
In fact, I'll be happy to take your questions as I coast through these in case there's something you want to ask about that might be most efficient.
Yes, perhaps, maybe you could stay on that slide, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. You'd mentioned earlier about a 90-degree, a perpendicular entrance.
Yes.
How's that going to work out, and, who's going to pay for it, and how does that fit into your drawings and your application?
Certainly, and I left this slide in just to show you the 100-foot fall zone. That's primarily the reason for that, and the setbacks. This is the one that's particularly out of date, but I left it in just to show you the easement for the power and access. This is the lease exhibit I was referring to. So that's the actual configuration of how the access road will come off Hawktown Road. And this is taken care of by Verizon Wireless, and the graveling is taken care of by Verizon Wireless.
So Verizon would take care of that, and then VDOT's the one driving that. They're the ones saying that you needed to do this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess so it's not on the curve. I guess it's a little further down from the turn, so that line of sight and whatnot. So
Yes, sir.
okay,
It was a line of sight issue.
Okay, good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from Ms. Fowler?
Just one more real quick one. Assuming this, if this were to be approved, how quickly will construction begin and when will it be up and running?
That's a good question.
Estimate. I mean, I won't hold you to it. She
Sure.
said. Yeah.
My understanding is that it's on, the last I checked, I thought it was on the build plan for this year or next year. That
Okay.
fluctuates, and I really
I won't pin
couldn't
you down,
say.
right. I mean, there just really is such a need there, especially on Fairground Maidens area,
Yes.
Maidens Road. So, I mean, it's
have heard
horrible.
that.
Calls drop every time, 100%. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. We might call you back.
Yes, sir, and I'll be happy to show you those photos if you want to see them.
You don't want to see the photos?
Sure.
I saw the balloon test, so I don't need to see them, but you can go ahead.
Is it something that you can
It's
scroll right to?
photos of the balloon test.
Sure, I can move through those pretty quickly. This is just the map showing you. And the red dots show the places where the balloon was visible. We try to make a big circle around the area and all the surrounding roadways to catch it from every direction. And it wasn't visible in those places marked blue, so I really focused on the places of visibility. So from the distance from Pine Lane, you could see it north of the site. And then this was one of the houses where we were concerned, one of the addresses we were concerned about, and you can see that from the road, you can see it through the trees, the tree buffers along the field there. Similarly, for this site, we're standing on the road in front of 1850, and you'll be able to see it from the road at the driveway, but the house is far set back, and so it wouldn't be visible from the house. And then these other locations were not visible at all.
All right.
But it's a nice view of Goochland County. Nice little tour.
I went out there and I had a hard time finding it. And I think one advantage of this test, we've done some of these tests before during the summer where the trees are full. And you could see on these, there's no leaves on the trees and you can barely see it.
Very true. It was done late February.
Mhm.
No leaves on the trees.
Okay.
All right,
Interesting
thank you very
statistic.
much.
Interesting statistic there. The average phone's going to consume 48 gigs of data in 2023.
Yes, sir, and the reason I really like this slide is because of the second fact there, that we're at the point where over half of Americans no longer have landlines, which really emphasizes how important wireless service is, especially when you consider that over 75% of 911 calls are made from a cell phone, and that's not just from on the road, it's people in their homes. And so it drives home how important it is to keep wireless service as good as possible.
Thank
So
you, Ms.
with
Fowler.
it, thank you very much.
We may call you back. So at this point, unless there's any more discussion, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak? Please state your name and address and.
Oh, take your time.
My name is Struthers Scott. I live at 2561 Perkinsville Road, and that's about 800-acre farm across behind the polo field on the other side of north side of 64. The reason I'm here is because I do have a cell tower on our property, which has been there for 20 years, and it really is a good thing. But Verizon has not been on the cell tower, and they came on the cell tower about a year. This winter they came on, and it's really a fabulous thing, I think. They won't come unless they have fiber optic cable. So they ran fiber optic cable 3 miles down Pony Farm Road onto the property, so they have a better cell signal. And I understand they're doing the same thing at this tower. This is only 2 miles away from my tower, so it's surprising to me they had to be that close. But there's not many people on the north side of 64, but there are a lot on the south side and all that Fairgrounds Road traffic. And I see they have another one coming up at Whitehall Road
Yes.
soon. So I think it's a good thing. If the Goochland Moms Facebook page, people complain all the time about cell phone coverages, and I think that Verizon's doing a good thing by bringing more towers to the county.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Oh, rules. Anyone else wanted to come up? Going once, going twice, going loud. Hey, you are a runner.
Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. This just helps the county stay connected, and I think this is out of the purvey of the CUP, but bandwidth and being able to utilize this, I know 5G is the next generation, and we can get into the marketing wars with who's going to be first there with it, but you may or may not be aware, but there are some people in the county who think broadband is an issue. And so whether or not these type of facilities, it's probably too late to do it here, but this would be in the future, that there be some kind of addendum, that there be some commitment to, I mean, just not the signal, but somehow with the fiber optic being drawn to the tower, and is there some kind of branching or treeing that can be done off of that? Just somehow that if you're going to start digging and you're going to start building up, is there some way that it can be not just for voice, but, you know, most of what I understand, people way younger than me use their telephone for the internet now as opposed to a laptop like dinosaurs. I use a laptop, but it's a good thing. I'm for it. I wish they were doing more. And I'm not sure if there's something that in future CUPs it can be, and this is also going to be outreach with dinosaur laptop internet for, or the Facebook moms, as I heard them referred to, I guess.
Goochland Moms.
Sorry again?
Goochland Moms on
Goochland
Facebook.
moms. I thought it was Facebook moms. Yeah.
Nope.
I don't hear so good out of this one, and I'm deaf in this one. So. That's my comment. Light didn't go off.
I think she forgot to turn it on. Thank you, Mr. Lau.
Did you hear the one about?
Your time's up. Anyone else? Now I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, question for staff. To follow up on Ms. Lasclat's question, when we issue a CUP, if there's no progress within a certain period of time, does that CUP expire, or?
This specific case said they have to start construction within 2 years.
Okay.
There's a condition
well,
on
there's-
this case.
There's your answer, Ms. Lasclat. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that was in the conditions.
Good.
Any comments? I mean, I ran on the premise of increasing broadband in Goochland, and it's been a little frustrating. I think, Mr. Lyle, the answer to your question is we cannot regulate. You know, I've talked about it before, but we cannot regulate the fiber to the tower or any of that. But I do believe that running all the fiber to the more towers we have, the more fiber we have, the more likely it is that we'll get other connectivity. Because I know that the tower by Shepherdtown Road has brought Comcast cable out to those folks. So anyway, hopefully it will make a difference.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lumpkins.
I move that we approve the application of our Celco partnership of application number CU 2019-00005 to construct and maintain a 199-foot telecommunication tower on tax map number 43-1-0-69-0 as presented, with the conditions as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any other discussion? We haven't broken the record yet, so we could stay a while. All right, Mr. Budesky, would you call a roll vote?
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Flaschlet?
Yes.
And Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So thank you very much. That was a great presentation there.
Questions?
All
I
right,
think
you're
we
catching,
should-
you're catching on.
We should
Mr.
defer,
Gilmore.
we should defer to the next meeting. How about
We've
that?
seen this before, right?
Danny's in the back, go ahead.
Resigned sooner at this point.
Yeah, gotta pinch
We'll
the
get you a
tea.
good send-off, right?
Sooner.
So I'll give you a spoiler alert, there's only 7 slides.
I think he has already retired, right?
Starts his new job tomorrow at
We've been here long
6
enough.
a.m.
He's already worked his time out.
6-year plan should have no more than 6 slides. How about that?
Well, one's questions.
Oh, yeah,
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Todd Kilduff, Deputy County Administrator for Community and Economic Development, and we have a public hearing for the secondary 6-year plan, fiscal year 2020 to 2025. This plan was actually presented to you at the 3 p.m. session last month. So we have the April 2nd, we showed you a lot of the project updates and prioritized the projects for the future. This slideshow is a lot smaller than the one we showed you last month because we actually took out all the updates. We've shown you the updates. This is really more about what the public hearing is about, which is today. Just as a quick refresher, we like to throw in the slide for any citizens still here or listening at home what the secondary 6-year plan is. It is an annually reviewed plan to address our secondary road network, not the primary. It's our secondary road network. That's where it's focused. And these projects can consist of any of the bullet points that you see here, from safety improvements, sidewalks, new constructions, things like that. It also identifies and prioritizes the identified projects, which I'll show you in a slide or two. And it's used by BDOT to allocate the funds that we have available for each of those projects. So this slide was showed last month at the 3 p.m. session. There's a few additions to it based on feedback from that presentation. We still have the same projects listed on the left side in that top box: Herndon Road, Jerusalem Church, Ben Lamont, Rockcastle Road, Bowles, and Elk Island Road. So all this information is the same except the far right column where you see the new items in green. There were 2 questions asked last month. One was, what are the conditions of these roads? Because what we had done was presented this order as priority order. Sorry, I'm a little tired. Priority order. Are any of them in worse condition than any of the others? Meaning maybe the one that's in worse condition should be moved to the top. We went out to each of these roads, took pictures, assessed them, and quite honestly, all of them are pretty much in the same condition. They're all in really good condition, to be honest. So that didn't really change the order. The second question was, what is the cost for maintenance, annual maintenance on each of these roads, which is the new column you see on the far right, where it's labeled maintenance cost per foot. So as you can see, the maintenance cost per foot really doesn't vary all that much between these roads, but the longer the road is, the more it's going to cost. So Ben Lamont Road, which is our longest road on the list, it's 1.4 miles. Even though it's $1.28 per foot, you take that over a mile, and at 1.4 miles, it's just going to be the more expensive road. But we did want to show you those costs. $1.65 is associated with Herndon Road and also Bowles. They're mostly identical, and technically they could be interchangeable. But really the bottom box kind of dictates where we're at. We only have $24,000 available starting July 1st. So what do we really want to do with that money? Staff is still offering the priority you see up here on the board, which means we could do Herndon Road and Jerusalem Church Road for that dollar value. And for anyone who doesn't know where some of these roads are, we have 3 roads on the western end of the county: Rockcastle, Ben Lomond in the middle part of the county, and towards the eastern end is Jerusalem Church Road. I just mentioned the two questions at the previous board meeting, the conditions of the road and the yearly maintenance costs. This last item wasn't in last month just because it was more of a hot off the press item, which we have, if you have any questions on, we can maybe have Mr. Baden in the back speak to it, and he's here. I should have mentioned him. I want to start the presentation. Danny Baden with VDOT is in the back, can help address any of the more minute details on this. But as far as VDOT's concerned, this is the last public hearing you really have to have for a secondary 6-year plan. Yes, it's the last public hearing that we actually need to have. So in the future, we'll be having conversations with the board, maybe in 2x2 meetings or something like that, to see how we want to engage the public and show them what projects we have. We don't really receive a lot of feedback on this particular funding source. So we could just do it maybe as a consent item in the future or something like that. But that's something to be discussed. But really the big takeaway is a public hearing is no longer required after this one. And that's all we have. Is there any questions?
Questions?
Just one point of clarification. I don't want to belabor it, but if somehow the state hits oil and gives more money to the secondary program, if we get over $100,000 of funds at any given point, then a public hearing would be required. We're far from it, but that would be the threshold.
So we would have to have 100,000, is that the trigger?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, anything over 100,000 would still
Hopefully
require.
we'll have a
Where our
public
funding's
hearing.
just less than that, so we really weren't too focused on that, but he's
Hopefully
absolutely
we'll have
right.
a public hearing in the future.
That's right. There you go. That'd be nice.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? All right, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. And I'll give out the rules if somebody steps up. The public hearing is now closed.
You already gave away the pick thing.
This really is just a question. Is Jerusalem Road 612? And the reason I run that road, and I can't remember it being gravel, and I'm just either so fatigued I don't
Yes.
realize it's gravel. I think it's asphalt, but the 612 is 3 chop in 706. Okay, so I go past Jerusalem Church, so that's maybe why I'm thinking it's Jerusalem Road. But you know, living in the country, you just look
Might
where
have
the
been a
brown
different-
cow was last week, and that's where you turn. So, but anyway, okay. I just gotta go past Jerusalem Church.
Cows and crops. What's the matter? All right. Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? If not, I will close the public hearing. Any discussion, questions?
It's getting kind of late. Can we take this up tomorrow?
Can we
Not
take a-
not for 30 seconds.
Can we take a break?
Got another minute.
We could wait to,
Wait a minute, and we'll take it up tomorrow.
this is still my record, so. we can
Okay,
wait
so
a little
Mr.
bit.
Chairman,
Ms. Lascolette.
I move that we adopt the transportation priorities for the secondary 6-year plan for 2020 to 2025, including rural rustic roads, and authorize the county administrator to execute necessary documents related.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a
Yes.
second. Any more discussion? Okay, Mr. Badesky, would you call a roll vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. I think we should,
Adjourn.
let me adjourn. We should adjourn. All right, so thank you all for hanging on with us. So we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors meeting as follows. Tuesday, May 21st, 2019, 3 p.m. zoning rewrite work session in this building, room 270 down the hall, and that meeting is open to the public. Wednesday, May 22nd, we will have a listening session with citizens at Central High School and Cultural and Educational Center at 2748 Dogtown Road. I'm going to get us past 12. And that meeting is also open to the public, so that's May 22nd. And that's to hear from citizens about noise complaints, noise issues. And then the next regular board meeting will be June 4th at 3 p.m. for a regular business meeting and 7 p.m. for public hearings. And those meetings, again, are open to the public. that we have the items for the planning commission. They were actually discussed last Thursday, so not this coming meeting. And with that, I will adjourn our meeting.
Thank you.
Well, we might break it.